tax incentives for moving some of those post-production filming operations back to the United States. Already there's state incentives to do that, but the idea was maybe offer some additional federal incentives, and then out of that we get this announcement about the 100% tariff.
All right, so they were screening at Mar-a-Lago. I'm sure they had a good movie.
Yeah, I'm sure they had a good
there as well. Felix,
sure.
Thanks very much. We will, I'm sure, talk more about this with you. Felix Gillette writes about Hollywood for Bloomberg. Outside of Tinseltown, a potential merger between oil supergiants Shell and BP could reshape the energy totem pole. Bloomberg was first to report that Shell is a possible takeover of BP, and we're going to discuss now with Alex Steele. Alex,
jeg tror det må være helt ok. Jeg tror ikke det skjer noe før ute i tredje kvartal, som jeg har sagt. Halva Prepina. Utredningen i dag. Det kommer an på. Det kommer ny Donald Trump kommer en ny tariff i dag. Donald Trump forandret alle utenlandske filmer, så det går ut over Netflix og Disney og alt. 100% toll på utenlandske filmer som ikke er laget i Hollywood. Han må forandre loven etter der det passer seg. Hvorfor er det minus? For jeg sitter i urealisert minus Arsalan. For jeg tror det skal ned. Jeg gidder ikke ta noe, gjør ikke noe før vi faller. Jeg tror det skal mye ned.
The break-even costs for U.S. producers. So what's going on?
Twofold. So it's hooked up from the Dallas Fed, and if you want to drill profitable wells, you cannot really drill them around these levels. For even operating expenses, that's into the 40s for some of the wells. Now, it's a couple-fold. One, if you look at the forward curve, you're still seeing backwardation. It just means that prices right now today are more expensive than prices, say, in a year. So you're still seeing a little, and that usually says that there's some demand strength. One. Economic data still been pretty okay, so we haven't seen that fall off a cliff. And then three, it's cheaters. So Kazakhstan and Iraq have been pumping above what they were supposed to under this agreement. Also the UAE. So if you're Saudis, you're like, why am I going to keep subsidizing their output at the expense of mine? And that's really the stressor. Now, some reports like RBC, Halima Croft, said that the Kazakhstan government said that there's no indication that they've been asked to cut oil output. Mike Worth of Chevron told me the same thing on Friday. So that also might have moved the needle a little bit to be like, all right, guys, you're not even talking about it? Here we go.
All right, Alex Steele anchors the close for us, but also obviously covers the oil patch very closely, so I appreciate your time. I want to switch gears now to Omaha. Warren Buffett surprising the world by announcing he will step down from his CEO role at only 94 years old. He's only been running this company for 60 years. The news even came as a surprise to Greg Abel, his successor. For more, let's bring in Matthew Palazzola of Bloomberg Intelligence, who was at the meeting, has flown back to New York to talk to us about it, and I guess you weren't blown away, right? Because he's got to step down sometime.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this. The meeting, it was towards the end. I was up since 4 o'clock in the morning. I was getting tired. I was looking at my watch. I said, oh, there's 5 minutes left. And then Buffett said,
Halloen, da er vi tilbake her. Sitter med 5 cash på formelen i aksjene du sitter på, 5 cash med å investere. Burde jeg vente til å falle, eller burde jeg investere nå? Jeg hadde ventet på et fall der, fordi Trump forandrer alt hele tiden. Jeg har aldri sett et sånt marked før som jeg gjør nå. Aldri. Så jeg har bare tatt det helt rolig. For nå er det veldig margin 18. Jeg ville fylt på litt av Arslan. I hvert fall hvis du har 100% lik margin som jeg har. For sånn som i dag så faller vi på Nasdaq, fordi Donald Trump sa noe annet i dag. I dag så sa han at han skal kjøre 100% tariff på utenlandsproduserte filmer. Og så faller vi også på grunn av at han også reverserte det han sa om tariffen på Kina. Han sa jo hele forrige uke at han var i dialog med Kina. Og i dag, i natt, så kom det ut at nei. Han er i dialog med Kina, men det er ikke på tariff. Det er på alt annet. Så det gjør jo bare alt veldig vanskelig her, da. Fordi vi har gått opp hele uka fordi han har sagt han har snakket med Kina angående tariff. Hvis dere har hørt hva jeg sa nå. Chancellor has not been immune to the situation either. The mainstream media in the West has been quick to point how bad the trade war has been for US stocks. Late last week, the Purple's rep documented massive gestures to US through hinting a quarter US import tariff, asking Trump. The measure is clear. China wants a deal. Yes, there will be a lot of back and forth, and actual trade deal will likely take months to accomplish. Ja, flere måneder. This changed everything in the finance system. Stocks discount the future with China signaling the interest in doing the deal. The future at least can come speak is better than it was a month ago. Which meant the lows are likely in for stocks. This is not to say stocks will go straight up from here, but it does indicate that the worst is quite possible behind us as far as the markets. Ja, men Roger er jo evig optimist. Roger sa dette her i fjor også. Så folk kan ha penger inn i fondet sitt hvis han skal si at markedet skal videre ned. Han trenger penger i fondet sitt. Om jeg kjenner Roger? Jeg jobbet med Roger i 3 år. Eller 2 eller 3 år jobbet med Roger. 3 på kopp i dag. Meg, eller hva?
topping 50.
Når jeg skal trene på copy. Jeg må se i dag da, hva som skjer. Jeg er veldig forsiktig nå, for det går jo alle veier med hva Trump sier. Han har jo kommet med nytt. Han kommer med nye regler i dag.
Looking at the S&P 500 over 9 days, we had more than well, here you can see 7.5% gain. It was an incredible rally that took us back to levels we haven't seen since Liberation Day, when we heard about the tariffs that shocked the world. Here at the desk with me is Threadneedle Ventures founder Ann Berry. And Ann, you know, that was the climb after the huge drop that had everyone just in a panic, right? And I'm wondering if those people who were panicking because they held on to stocks knowing that Trump was going to do this, but not to that extent, is this now a time for them to get out while they still can?
Sell the rip is the question. I don't think so, and here's the reason. I'm a long-term believer in the US equity market. But I don't really understand why we're at this particular moment at the level where we are at. To be honest, Matt, you and I were talking about it right before we went live. The fact that we're now at a level that's above where we were pre-Liberation Day, despite the fact the macro outlook is so much more uncertain, is baffling to me. I do think where the market is at is hopeful that this will resolve itself in a way that we saw the 2017 tariff regime level out, in a way that, quite frankly, there was bipartisan tacit agreement that something needed to be done with respect to the US's trade position. And I think the hope is that tariffs land in a somewhat sensible place, and then we have the halo of deregulation and tax cuts on the horizon. So I wouldn't sell in case it gets to a sensible position, but I do not understand why valuation right now is higher than it was.
So here's my concern with, first of all, tax cuts. Really? I mean, we're just going to get an extension of the tax policy that we've had. So you and me, we're not going to feel like we got a tax cut, right?
Well, I think there are some other tax policies that President Trump has talked about. He's talked about, in some cases, having no income tax at all, right, for certain folks, for example, below the $200,000 a year level. He's talked about trying to bring in more tax incentives for families. So yes, it's the extension of what the idea of lowering corporate taxes, right, even lower. So I think that's something that's still hanging out there.
I mean, they already don't pay taxes, right? The U.S. government gets like less than $500 billion from corporations. In terms of deregulation, that's also where
Flere som sier at USA har stengt I dag, men markedet rører på seg. Pre-markedet oppe.
We haven't seen a huge wave of M&A as we thought we were going to.
Well, we haven't seen M&A yet, but I don't think that's because the belief is that deregulation isn't going to happen. So we've seen, for example, deep sea drilling, right? Deep sea mining, for example, is something that has come back. I don't think we've seen yet the end of where President Trump decides to go when it comes to financial regulation. Look at what happened at the Consumer Finance Bureau, right? So I think things have been quietly happening that haven't had the headlines because of the tariff noise, and I don't think we're done yet. So I wouldn't give up on deregulation yet.
All right, we're going to keep you with us over the open. We'll see if we lose at the beginning of this session. It does look like the 9-day rally is over, but futures are only down. You can see Dow futures down 260 points, S&P futures down about 0.8%. In terms of the other interesting moves, I go on the Bloomberg terminal and type GLCO GO a lot lately because that shows you global commodity prices. And we've seen a real drop in oil that I think is absolutely fascinating. NYMEX crude down to $57.35. Brent crude off down to $60.43. This after OPEC Plus said it was going to raise production again on Saturday. And that's what's I think President Trump hopes is going to bring gas prices down. He's cited a price at the pump of $1.98. I'm still seeing $4 in Westchester, but, you know, it's not West Palm Beach. We're going to get the opening bell up next here in New York City.
Opening bell, så det ikke stengt i dag.
Also from the Milken Global Institute in Beverly Hills. This is Open Interest.
Tanker om markedet i dag. Trump forandret tariff i dag også på filmer, så det ser jo tungt ut, men han kan jo snu hele tiden, så jeg sier jo han forandrer jo meningen seg hele tiden.
And Davos, you were asking a question of President Trump, and he didn't quite answer the question, and he asked you a question. So the question he asked you was something like, why are you not banking certain groups? What is the answer? I don't think he gave you a chance to really answer that question, but what is the answer to that question?
Well, first off, the Bank of America has 70 million consumer customers and millions of small businesses all over the country, all over the world. And so we bank everybody. But the real question was about overregulation, frankly. And so as you look, what's happened is because the interpretations of AML, Anti-Money Laundering, BSA, Bank Secrecy Act, KYC, know your customer's customer, you know, there's a lot of burden upon the banking system to both, you know, report suspicious activity reports and do a lot of analysis, and we have to close accounts, so we can't tell people why we did it. And often we're told by authorities to close accounts. That creates confusion. Another area that comes out in this discussion is in the crypto area where the regulator said you can't bank employees, companies, etc.
Jeg rota med Tesla, så det går helt fint.
But the operating company, they said that's a high-risk activity. Ask us for authority, and guess what? You would have never gotten the authority. So that came up as an issue. So at the end of the day, it's about getting these regulations right.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasanja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
We are looking at futures down at the end of a 9-day rally. We're moments away from the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller. This is Open Interest. You can see we're off about 0.8% on S&P futures as some of the big tech stocks that rebounded so heartily. It looks like investors may be taking profits there to some extent. Also, President Trump has said he's not going to speak. He's not planning on speaking with Xi Jinping this week. NASDAQ futures are down 0.9%. You hear the opening bell in the New York Stock Exchange. Vesta ringing the opening bell. They're a group of happy men there, up 10% year to date. So they're actually making money in this market. You can see Morningstar ringing the opening bell on the NASDAQ, a service that I think a lot of us use every day. So great to see them there. In terms of the stocks that we're watching, Berkshire Hathaway is a huge one. Obviously, more than $1 trillion company, moving a little bit lower today after Warren Buffett's decision to step down as CEO. It has been 60 years. You know, it's time for the guy to rest a little bit, although I'm sure he won't. Skechers is going to go private, an $8 billion deal with 3G Capital, and the shares are up 25%. Netflix, though, down more than 3% in the early cash trade as the Trump administration says it plans to tariff the film industry. So let's get back to Threadneedle Ventures founder Ann Berry. She's still here and has thoughts on Netflix. What an interesting move by the president. I guess he was hanging out with Jon Voight. Maybe he'd been thinking about this for a long time because people make films a lot more often now in foreign locations. A company like Netflix goes to South Korea, they go to Germany, they go to Spain, right? Instead of doing it in Hollywood. How does this affect them?
Nå har Donald Trump I dag forandret tariffet igjen da. Det veldig, veldig vanskelig å følge med på ham altså. Nå har det blitt 100% tariff på filmer som ikke laget I Hollywood.
It's been a terrific run-up. When I think about this particular environment and a consumer that's feeling squeezed and uncertain, I put Netflix in the bucket of what I now call the new affordable luxury. I think we're going to see strength in Netflix subscriptions. I think we're going to see strength in Netflix advertising dollars because it's one of the platforms I think that big ad spenders still want to go to. So I think this is a concern. I think this still falls in the bucket of a negotiation tool. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these sort of film credit and film cost issues disappear over time. So I'm still bullish on Netflix.
All right, so that's Netflix. In terms of your affordable luxury theme, what else is in that basket? Because I get that, right? You're only spending $15 or $20 a month. I don't know how much Netflix costs these days, but obviously I'm buying it too. And it's less expensive than going to the actual theater. What are the other affordable luxuries you're looking at?
I put Spotify in that bucket too, and actually it's trading at a cheaper valuation than Netflix. Certain elements of beauty has been under some stress over the last year. But areas like premium skincare are still doing very well. Bluemercury's moving to on the board of Rodano Fields. Ulta's pulled them in. Evidence that dermatologically backed brands are still something that people are willing to spend on because as they cut back, for example, on cheaper cosmetics, they want to go in on efficacious. That, I think, continues. L'Oreal, as a result, from a public stock perspective, I think is better positioned than others. The last thing I would say, Matt, and you and I have talked about this before, I think the cruise sector is undervalued. I think post-COVID consumers are going to fight tooth and nail to keep some budget allocation to travel, and I think the value proposition that delivers it are people like Royal Caribbean and Carnival Cruises, an affordable travel luxury or vacation luxury.
So the idea is that because these are usually package deals, and it's less expensive than booking your own flight, your own hotel, your own activities, a babysitter, etc. They're going to the all-in-one Royal Caribbean or I don't know the other cruise line.
Yeah, so Norwegian or Carnival. And it's interesting, when you unpack the actual value that's being delivered to the consumer, the rough estimate is the land-based equivalent is about 20% more expensive than that cruise package when you put in travel and food. So if you're a consumer thinking about how to allocate your budget, again, post-COVID, I think people are saying, I do not want to be not traveling again. Where do I go? I think cruises are a good value proposition. When you look at something like a Royal Caribbean trading at a high single-digit EBITDA multiple, same with Carnival, it's pretty good value, to your point, in what's been a toppy market despite the noise.
But the bottom line is you're still looking at a downturn. You're looking at a consumer that's weaker. You're looking at lower CEO confidence. So these are consumers holding on to what they can or even trading down a little bit.
Trading down, and we've seen Walmart be the beneficiary of that. But if you look back to post 2008, for example, this affordable luxury thing came up then, and we saw people still doing things like buying certain cosmetics. We saw people doing things like buying Starbucks, right? If you actually think about it, coffee out of the home should be the most discretionary item. Why are you dropping $5 on a coffee when you're feeling stressed? And you actually saw consumer psychology and behavior. Folks were saying, in a moment where I am feeling compressed in terms of my choices, compressed in terms of income, I want to find just those small things that are small enough share of wallet that they spark enough joy that I'm going to do it anyway.
$5 a day.
Back in the day. Back in the day. Do you remember that? Coffee now.
$25 a week, $100 a month. I mean, you could really save a lot of money that way.
It's really discretionary, but people were still doing it.
Ann Berry, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Ann Berry there of Threadneedle Ventures, talking to us about the affordable luxuries that the consumer may try and hold on to in this economy. Let's talk about Merger Monday. Shell is looking into the possibility of acquiring British Petroleum, BP, and what could be a mega deal that reshapes big oil. Bloomberg's Leanna Baker covers deals for us here at Bloomberg and joins us to discuss just one of the many deals that we could be talking about today, but this would be a big one.
So this is big news, but if you read our report, it's pretty nuanced. So Shell is speaking to their advisors, their investment bankers and others to see if now's the right time to make a move on BP. BP, as you know, has been the target of a big activist investor, Elliott Management, and the value has just really not been good. It's worth half of what Shell is worth. So Shell is trying to figure out, is now the right time opportunistically to make a move? They haven't made a move yet.
Would they face real regulatory pushback? I mean, I imagine this is the kind of thing, if not U.S. regulators, then European regulators or UK regulators are fighting back hard against.
They would definitely face scrutiny all over the world, but from what I've read from research analysts, there is a good fit between some of the geographies that these companies are in, where there wouldn't be that much overlap. We would look at, the Gulf of America.
Han satte nye tariffer I dag, som gjør at det kommer ned nå, men han kan jo snu på fliset etterpå, så bare sitte. Jeg tror det skal falle mye, men vi bryter jo med gjennom 19.900, da. Det der vi har måttet stoppe hele det.
Shell has the whole Ferrari Formula One thing. I can't buy gas anywhere else. But I guess I would be able to in this case. In the same area, Sunoco and Parkland, what's the story with that deal?
You mentioned gas. This is an interesting one because there's also an activist investor in Parkland, which is in Canada, my home country. So this is a cross-border deal, and Parkland, because they had an activist, they had to explore options with investment banks, and as part of a strategic review, this is clearly the option that they took, and this will be, a big move for gas station consolidation.
What are the other, what's the update in terms of M&A in general? Because we were just talking with Ann Berry about the fact that we really haven't seen a wave of M&A, the likes of which we were expecting with Trump's deregulation.
So you mentioned it's a Merger Monday, and we did see 3G doing their first deal in many years to buy Skechers, a brand that everyone knows. That's a cross-border deal. We also had the gas station deal you mentioned, Sunoco, Parkland, cross-border, U.S., Canada. So we are seeing these spurts, these areas of M&A. If you know where to look, there is deal-making happening.
But it isn't to the level that maybe we would have expected. We're not going to best last year's level this time.
A Shell BP deal would provide that jolt to the M&A markets. That would be a mega deal, and we're tracking to see if we could see other big moves like that, because in times of dislocation, that could be a time to pounce.
All right, Leanna, thanks so much for giving us an update. Leanna Baker runs our M&A coverage for us here at Bloomberg. I want to take a look at GLCO Go on the Bloomberg terminal again very quickly, just to show you where a lot of my focus is on the oil patch and why. So you can see here at the top, WTI crude coming down another 1.5% to 57.46 a barrel. So in the 50s there, and Brent crude isn't much further away, down at 1.25%
Kommer det til å gå mer shorten, så faller mye? Ja, men jeg må ha bekreftelse på hvor vi skal. Jeg vil ikke bare sette en tre, for nå sitter minus på grunn av Trump I forrige uke. Nå må jeg vente til det blir litt bedre marginer. For jeg må fylle på mer på konto hvis jeg ser at det går videre.
The problem is that at these levels, you get to below the price it makes sense to produce at for a lot of Texas. The Dallas Fed came out with something that Torsten Slok highlighted in his daily Spark note. We also continue to see dollar falls.
Ikke skjønner det, Trump sa I hele forrige uke til alle mediene at han var I dialog med Kina I hele forrige uke, og avkreftet det I dag, etter oppturen. Sa at han I dialog med Kina, ikke på grunn av tariffene. Så han prater bare markedet dit til skallen. Jeg har 1200 margin. Det veldig slitsomt altså.
The U.S. 10-year yield right now at 432.97, so call it 433. There's the dollar.
Jeg gjør trades basert på makrobevegelser, ikke basert på hva han kan si.
Than the DXY that Wall Street has relied upon for decades. 12.19 on the BBDXY, and then NYMEX crude down 1.5% to $57.43. Coming up, we're going to head to Beverly Hills for the Milken Institute Global Conference. We're going to be spending a lot of time there over the next couple of days. We kick it off today with Apollo CEO and co-founder Mark Rowan. He joins our very own Shonali Bastick next out of Beverly Hills. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Du må se på marginene. Jeg vet ikke, altså. Det må nesten du følge med på litt selv, altså.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
It is the central banker's dilemma. Downside risk to growth, upside risk to inflation.
They are wait. This is a serious moment. I do not think the Fed can just sit on the side.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
They're expecting stagflationary-like environment.
They are going to be on hold until they have hard evidence one way or another.
Bloomberg surveillance, the Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
800, du må fylle på når det under 100, vil jeg fylle på. Nå må vi bare jobbe oss ut av han Trump-turboken. Og håpe at de ikke kan forandre mer lover. Er du våken, Robert? Er du stille?
Hva sa du?
Er du våken?
Ja, du hørte ikke noe snorka, gjør du det?
Nei, er du våken?
Ja.
Du fikk med deg det nye fra Trump, ikke sant?
Ja.
At han forandret tariffene på Hollywood, eller på utenlandske filmprodusenter.
Ja.
Også at det hele oppturen forrige uke med Kina, det var bare tull.
Det var det.
Ja.
England går den når det er helt rabiat på den, så...
Ja, nei, jeg skjønner ikke at det er lov. Jeg blir bare litt sånn satt ut av det.
Han lager sine egne lover.
Ja, han gir så jævlig faen. Trump er snart 80 år, hva faen går han på? Holder flere pressekonferanser, Obama bare har pisset på til det. Han er helt sinnssyk. Han er helt rå. Det eneste jeg synes er veldig rart er at han går og sier ting som ikke er sant, og så reagerer vi på det, og så er det liksom ikke noen konsekvenser. Jeg synes det er merkelig.
Ja, men sånn er med alle senile. Du trenger ikke å stemme med virkeligheten.
Nei, men altså... Vi gikk jo opp i forrige uke på tariffløsning med Kina, at han var i dialog med. Hele uka gikk vi opp på det. Kom nyheter på det hver eneste dag.
Ja, det er oppløst.
Og så i natt så sier han nei. Han er ikke i dialog med Kina på tariff. Han er i dialog med Kina, men ikke på grunn av tariff.
Riktig. Det var ikke han heller, det var staben.
Ja. Jeg skjønner ikke at det er lov. Vi stopper på 1900 og gjort det hele dag.
Det blir bedre om 4 år.
Ja. Stig, kan du se mange som har long og short nå, eller?
Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today.
Kan du se det, Robert? Kan du se mange som har long og short nå?
Ja, på CMC. Jeg skal bare se om jeg klasker inn en liten short der. Hør det. Skal vi se CMC.
Han kan det bare benåde seg selv. Ja. Han kan faktisk det.
Skal vi se, kundesentiment. 46 på... Nei, skal vi se, jeg må ha vekk noe tekst til... Måtte jo stå an.
To be speaking with you.
Just a few things going on.
A few things going on, today alone we have the Treasury Secretary speaking at 8 o'clock here Pacific time. We had Elon Musk speaking last night, and the President of the United States changing his tune on tariffs. Where do you think the end game is, given that the tariff talk is taking up so much of the discussion here?
Look, what the administration wants to do, in my opinion, is not wrong. We are the freest trading country in the world and have been since the end of World War II. It is not clear to me that we have to be, or that we should allow allies and strategic competitors to inhibit our access to their markets. We can take issue with how it's being done and the uncertainty it's creating.
Jeg ser bare posisjonsverdiene. 53 på kjøp og 47 på salg. Det blir ikke så langt unna på, skal jeg si, kjøp og salgere.
So now is actually a good time, but
Arsalan, skriv til support på Frontbooker, så får det gå med en gang, altså.
Der, 55 kjøpt og 45 solgt.
If we in fact don't resolve the uncertainty, so until we have resolution of what the rules of the game are, it's going to be slow.
A lot of people talk about the potential for a recession, but little are people talking about the severity that could exist in the potential for a recession.
Look, now we're talking about forecasts and projections. In our firm, when we were raising rates 300 and 400 basis points, we talked about a non-recession recession, which is a correction in asset prices, but not necessarily in labor. We kind of see the same thing happening again. It's not to say we won't have some fallout and some adjustment, but we're starting from a place of 4% unemployment, good job growth. We are building infrastructure, we're building semiconductor plants, we're absorbing massive amounts of foreign direct investment. Like it or not, we're building Inflation Reduction Act factories. And now the president is channeling capital from around the world to come back here. Some days I wake up and worry about capital. Most days I wake up and worry about where will we get all the people to do this.
Now, you mentioned that you agree with what he's doing, but maybe not how in all the ways. To the extent that you think that this should be done differently, to the extent that you don't like the method of the change, what needs to change?
Look, this is now the toughest job in the world is now Scott Bessent. As I said, we want this administration to succeed. Every American should want this administration to succeed. So how I would do it is not really relevant. I will point out the following. U.S. and Mexico together should be the driving economic force in the world for the next 50 years. We have not been able to get there, despite 2 or 3 rounds of massive free trade agreements. The issues that separate us from Mexico are not existential to Mexico. As one leading Mexican industrialist said to me, if it takes tariffs to make Mexico great again, so be it. Inside of Mexico, there's a need for change. Imagine coming to the world with Mexico and Canada resolved first, and then taking people piece by piece, or country by country. We would just be in a much stronger position to do what we need to do to reset the terms of trade.
But in the meantime, you had mentioned it as well, that people are on hold. Businesses are on hold. A lot of businesses are at risk of layoffs if this continues. How long can this uncertainty continue without causing much greater damage?
Look, we're going to have uncertainty. We have uncertainty already. Until we see critical mass of trading partners agree to ongoing new economic relationships, we're going to have uncertainty.
Tyskland bare går som faen i dag på grunn av økt budsjett, altså våpen.
Clearly what they are trying to do is to create positive momentum.
Oljeprisen tanker, så det bra for Tyskland, hele industrien i Tyskland.
If that happens, this could be very short-lived. If it doesn't happen, uncertainty could continue for a period of time. But we also have to take into account short-term and long-term. Uncertainty will eventually resolve itself. Longer term, the way we've done this, we have done damage to the US brand.
Har prøvd å få tak i så ble det 2 uker, det svart nå å vente, men det ble tatt 1 sekund på deposit. Har du snakket med Revoluta Norsko?
See us moving from what was hyper-exceptionalism to merely exceptional.
because I don't think there are good alternatives to the U.S. today, but that can change over time.
Let's talk more about the U.S. brand for a moment, because you have businesses across the globe, from Europe to Japan. Now, what are they saying? What are your investors in different regions saying about their willingness to put money into U.S. capital markets? Your deputy, John Zito, had written a letter to investors talking about the risk to the U.S. brand as well, the risk to U.S. capital markets.
Right.
Are you seeing any of that?
We will see it, but we're not seeing it yet. But think about the U.S. is still 60+% of all the capital raised in the world. We are in the absolute best position from a capital formation point of view. No one has what we have. That does not mean they will not want it over time. Everything that we want to do here, build infrastructure, next generation manufacturing, add energy, defense, next generation data and power. Europe wants to do exactly the same thing, but lacks any real source of long-term capital. In the Draghi report, Mario Draghi lays out what Europe needs to do to be competitive. And most of the report is focused on revisions to capital formation. Will Europe do that? I don't know. I think what John Zito points out in his letter, that they have the best chance relative to the U.S. to create this kind of positive momentum.
So then there's the question of what you do in this uncertainty. Now, recently you told investors just last week that you're willing to sit things out, you're willing to reduce leverage. However, you believe that you are one of the largest active buyers of assets post-Liberation Day. That is $25 billion in April alone. What are you buying?
So let's start with, I talk to investors and I ask 3 questions. Are prices low? No, I do not believe prices are low. They are lower, but we're still talking about an average PE as a reference in the mid-20s versus 16 over time. Are rates likely to plummet? I don't think so, and our firm does not think so. Most of what we're doing is inflationary. Third, do we have heightened geopolitical risk? Listen to our conversation. There's heightened geopolitical risk. What do you want to do if those 3 things are true? I think you want to reduce risk. In credit, we're going up the capital structure, senior secured, investment grade, trying to reduce risk. We're not trying to make money by being a good credit selector in a volatile market. And in the equity market, moving from things that are growthy and things that are venture-y to things that are cash flow based and more hybrid in their outcome. So what did we do in April? We bought mostly investment grade. Ironically, mostly in the public markets. I think we will see this interesting dynamic take place. We have a perception that what's public is safe and what's private is risky. But what if we're wrong? What if public is safe and risky and private is safe and risky? In private, most people are set up to hold things for the long term. In public, we have this belief that we can sell something every day. In equities, that is true. In fixed income, it is not true in the best of times. It is certainly not true under stress. It takes 5 days today to sell an investment-grade corporate bond. We should expect in every risk-off moment, public credit to trade poorly.
So what about the future? If you think that we saw some moments of market, let's say seizure, right? You did see full moments where there were weeks at a time where the new issuance market was closed. Do you worry about liquidity into the year given the way things are going? And do you think that the Fed would need to step in?
So I worry about liquidity, but in a different way than you're asking. I think there's plenty of money in the world. If we use that as a proxy for liquidity, could we have tough treasury auctions around political events? Absolutely. I don't think that is actually fundamental. What I worry about, and the biggest buildup of risk I see in the world, is we are brought up with an expectation of being able to trade everything every day. Everything is daily liquid. Your ETFs, your open-ended mutual funds, and so on and so on. In the equity markets, it's actually liquid. In the credit markets, it's not actually liquid. We just don't know that yet. We've seen it in the UK in something called LDI, where people thought they could sell something, and it turned out they couldn't. We're going to see that. We saw it in the run-up to COVID. We saw a little blip in the market over the past few weeks, which is why we ended up buying. But again, this notion that everything that's daily liquid is somehow safe it's just a notion. It's just not true.
So I want to go back to something you were saying before, that this environment that we're facing could be very inflationary, right? If you believe that we are facing an inflationary environment, what do you make of President Trump's bid to try to get the Fed to lower interest rates at this juncture? Do you think it's possible?
Good news. I don't have that job. It's not even in the realm of possibility for me to do. Look, we are moving things from low-cost labor countries to higher-cost labor countries, particularly to the U.S. There are strategic reasons to want to do that, but we can't deny that that is inflationary in some ways. We are not relying on a global trading system to the extent we have previously. That is inflationary in some ways. We have a tight labor supply, 4% unemployment. We have good job numbers. We have no legal immigration. That is inflationary in some ways. Yes, are there countervailing measures? Energy prices are lower at the moment. Technology will eventually introduce savings. The key word being eventually. At the moment, the policies we're following have a risk of being more inflationary than otherwise, which generally will lead to higher long-term rates, even if short-term rates come down.
Mark, we thank you.
Macro.
I know, it's the macro world that we're living in, and we will be watching you closely because we are waiting for that pitch investment. Mark Rowan of Apollo, of course, joining us here at the Milken Institute.
All right, Shonali, thanks very much. Fantastic interview there with Mark Rowan of Apollo. Really interesting summary at the end from Mark there that they are moving their labor from low-cost countries to higher-cost countries, and that will be inflationary even as oil prices come down, even as technology starts to introduce savings or eventually introduces savings. Coming up in the next hour, we have a lot more from Milken. We have Pershing Square's Bill Ackman, Shonali wrangling interviews out there. She's got Mike Gitlin, I should say, of Capital Group, as well as Paul Taubman of PJT Partners. So she's been working on this very hard, and she's going to knock it out of the park. In terms of what we've got going on in the markets today, we had a 9-day rally. It was the longest winning streak since 2004. That couldn't continue. Could it? Right now we're down 0.75% on the S&P 500, back at 56.44. Back at April 2nd levels, we could see a swing during this day. Stranger things have happened. I'm Matt Miller. This is Open Interest.
God dag.
Hola.
Ja.
Det vil jo ikke ned, samme faen hva som skjer.
Nei, litt opp igjen, tror jeg.
Ja, Trump forandret tariffen i dag også.
Ja, det var i natt det. Og hvis du tenker på filmen, ja.
Ja.
Ja, det var i natt.
På en søndag.
Ja.
DraftKings hit a milestone in the second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turned a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now.
Fikk Alex lov svar på det vi spør om? Forskjellen på margin og marginlevel?
Nei, jeg har ikke lest noe.
Valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important.
Margin vel kroner og level vel prosenten, ja.
Margin tilgjengelig margin som du har som du kan trade med. Og marginlevel prosentvis. Det altså utifra hva du har som marginaler. Å gå på. Og når du kommer ned til 50%, så blir du likvidert.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you look at where we are today and where we want to be and where we believe we will be, the vast majority of the incremental EBITDA is not coming from any cost reduction. It's coming from increased revenue.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure, and there's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
Key investors, top executives.
Faen, det litt volum nå I dag også. Tror det skal være litt mer action her.
Det vel FOMC uka, jeg vet ikke. Nå hvordan dag var det?
Det kommer et tall om 1 minutt da, ISM.
Ja. Men det er jo ikke high effect. Jeg beveger seg nå litt I dag. Rett opp I en motstand.
51,6 ventet 50,8. Da blir det I hvert fall ikke rentekutt.
Jo, ISM, jo, den rød, ja. Jeg synes det feil. Marginlevel der på 1870%, og margin på 70. Det høres litt spesielt ut. Ja, da kan ikke kontoen din være stor til å begynne med. Da må du ha sånn $7 på hele kontoen.
Yeah, and this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by IBKR, where the year-over-year change in the U.S. CPI exceed 2.6% in April 2025. At IBKR forecast trader, the yes was recently at 26%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading.
Ja, margin, sorry. Margin det du har brukt. Du har brukt $6,72 av 182.
And Callie Cox at Ritholtz Wealth Management says, you know what, it's anybody's guess where stocks are headed.
Og så har du $116 å trade med nå.
The third largest footwear company in the world today announcing that it's agreed to be acquired by 3G Capital. 3G Capital will pay $6 per share in cash for Skechers. Skechers shares right now, they are up close to 25%.
Er det Tyskland eller?
Jeg tror Tyskland kom nettopp, satt meg nettopp ned.
Nei, alt har falt I dag unntatt Tyskland. Tyskland går på bare trøkke på.
The stronger currency in Taiwan is going to dent its export earnings. Investors also want to know Berkshire Hathaway stock still deserves the Buffett premium when Buffett retires at the end of the year. And following shares of Berkshire, these are the Class B shares, they're down 5.6%. Overall, the S&P 500 down 29 points. Nasdaq 193 points.
Hvis du setter flere trener med vinnerne der, så går marginen din, eller marginlevel veldig ned.
Ja, det gjør jeg.
Får du sett det jeg spurte Robertstad, han så på CMC, får du sett hvor mange som short og long nå, eller? Sånn generelt?
48 long og short 52, så vi skal opp, ser det ut som.
Mange var short?
52. Så folk har begynt å shorta mer, enda mer.
Ja. Tar lengre tid med Kina-avtalen enn hva han har sagt.
Det kom tall, Johannes. ISM.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. I am standing by
ISM Services PMI.
CEO of Pershing Square, but also the new executive chair of Howard Hughes came in this morning with a $900 million deal. Of course, that brings your...
Det var negativt for Fed. Så det vil si at Fed kan ikke sette ned renta. Veldig mye oppturen forrige uke var basert på tariff for Fed. Trump ville ha ned renta. Fed kommer ikke til å sette ned renta om uttalen her. Arbeidsmarkedsrapporten på fredag var jo ganske sterk, og så har du USA på full fart inn i resesjon og inn i for høy inflasjon også. De tallene som kom på fredag fra forrige måned, så det som skjer nå med tariffene skjer jo 2-3 uker fremover i tid. Så Tallene som kommer nå om 2 uker antageligvis ganske stygge.
And our plan is to take this great company, which has been a real estate development company over its
Trump får ikke hjelp av Powell til å sette ned renta. Det det han vil. Han vil ha ned renta.
That's the business plan. We're going to do that by buying great, really high quality, durable growth companies.
Og Tyskland går som faen, har dratt opp nesten 1% I dag. Og det på grunn av det full tank I full tank I olje I dag. Tryne.
Tryne olje?
Har ikke fulgt med gutten min.
Nei, jeg er ferdig.
Jeg tror det ned 2%.
Jeg så et eller annet I avisa, eller en eller annen plass om $40.
Ja, det som at OPEC pusher på skal vatte opp med, tror jeg, 2 millioner fat til, ja, for å så få satt Irak og Afghanistan. Er det Afghanistan eller bare Irak? Jeg er sikker på plass. For de har ikke holdt avtalen. Så de skal flomme markedet med olje for å få ned prisen. Samtidig som det resesjon I huet og ræv overalt, så du har lav oljepris bra egentlig for resten av verden. Det dårlig for Oslo Børs, det dårlig for Australia, det dårlig for enkelte selskaper I USA, men det bra for forbruk. Så det sånn, det sånn både og.
Ja.
Teknisk ned til 47, 70, 80.
Teknisk ned til 19.
47, 70, 80. 47, 80.
Olje tenker du på, eller? Du snakker om Nasdaq nå?
Olje snakker om.
Olje, ja.
Buffett's an amazing investor, but the enhancement to his selection of great companies and securities is that he's financed that.
Og så sagt om I sted, Stig, at Trump gikk ut I dag og sa at det haster ikke å prate med Kina. Det har vært I dialog med Kina hele tiden, men han lyver jo da. For han sa I forrige uke at han var I dialog med Kina, og nå sier han at de I dialog med Kina, men de ikke I dialog med Kina på tariff.
Han tok en liten sånn
Det blir helt matt, ja. Og da, hele oppturen forrige uke var basert på at det ordnet seg med tariff med Kina denne uka her. Det var jo hele oppturen. Så hadde du Microsoft som kom med greie tall, og så hadde du Meta som kom med greie tall. Eller så kom det bare dritt inn fra Supermicrocomputer og Amazon og guiding på Amazon og Apple og guiding på Apple og Consumer Confidence og verste tallet siden 2009 da. Men så klarte han å prate hver dag om tariff Kina, tariff Kina, tariff Kina, og så sier de I dag at nei, det var ikke sånn det var andre ting å prate med Kina. Han var ikke hastverk, sier han. Og så vatt han på, doblet han tariffen på, eller satt opp til 100% på produksjonen av filmer utenfor Hollywood. Det jo helt umulig å forholde seg til dette.
Gull poppa greit akkurat nå.
Hæ? Ja, gull, ja.
Gull poppa bra nå.
Det kommer sikkert gå mye mer.
Ja, det vil jeg tro.
Jeg synes det rart vi ikke faller mer enn vi gjør nå. Vi var nedlag ved det meste med 220 poeng. Vi burde falt mye mer.
Sure. SEC doesn't like us to talk about potential future offerings, so I have to defer on that one.
So what about for Pershing Square overall? What's the long-term plan? There has been an IPO floated around, but do you still see yourself getting there, and over what kind of timeline?
So the long-term plan for Pershing Square is to build, is one, to deliver great returns for our investors and our...
Når ikke Fed får satt ned renta heller, så vet jeg ikke hvordan markedet reagerer på det. Det priset 4 rentekutt, ett nå I år.
Pershing Square Funds
I juni.
Major investment already in Howard Hughes that we look forward to making more valuable. So that's kind of our laser.
Ja, vi spennende å se.
I do want to make Pershing Square an entity that survives. We manage permanent capital, so it's important that the manager that oversees that permanent capital becomes a perpetuity. And while Buffett is 94 and still incredibly active, if I want to compete with that track record over time, it's important that we set up an entity that can survive for the very long term. So I don't know exactly what form that will take. We did sell a minority interest in Pershing Square to a group of investors. last year, and we set up an independent board of directors, and we really run Pershing Square, the management company today, almost as if it's a public company from a governance and other perspective.
Now, I want to talk about your portfolio as well here, because with this new company, you had mentioned small and medium-sized businesses. Of course, you're exposed to a large swath of the American economy through Pershing Square already. How are the tariffs impacting you today, and how do you think that impact will last 6 months, 12 months from now?
Sure. So first, we try to own businesses where no matter what's going on in the world, what we call extrinsic factors we can't control, whether those are commodity prices or tariffs, excuse me, or a pandemic, interest rate volatility, don't have a material effect on the business. So we look for what we call durable growth companies. And these are the kind of businesses we're going to try to find for Howard Hughes. They're very much insulated from things macro. Obviously, they do better. Every business does better in a positive growth environment, does worse in a weakening growth environment. But our companies today, other than Nike, I would say, have really not been directly affected by tariffs, although market prices move up and down based on uncertainty.
Does that not bother you, though?
No, it doesn't bother me. Look, the president has an objective here, right? It's critically important for the United States, strategically and defensively, for us to source certain key products in the United States, have them be manufactured here, whether those are pharmaceutical ingredients or stuff we need to defend the country, to build weapons, AI, anything AI related, semiconductors, and so creating the incentive for those important high-value manufacturing and other activities happening here, I think is critically important. For 80 years, beginning after World War II, the United States, helped save the world, and then helped save the world economically, and allowed for trade barriers to be built up over time. That's allowed Asia, excuse me, countries in Asia, Europe, to Marshall Plan. And then over time, those tariff barriers have remained, even as those countries have become very aggressive competitors to the United States. Think the Japanese auto industry and how it has really dominated U.S. Auto industry over time. And it's time for those trade barriers to come down. And the president is using tariffs in a tactical way to address those trade barriers, which are not just tariffs, but there are other things that make it difficult for U.S. goods. The other issue he's trying to address is balance of trade, right? We still have a balance of trade issue. Buffett actually talks about this long-term as a problem, and he wants to incentivize companies to do business in the United States. Now, the way he goes about things, as we've seen from the president, is a bit of we call it shock and awe, which tends to scare people. But ultimately, he's a deal maker. He likes to make deals, and I expect he I think did the right thing in pausing tariffs, reciprocal tariffs for 90 days, and I think that gives time to negotiate with our 18 largest countries. And I think the next step probably should be, I call it a 180-day pause, take down the China tariffs. That will give U.S. businesses that are actually under pressure. There are a lot of businesses, unlike the ones we own, that a tariff of 145% on goods they source from China can decimate the businesses, particularly small businesses that don't have the wherewithal to manage through this period of time. So I think we want to be economically our strongest when we're negotiating. The president, pausing tariffs for 180 days on China sets up a very interesting dynamic where, puts us really in the driver's seat. Give me 1 second. It's an important point.
Of course.
So right now, because of the announcement, every business that sources in China, every U.S. company, et cetera, is relocating their supply chains out of China. That's not going to change, even if the tariffs go from 145% down to 10 or down to 20%. So once we pause, China's under enormous pressure to make China a good place to do business, to eliminate these kind of trade barriers, and I think enabling a very successful negotiation.
So you were among the first to advocate for that 90-day pause.
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody in the Trump administration or the president himself? And are you in talks with him about this 180-day pause? I saw you post about that online as well. So you are getting more vocal about this idea. Can it happen?
I think it can certainly happen. I heard Scott Bessent was here yesterday. He seemed very constructive on where negotiations are headed. So we shall see.
But more specifically, is he receptive to your idea?
I don't think it's a good idea for me to discuss relationships or conversations I have with people in the administration.
Fair enough. Do you think that there could be exemptions made. You mentioned small businesses. This is a part of the economy that is getting hard hit. You've said it yourself. How is this a Main Street strategy if small businesses are getting hit harder than the larger ones?
Sometimes you have to have some short-term pain to get a much better long-term outlook. But I think the president has made his points clear, and I do think it's important to kind of, pause the China tariffs. That will take the pressure immediately off of kind of the smaller businesses, and it's not just affecting small business. Now, by the way, there are some positive effects from the China tariffs, which a number of U.S. manufacturers, many, are doing very well because, of course, people are looking to source product in this country. To the extent something's made in China before, and there's someone you can source from in America, you're banging down the door to do business with them here. So there is a big boost to a meaningful number of small, medium-sized, and large businesses that manufacture in the U.S. But there is a negative effect on companies that don't have that flexibility or the nimbleness to move their supply chains quickly. That's what I'd like to see avoided.
Do you think that this can be done while avoiding a recession? Do you think that a recession is a foregone conclusion at this point?
I don't. I think I don't think a recession is a foregone conclusion, and I think there are real reasons for optimism. I just don't want this turbulent period to carry on too long. I'd like to see deals get announced and progress made, and then I think people can start looking beyond the immediate 60 or 90 days.
You mentioned that even after that 60, 90, 180 days, that tariffs will still be higher, right?
I don't know what the ultimate outcome is, and it's not just tariffs. You got to look at the overall effect of the various trade barriers coming down, right? There are countries with low tariffs but still have enormous barriers to U.S. goods in their market. And so it could absolutely be a lot of reasons for optimism about the economy. So one, the tax bill. Yesterday, the Treasury Secretary said it could be signed on July 4th. That's a very pro-growth initiative. Really, the deregulation process could be very pro-growth for the country. Inflation has really come down meaningfully. Energy prices, gas prices, egg prices, right? That's a very positive thing, for our economy and for the consumer. I think the only thing that we suffer from right now of substance economically is the inherent uncertainty about the tariff situation. I think the sooner that's resolved, the more the economy can move forward. And there's also reason for optimism kind of geopolitically. I think it's likely we'll have, I think the Ukraine-Russia war can get resolved this calendar year, and hopefully sooner rather than later. I think the Middle East the temperature can come way down once we resolve by negotiation or otherwise the Iranian situation. So I'm an optimist, and I've always been an optimist about our country.
So before I let you go also, I want to have you weigh in on what's happening between Harvard and the Trump administration as well, because this morning you had called for the resignation of Penny Pritzker from Harvard's board.
Yes.
Now, have you talked to her personally or any of the other board members?
So I spoke to her, very early on in the midst of the events on campus after October 7th. I'd only spoken to her once. And by the way, I don't know her well. I'm sure she's a lovely person. But at some point you have to have accountability for what's gone on at Harvard. And I've not seen any accountability at the governance level. The notion that she's still chairing the Harvard board and leading the charge here, I think is a big negative. And I think they've mismanaged the relationship with the administration in a way that's enormously economically costly to Harvard and funding at Harvard. And you need a new face at the top of just even to make a deal, right? And again, I go to the corporate, Harvard's the oldest corporation in America. Go to any other corporation. If they manage the last 18 months the way that they managed, there would be a new chair and there would be a new CEO in place. The new CEO is there, but he's more interim. But they've done nothing in terms of accountability at the board level.
Has the ship sailed for Harvard in terms of a potential negotiation with the administration?
No, and I would love to be helpful here. I care enormously about the institution. I want Harvard to succeed. I think the president has a number of very key issues that are critical. It's not just the issue of anti-Semitism and pro-Hamas issues on campus. He makes some very good points about bureaucratic waste at the institution. I believe that if taxpayers are funding a private institution like Harvard, particularly one that has a massive endowment, the university is a fiduciary for those funds, and if they're wasting money on overhead, and bureaucracy that really is interfering or certainly not enhancing education, they should do something about it. Education is about being exposed to diverse views, and if the university, as I've said, becomes a political advocacy organization, query whether it should be getting taxpayer support.
Bill, we thank you so much for joining us here on set. That is Bill Ackman, who, of course, is the CEO of Pershing Square, as well as the new executive chair of Howard Hughes, fresh off of a deal just this morning, Matt.
All right, that was Pershing Square Capital founder and CEO Bill Ackman, along with Shonali Bassick of Bloomberg Television, out there at the Milken Conference out there in Los Angeles. We'll have more conversations coming from the Milken Conference throughout the day, so stay tuned. Market Drivers today is brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn more. We got red on the screen here. S&P off 28 points and NASDAQ off 100 points. That's a 0.5%. Let's take a look at some of the stocks that are on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg's Denitsa Sukova. Denitsa, what are you looking at?
Let's start with Netflix. Obviously, that was a big move over the weekend news we had that President Trump plans to impose a 100% tariff on films produced overseas. This is something very new. There's still a lot of development. Something that's not clear is if he plans to tax TV shows that are made overseas for international audiences, which is like the majority of Netflix business model. Netflix is leading the losses today. It dropped as much as 4%. The way it works is a lot of the movies are exported, but services like Netflix, Disney, Amazon, they produce shows for global audiences. So potentially they could be impacted more by this. We also have a headline from Bloomberg on today that Netflix has $2 billion of revenue economic impact from India. So clearly there are a lot of important international markets. But yet the stock is up here today 27%, so we're yet to see if this will actually be a lot of pressure for the stock going forward.
So many questions. Like if it's filmed overseas but edited here,
yeah, I don't.
Does that count? Or visual effects is here? But what if you need to film something in a desert and it doesn't really work in here? There's so many questions that
Netflix opening a big studio at the old Fort Monmouth
in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah?
You can't tax New
Jersey.
Yeah.
No, you can't tax Jersey, obviously. Yeah.
That's where my dad served as a medic.
Really?
Korean War. And met my mom.
There you go.
And produced yours truly.
And we thank them for that. All right, let's move on after Netflix down 2%. What about Tyson Foods?
Let's look at Tyson Foods. They're having a really tough day. They're down about 8%. What's happening is that protein producer reported mixed quarterly results. What we're seeing is pressure in beef margins. We're seeing some strength in chicken. I love the headline on Terminal. It says, chicken gains outweigh beef losses, which I thought was quite great. The company has been heavily relying on those elevated chicken profits, but what they're hearing from analysts is that this space is getting very competitive, and the recent boom may have already run out its course. So clearly the reaction is not great despite the chicken margins. And the stock is down about 2% year to date. Of course, we have consumer concerns. I hope we have so many things playing out there. So it's an interesting stock to watch.
Tyson, I just think chicken, but I forgot they're in the beef business too. So there you go. Peabody Energy.
Peabody Energy jumped 5%, and it's coming after the company considers walking away from a deal we've talked a lot about. It's the deal about acquiring Anglo American Steelmaking Co. This comes after a fire of one of their mines in Australia. The mine has been shut since a gas ignition in March, and Peabody said that it may terminate the deal if the issue isn't resolved within the time frame. There has been a lot of back and forth on that deal, and actually the stock has reacted positive whenever there's been a delay. The company's previously said the acquisition was expected to close in mid-2025, but we're yet to see if this will actually happen.
And also just broad strokes here. I mean, the revival that the administration wants to see.
Herregud, har han twittret det nå, Trump?
Closing any coal plants is always a good thing for the likes.
Han gjør det hver gang det begynner å falle, og så holder han på sånn. Stopper jo ikke, vet du. Det er umulig for meg å trade på det. Han skal twittre hver gang han faller. Vi er ned 200 poeng nå, og så skal han begynne å twittre for å få opp igjen.
50.8, so we're still in expansion territory. Services index, coming in 51.6. I was looking at the wrong services index. Prices paid though. Prices paid soaring.
Yep.
New orders higher, and employment below 50. So take that with what you will.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming back. I mean, it's solid right here. I mean, it's okay.
It's okay, but look at those prices, man. That was been tense. All right, let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash here, get you caught up on everything happening in the markets with John Tucker.
All right, pairing some of the earlier losses, the S&P 500 down 36 points. It's down 0.6%, 5650 right now. After we got that report at the top of the hour that you just mentioned, bond yields also rising. The data showing service provider growth accelerating. In addition to that, the material prices also increased in response to the escalating tariffs. Some of the individual company news: investment firm 3G Capital acquiring footwear maker Skechers. $9.4 billion is the price tag there. Skechers shares up close to 25%. And the transaction expected to close in the third quarter of this year. And BP's ADRs rising after we reported Shell's evaluating a potential acquisition of BP. Oil slipping after OPEC Plus over the weekend agreeing to another bumper output increase. What's the cost of production, did you say, 50 a barrel?
It's a range.
It's a range.
It's a range, but 52 is what I said that Goldman now sees WTI for next year.
All right,
which would be really painful.
56.75 on American crude, NYMEX crude. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, John, looking at this 3G Skechers deal, the first thing I do is I go MA Go, and I see which of my banker buddies are getting paid. JP Morgan for the acquirer. Mizuho comes in and representing Skechers, so they came out of nowhere. My friends at Paul Weiss are the legal for 3G, and Latham & Watkins for the seller. So big firms on the street getting paid. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. On the trade front, President Trump suggests that some trade deals may come as soon as this week. How about that? And the current global economy reporter for Bloomberg News, he joins us. He's down there in D.C. And how do you think this thing is going to play out here? Is it country by country by country by country that we're going to have to wait for trade deals to be announced?
Well, it's something of a tease from President Trump. We're about a month now, just over a month since Liberation Day, and the President was making the point that there may or may not be some agreements coming this week. And he wasn't being specific, he was quite vague, and he was being asked by reporters about this. But what we do know from administration officials is that talks are ongoing with several countries. They have identified at different times. Japan is near the top of that list. India could be near the top of that list. South Korea could be near the top of that list. So there could be some kind of agreement reached with one of those at some point soon. Now, the question then becomes the details of that agreement. That's where everybody will be parsing this. What sort of moves had to be made on non-tariff barriers to satisfy Washington, for example? What kind of concessions had to be made on maybe investment into the U.S.? Where will the actual U.S. tariffs settle? All of those will also offer nuggets, for sure, but it also may offer a roadmap for...
Også da, jeg tror ikke det har så mye å si egentlig. Jeg tror i Norge... Jeg tror ikke det har så mye å si faktisk. Vi tok ikke hensyn til det hele fjor.
I understand that the agreement versus like an MOU versus a deal, they all mean different things. But do we think anything that's on paper at this point, even if it's a memo of understanding, would that count as getting something done and tick that box?
Jeg lurer at vi kan få et rentekutt nå da, på grunn av oljeprisen stuper. Og gassprisen stuper. Så vi være med på å dra ned inflasjonen på det.
I think what people are looking at for is
det er som er positivt for oss, oljeprisen og alt det kommer ned.
Where will US tariff rates?
Men vi har så
remember all of those what were described as reciprocal tariffs.
Overadministrert offentlig sektor i Norge. Det er derfor vi har så jævlig høy rente nå. De ser på mat og olje, gass som på en måte... Det er der det må inflasjonen, ikke sant?
That's where things might settle if you cut deals with the US. And you settle for that baseline 10%.
Den offentlige sektoren er grisesterk, det er den private sektoren som knekker ryggen. Det er jo aldri vært så mye konkurser nå som, altså det er konkurser hver dag i Norge. Og Norge også, lederlønningen i Norge er jo høyere på offentlig sektor enn privat sektor nesten nå, snart. I NAV nå så kan du faen få lønn på 1,7 millioner. Sitte og svare på rumpespørsmål på NAV. Ikke at det er noe gærent, men det er liksom, det er jo sjukt. Jeg må hente mer å drikke, jeg holder på å svette her. Jeg blir svett av Trump. Han gjør meg nervøs.
Kind of made that clear. Trade Representative Greer obviously is kind of guy behind the scenes. He would be involved in all of this, and of course, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He seems to be more vocal maybe on the European side, but they're all playing their role. They're all part of it. But ultimately, you know, as all the officials say, and as we can say from the outside looking in, ultimately President Trump will make that agreement. He will decide whatever will be decided. The market rally in recent weeks will, of course, give the administration a lot of confidence that what they're trying to do is the right thing. But at the same time, we all know that they got pretty nervous, you know, a couple of weeks ago when they did pull back and put that pause on ownership tariff. So a lot of focus on what level of tariff will be agreed in the near term, and what the roadmap will be from there on for all the countries involved in this.
All right, and super appreciate, thank you so much, Enda Curran, Bloomberg Global Economy reporter, joining us on those trade deals that may come as soon as this week. It was the bombshell news over the weekend. Even my husband talked to me about it, and that is Warren Buffett leaving the CEO head at Berkshire Hathaway. Matthew Palazzolo is Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst for PNC Insurance. He was there on the ground. Matthew, what was it like when he said that in the last minutes of his address?
Well, I was there, boots on the ground.
Nå er Apple ned 3,2%, Microsoft er ned 0,6%. Volt kommer ned 0%, Tesla ned 4%. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor ikke faller mer. Altså, vi er ned 150 poeng her. Vi var ned til 120 i stedet, men jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor vi ikke faller mer. Hva er det som holder oss oppe? Stig, kan du se det? Hva som holder oss her nå? Er det Russell 2000, eller?
I have to say something before the meeting ends. And once he said that, I think everyone in the building knew what was coming. I was personally really sad. Like I was almost choked up. It was a sad moment. He talked about it. He got a big standing ovation. It was, you know, you could definitely feel the emotion in the building.
What do we know about Greg
Alt er ned, ble det fjord her.
The successor to Mr. Buffett? He's been kind of running things really for a number of years now, right?
Yeah, and I mean, a couple of things on Greg. So, number one, he's been with Berkshire since the early 90s. So he's been around for a long time. He was vice chairman 2018. We've talked about over the years how Buffett has talked about at these meetings that he's been ceding a lot of responsibilities and control to Greg, and how he's been working on, you know, kind of these bigger deals to go over time.
What do we think the premium is going to be worth now? No one can replicate Warren Buffett, period. The structure could still be there to run a very successful behemoth, right? But it's not going to be the same.
Yeah, Alex,
what's the premium there, do you think?
Certainly some of the magic is gone, right? And the Buffett premium. You know, I would argue that, you know, you see the stocks down, I think it was 6% when I left my desk. You know, it kind of makes sense to me. You probably had people with large unrealized gain positions in it, and they're like, kind of, Buffett's out, now I'm out. Similar to why Berkshire itself sold their positions in Apple, Bank of America. But I would look forward to the future and say, you know, maybe you're not getting these kind of home run deals, but maybe you're getting better capital allocation, maybe you're getting a dividend, so, you know, maybe those things offset each other to some degree.
That's where we got to go. What's it,
350 billion.
350 billion amongst friends. Got to put up a significant dividend yield, and you got to stop buying back some stock.
Yeah, I mean, so
why can't that happen today?
I don't think it's happening today. I don't think it's going to happen this year, right? I think when Greg takes over, I think he will be very cognizant of making dramatic changes. But I also feel like Berkshire got away with a lot because Buffett, right? So that will not hold water anymore, and I think it would behoove Abel to really do something with the capital, and the investor questions would carry more weight.
How is the company doing?
Fine. The first quarter, okay. I didn't love the first quarter results.
Fine is not a great, and I love the word fine.
I mean, $10 billion a quarter is good, right? That's the kind of earnings power. There were just a couple of signals in the first quarter results that I didn't love, and I'm an insurance guy. They had adverse development, which means some claims from prior years were costing more than they expected. The wildfire losses were a little bit more than I thought they were going to be. The fire loss was not a forward thing, but the reserve issues are a little concerning. But the beauty of the company is such a behemoth, so many streams of differentiated earnings. Their earnings
Ja, han tok den ut igjen, for jeg så ganske god.
line for a kind of slight disappointment.
30 seconds. Some of the parts valuation. Where are we?
Nå ser jeg ingenting, for nå kommer sola.
Intelligence midpoint some of the parts analysis comes up to like 1.1 trillion, which was kind of before the meeting.
Altså, ga jeg vel egentlig opp etterpå.
Hva sa du?
Altså, jeg ga vel egentlig opp etterpå, for det er jo håpløst å gjøre noe.
Det er helt avhengig av hva han twitterer.
Ja, du aner jo ikke hva som skal.
Det er jo...
He's still chairman, right? He's
Still chairman. He's still the chairman for a little while.
He's got to do. You're 94. Like,
I know, just
I don't know, relax.
Yes, exactly.
I'd take that at my
would
age.
Too. I would too.
Yeah.
All right, Matthew Palazzola, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Palazzola, he's a senior analyst who covers all the property and casualty insurance companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. Boots on the ground in Omaha over the weekend. Mr. Buffet, as Tom Keene refers to him, stepping down at the age.
Jeg har sittet på den skjorten der, så har det vært 0 nå, antagelig.
Nei, men shorter ikke du her oppe?
Nei.
Jo, vi er nesten på day low igjen nå.
Vi kjører... Nei, det er lov, det er jo...
Var ikke det på 1900 snart?
Nei, 1988 cirka, eller litt under det har det vært. Og så shorta jeg først, vent jeg skal se. Shorta jeg 9.33 og inn på 9.50, ja. 9.50, skal vi se, når var den, ja. Ja, ok, ja, den har vært pluss.
Bluetooth var jævlig kjekk i dag. Ikke akkurat.
Det ser nå, 60 poeng på 3 minutter. 2,5.
Ja, det er farlig nå, vet du. Han twitter jo i huet og ræva. Han blander seg inn i markedet hele tiden, så det er så vanskelig også... Det er så vanskelig, synes jeg.
Så nå kan han gå ned med det samme, og så kan han gå opp med akkurat det samme på samme stikket, vet du.
Ja, det er det som er litt problemet.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 lower right now. From the Bloomberg Newsroom, I'm John Tucker with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We have paired some of the earlier losses, though. The biggest drag right now coming from energy as crude oil continues its slump. OPEC Plus over the weekend agreeing to increase output. So that's raised concerns about a global glut and decreased demand because of the trade war. Then you have Berkshire Hathaway shares. These are the Class B shares, down 5.3%. For one of the market's biggest losses as Warren Buffett decides to retire. And as the Fed begins a 2-day policy meeting this week, Chris Verone at Strategas Securities says economic growth does remain a big concern.
When I look at what the market's trying to tell us between machinery stocks weak, transports weak, we just talked about oil on the lows, that doesn't sound like a particularly robust economic picture despite Friday's payrolls.
Yeah, right now the S&P 500, 25 points lower. That's down 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 down 119 points. That's a decline of 0.6%. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average just turning positive, just about 3 points higher right now. Shares in U.S. media entertainment companies, that's falling after President Trump announced plans to impose a 100% tariff on films produced overseas. Netflix, one of those stocks that's lower right now, down about 2.2%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. In just moments, we're going to bring you some discussion with PJT Partners Chairman and CEO Paul Taubman, speaking with Bloomberg's Shonali Basak out there at the Milken Conference in Los Angeles. We'll bring that to you in just moments. Alex, WTI crude oil, 56 and change here. I mean,
it's not good.
Is this a supply thing, a demand thing?
It's totally a supply thing coming from OPEC Plus. If you take a look at the curve, for example, prices today are more expensive than prices, say, in a year from now, which indicates that demand is still holding up. This is purely OPEC pumping supply into the market. And to John's point earlier, Dallas Fed survey says that anywhere from 26 to 45 per barrel are how you cover operating expenses. So you got to keep the lights on. So we're not near that in any way whatsoever. But to profitably build a new well, forget it.
So, interestingly enough, still $3 a gallon, so it hasn't translated into lower retail prices.
Det er så jævla chop dette her, ass. Hva tenker du, Stig?
I don't know, because refiner margins haven't been great and they're slowly getting better. So they're going to want that nice, juicy crack spread there. If prices get too weak, then they're going to stop refining, and then all of a sudden you have a different issue.
Interesting. All right,
I leave you nowhere with crack spread. There's literally nowhere to go. Yeah.
Yes,
You're
I
welcome.
love it when he talks about crack spread.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't?
Awesome.
Guy Johnson always used to love that when we would anchor together on TV. But it is definitely something to watch when we get the independents. And oilfield services guys are going to be hurt by this, too. At what point do you have to lay down rigs? Citi had a nice note out about that earlier today.
Eric writing in, entering summer travel season leaves gas prices elevated. So there you go.
That's on the demand side. Thank you, Eric. We appreciate that reporting. Very good. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're going to have that. That's coming up. So, I mean, we'll keep an eye on that. And Landman approved for a second season, so you got that coming. All right, right now, Los Angeles, Milken, that's where all the big hitters are, including our own Shonali Bassick.
Det går Bollbringen. Nei, det går dårlig, ass. Jeg har bare sittet her siden torsdag på det Trump-helvete.
Banking business, M&A in particular, one of the biggest M&A bankers out there.
Så jeg har ikke tjent noen ting, og jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor markedet er sånn som det er nå. Og han får faen lov til å holde på sånn han gjør, så jeg blir bare sittende og klø meg i huet.
And we welcome our television and radio audience. I'm Shonali Bassick at the Milken Institute in Beverly Hills, of course, a global conference here. Joining me now, PJT partner CEO Powell Taubman, who is one of the greatest deal makers of all time. It's fair to say that you've worked on some of the world's largest deals over your career, but you're also quickly building an investment banking firm to have more than 1,000 employees now, I believe, more than 1,100.
Well, first of all, Shonali, thank you very much for having me, and it's great to be here today at Milken.
So you're here at Milken at a time where, of course, everyone is trying to navigate through volatility, as you've been talking to me throughout the commercial break. So how are they doing that? When you talk to your CEO clients around the world, are they on complete hold right now?
No, I don't think that's the case, but the risk premium has clearly gone up. And what that means is everything is still being evaluated, but it's done with a much higher hurdle rate, and you're seeing that everywhere. You're seeing it in credit spreads. Credit spreads have moved out considerably. You're seeing it in PE multiples, where earnings estimates really haven't moved, but the multiples come down because the risk premium is up. And you're seeing it in corporate boardrooms. So transactions continue to happen. We're on pace for the moment for similar transaction volumes to last year globally. The number of transactions is way down. And a lot of deals that otherwise would have been revealed and presented to the market are on hold because we have an environment where it's very difficult to understand where we're going to land in all of this.
Are they on hold, or are those deals dying to some degree? Because if you're a buyer and you're trying to acquire a company and you don't know how their goods are going to be taxed around the world, how do you buy a company without knowing that cost?
Well, first of all, very little has been completely abandoned. Things are just being slow-walked for the moment because every CEO has their to-do list. They have their want-to-haves, they have their must-haves, but it's difficult to land on a transaction and present it to the market in a period of maximum uncertainty. So when we look at our own firm, we're seeing mandates are at record highs, but getting those mandates to announcement, that's what's very difficult for the moment. And every day you're still seeing Merger Mondays. You're just seeing Merger Mondays with a small m, not a capital M right now.
And a Takeover Tuesday here and there. You know, it's interesting. You not only have a massive M&A practice, you have a restructuring practice that's pretty historic, used to be back at Blackstone. What are you seeing now? When you look at the environment, are people looking at severe distress in some industries, or are they on the brink of it?
I think what you're seeing is, look, stress is building in the system. And if you look at the current posture on tariffs, it's really designed to create maximum uncertainty, maximum stress, to get to better aligned trade agreements for the U.S. But while we're in this period, as stress builds and uncertainty builds, you're seeing it with credit spreads. If you just look at beginning of the year till now, credit spreads on the weakest credits are up 180 basis points. That's the sense that stress is building. If you look at where investors want to move to, they want to be in the highest parts of the capital structure. They want to be more senior. They want to be invested in the higher quality, higher rated companies. So we're seeing as active a restructuring market today as we did last year, which was a record. But I see this really as the potential for a step function increase. And that distress is fundamentally in areas that are most affected by this tariff uncertainty, automotive probably being the leading edge of that.
Well, give us a little more color there. To the extent that you might see that step function higher, when? How long can this go on for between those companies dealing with some pain now to what could barrel into much larger pains, even bankruptcies?
Well, I think like anything else, what's the old saying, you know, you go broke slowly and then you go broke quickly. I think right now companies are feeling the stresses and strains. They still don't know what the full tariff regime is. They don't know their ability to move supply chains. They don't know their ability fully to pass on a lot of these costs to the end users. And until a lot of that sorts out, the business models are really in stasis, where the economic model hasn't changed very much, but the risk is meaningfully greater. And what that starts to do is it makes financing significantly more expensive. So the first place you see it, Sonali, is in availability and cost of funding, and that started to tick up appreciably. I think we're still in the early days. Nothing is imminent, but stress is building.
So you also said at the same time that M&A mandates are at a record high. And if you're watching from the sidelines, it's pretty incredible to know that, right? Because you have not seen that flood of deals. What kinds of deals are being talked about right now? Are these massive, transformative deals that will allow companies to take advantage of lower valuations? Or are they actually the other way around? Are they spin-offs to allow people to start to shed some fat at a time where investors are going to be very scrupulous?
So, Sonali, the answer is all of the above. So let's go type of transaction. So in Europe, we're quite bullish on Europe. I think the transaction levels in Europe are going to improve appreciably. Part of it is you have in certain industries, highly fragmented industries. You have financials, you have defense, you have communications. Those industries are going to see significantly more consolidation. So those dialogues are active. The next thing is you've seen European valuations disconnect from the U.S., and even though they've outperformed year to date, there's still compelling value there. So take private opportunities, probably more of that in Europe than in the U.S. And then the third is in Europe, you have companies that have significant U.S. presence that want to get inside the trade barriers, inside the tariff barrier, and as a result, there's more desire to come to the U.S. In the U.S., a lot of this is driven by sponsors, and I think we've talked a lot about the fact that the flywheel of monetizations has come to a creeping halt. Every alternative asset manager is trying to create liquidity for their LPs, and they have companies that have held for longer than they typically do, and they're looking for ways to create public IPO alternatives and M&A alternatives. And with the public markets so broken right now, increasingly they're trying to find M&A takeouts.
It's incredible because we've seen that prolonged monetization process for years now. We've been sitting here waiting for private equity firms to sell. Their investors want their money back. I talked to the CEO of Oaktree last week. I asked if the chickens are going to come home to roost. Is this the moment where there could be bigger issues? He's saying he saw some secondary funds being sold for 50 cents on the dollar. That's a pretty incredible number. I'm wondering what you're seeing in terms of pain under the surface.
Well, typically we're seeing every LP is looking in this uncertain environment to reweight, and with the market declines.
Hva som gjør at det ikke faller? Trump twittra igjen da, en lang fuckings melding.
So number one is a lot of these institutions find themselves overweight and they want to reweight. The second is what's going on with universities and the like. They're trying to create more liquidity in their endowments and the like and move out of illiquids into liquids. So what we're seeing is a lot of desire and a lot of portfolios coming to market. The reality is when you're selling a portfolio of blue chip private equity sponsors, there are real discounts, but they're nowhere near the discounts you're suggesting.
Well, so are you saying much of this is a potential flood of selling that's going to come from endowments, given the pressure they're under? Is it almost an idiosyncratic thing going on?
I think what's going on is you need a release valve somewhere, and you can't continue to commit and fund monies to the asset class, without getting a return. And if the IPO markets are very difficult to attack, if it's very difficult to find M&A buyers in this market at premium values, the release valve is increasingly LPs selling portions of their stakes to create liquidity, and GPs trying to do continuation funds to create liquidity.
Now, if I know anything about PJT and you, it's at times of market turnover, tumult, whatever you want to call it, you lean in. Now, when you're talking to a lot of your rivals out there, do you think that this is a market where M&A has slowed down and there might be job cuts? There are going to be people looking to move to places that they're going to capture whatever activity there is. Is it going to get messy out there?
There's always the risk that it gets messy. I think the banks are better capitalized today than they've been in decades. I'm not really worried about systemic issues for the moment. What I do see, though, is with a slowdown in transaction velocity, it's easier for bankers to move from one firm to another. It's most difficult when you have a flood of mandates, and when you go on gardening leave, you're disappointing your client. The friction costs are low right now. we're leaning in. We're trying to take advantage of it. We're going to continue to grow.
We'll keep an eye on that. That is Paul Taubman of PJT Partners. Matt, back.
All right, that was Shonali Basak speaking with Paul Taubman, PJT Partners and Chairman and CEO. Really great interview there, wide-ranging, very fascinating to get that view on the markets right on the heels of Milken opening in Los Angeles. In the markets, of course, what I'm paying attention to, what's happening in the commodity market, in particular crude. You got WTI down almost 3%. We're now at 56. Brent crude down over 2%. We're now down at 59. Mike McGlone is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodities Analyst, and he joins us now. Mike, obviously the latest downslide was triggered by OPEC Plus, pumping over 400,000 barrels of oil a day in June. Second month in a row, could be 3 months. It feels like at least some analysts are calling this the new standard now. What's the downside?
40. Yeah, if I, the rule, if I keep saying the same thing, eventually be right. The key thing is, for now, WTI crude oil, the low for the last couple, this year has been around $55 a barrel, and last night. That was basically the average price in 2019, and that's basically a Bloomberg New Energy Finance says it's about the break-even cost. They said it could go down to 50. It's all it's done is gone back to its break-even cost, and the world's largest producer and now net exporter. The question is, what does it take now to really shut it down? With the whole world tilting towards recession, I think we stick with that pattern since 2008. If every time it got above 100, it eventually did not bottom until around 40. I think that's where it's going most potentially this year. Right now, I don't see what's going to really make it stay above 65.
So what's the feeling out there, Mike? Is Alex and I were talking about this, and she was mentioning the supply issue here, but I'm sure it's also reflecting the fact that maybe demand's not going to be that great. So, I mean, are we seeing this across the commodity space?
Oh, well, exactly. It's the high price cure, Paul. The significant development in crude oil starting last year when we saw declining demand for diesel in the U.S., Europe, and most notably China. Imports of crude oil from China have been rolling over. It looks just like the U.S. did about 2005. That's when our total imports and our total consumption of crude oil and liquid fuel started tilting downwards. And that was just efficiency. Now, 50% of sales of automobile sales in China are EVs, and that's all going to construction, the other trucks and industrial vehicles. So the trend is very bad. At the same time, we're facing these tariffs. The significance of what's happening is these were existing trends that were in place before the U.S. election, which is the things I've been pointing out. And it's the way it works. It's the high price cure. Prices get high, like when Iraq invaded Kuwait, and then they get low. Like a couple years later, bottom at $10 a barrel after peaking at 10. To me, 40 is the new 10. I think it needs to get to near that level. The one thing that's different now, it seems like everybody's bearish versus everybody was bullish at 100, which now you have to be a little bit careful with the bearish sense. But I can't see it stopping, particularly if Gina Martin Adams is right and the U.S. stock market continues downward.
Yeah, but I always do this with Mike. It's always the fun part. One thing that is different this time, however, is that large oil producers are much more capital disciplined than they have been, in that they may not be as exposed immediately to those lower oil prices. So offshore projects, they're a much longer cycle.
Apple går, løfter seg. Tesla ned 4% her nå, 3,5%. Apple opp 0,4. Oljeprisen fortsetter å tryne.
Is that worth anything to you, Mike?
Not really. That's longer term. People have been. Well, Alex, you've seen it.
Nasdaq ned 0,4% bare.
Because the key thing you remember is, number one, first of all, that curve. The curve has been in
Etter Trump posta.
Why? Because a lot of producers are selling ahead. That's normal.
Mye tanker er fortsatt bearish. Fortsatt bearish, ja.
You can drill now one drill and do, I don't know how many horizontals that go up 4 miles. Rig counts in this country are the same as they were in 10 years. Production's double. So it's a new world.
De tariffene og sånn kommer ikke til å kicke inn før om et par uker. Og nå løy hun jo hele forrige uke og sa at det var ordning med Kina. Nå sier hun at det er ikke det likevel, så ta faen. Det er jævla skummelt å trade nå generelt når han twitterer så mye hele tiden. Jeg er ikke komfortabel med å trade noe som helst egentlig når han holder på.
How about gold here? Making, almost near.
Så kommer det dårlig makro, så skriver han noe på Twitter og sier at alt er i orden. Og kommer det noe som helst, så bare vinkler han ned så det går opp. Det er liksom der noe hele tiden. Han kjørte på tariff i natt liksom på en søndag. Han stopper jo ikke. Og nå når vi ramlet da med 200 poeng, så skrev han en lang sånn Twitter-melding på at
global recession.
Folk blir arrestert og bla, 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 bla.
Accelerate that. So gold got a little expensive, about $3,500 an ounce. I'm really scared it's going to end the year higher, which means significant recession. And key force to make gold go higher is more deflation in the U.S. stock market.
If we don't get a global recession, Mike, what commodity is most dislocated from an economy that's going to hold up all right?
Well, it'd probably be crude oil because I think to me, the nail that might be searching a hammer is copper. Copper's still up about 16% a year, and that's U.S.-based copper. In London, it's almost unchanged. It's down. It's up because of tariff reasons, but you and I know what happens in ARB. When you get a major dislocation like that, and global demand might be demanding because of recession, copper is the one I think will get hit if we do get the recession. But what won't, if we don't get a recession, is crude oil would be the one that kind of significantly bounce, because copper's already up. That's the thing. The risk is, to me, the risk is this crude oil trend dominoes, tilts towards more deflation, and the hammer keeps hitting the next commodities. The next one to hit is copper.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. We'll get to pork bellies next time, of course. This is Mike McGlone. He covers all the commodities. He's a senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's not in the Corn Belt anymore, folks. He's down there in Miami Beach, and he's never coming back. So let's be honest about that. Looking at Bitcoin, it's off 1.9% today. I'll call that out for Tom Keene. I know he's listening. Right around $94,000 per token. The S&P's off 19 points. The Dow up 41. The Nasdaq off at 90 here. You're listening to the Bloomberg Intelligence program here today. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Let's go to John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, guys, the major stock averages, they have turned mixed. The data this morning showing a pickup in growth at U.S. service providers, which is the biggest part of the economy. That lifted sentiment a little. Stocks came off the lows of the session. Right now, the S&P 500 down 18 points at 56.68. The NASDAQ Composite Index 89 points lower. That's down about 0.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 57 points. That's a rise of about 0.1%. Among the leaders in the Dow, shares of United Healthcare right now up just about 1.5%. Energy, the biggest drag on the S&P 500, as OPEC Plus agrees to increase oil production. Meantime, Chris Harvey at Wells Fargo is hopeful investors are getting more clarity from the Trump administration.
I think we're past peak uncertainty. And what we do is we look at it this way. He went very hard very early. In order to get that pressure back, I think you'd have to put us into recession. I don't think this administration wants to go into recession because what it would mean.
Was Donald Trump announced 100% tariffs on films made outside the U.S. Shares of companies like Netflix and Walt Disney are lower. Netflix right now down 1.8%. Another movie I'll never see, Thunderbolts.
So good. It was so good.
Oh, of course you saw it. The latest film in Disney's Marvel Cinematic Universe of superhero titles, #1 at the box office. $76 million in sales at U.S. and Canadian theater. How much was your ticket? How much was a ticket?
For the three of us, it was 60.
60?
So it's 30 a person. Mm-hmm.
My little theater, the popcorn is more than the tickets.
Oh, well, that's for sure.
Right, and
We have the special truffle salt popcorn.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
Because you're Alex.
Exactly, because
we
we're
check
Alex.
the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and it's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, it's so good. All right, I want to take you back now to Milken Conference. It's kicking off right now as we speak. Treasury Secretary Bessent was talking about solidifying the position as the home of global capital and leading U.S. resilience, and said that the U.S. markets are anti-fragile. Let's go right now to Milken.
Or that nearly 2 billion people still live without the internet.
Hello.
Which in today's world means no access to basic education, telemedicine, or economic opportunity. These aren't just numbers. These are actual lives, and a sobering reminder that the distance between what we can do and what we are doing is still far too wide. We need to close this.
Fortsätta vara ihop.
So how? We know that innovation and opportunity must go hand in hand. Breakthroughs in biotech, AI, and fintech are moving at an exponential pace.
Det ser ut som det er helt poengløst å prøve å scalpe med short, ja.
Technology should not be a luxury, it should be a lever, expanding access to healthcare, to capital, and to opportunity in every corner of the world. And at the core of that effort is something we value deeply at the Institute, diversity. In perspective,
Ja, altså når vi skal opp, når over 52% er short, så går vi opp.
Ja, sa så.
bold, inclusive coalitions that reflect the world we're trying to realize. And we have many past successes to
You've
lead
been
the
listening
way.
to the CEO of the Milken Institute opening up the Milken Conference when Wall Street really descends on Los Angeles. We're going to be taking Treasury Secretary Scott
Håper at de endrer retning snart, ja.
in just moments. We will get that to you. No doubt, everyone who's anyone is definitely in the halls of LA.
I'm not there.
Yeah, but
I'm not there.
I
John's
said
not
everyone who's anyone, guys. You just not pick up on that cue. In the markets, you're looking at a sell-off all across the Treasury curve, but nothing too dramatic. The 2 years only up by about 2 basis points. We did get ISM services, which is confusing.
Teknisk
because
ser
prices
fortsatt
paid
opp.
was a lot higher, but the
Yes.
number overall was okay. So reading through those tea leaves was a little complicated. And equity markets are pretty.
Men problemet er den ligger akkurat på en motstand og
I mean, is
stangerer.
everybody working today? I don't know. I mean,
No,
Motstand, jo.
I know. And
That's what's happening.
Asia's.
Ja, den ligger inne i zone her
No,
nå, ja.
we'll see. We're here, but yeah, you're looking at on the S&P about 25% lighter than usual volume on the S&P.
4 timer.
Well, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We're now joined by Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo. All right, Lisa, what are you looking at?
Sorry, just running in here.
She literally ran back and forth to the studio like 3
We
times.
kicked her out, and then we
Yeah.
said, no, come back.
It's good. It's
Here she
good.
is.
But
She
that's
likes it.
that's what we do. That's what
Yes.
we do. So we've been talking about movie companies, right?
Yes.
So they've been taking a hit. President Trump announced that 100% tariff on films produced overseas. In particular, Netflix, which produces shows for global audiences in dozens of markets, they've been down this morning as much as 5%. So
Oh.
it happened in a post on Truth Social. He was talking to asked the Commerce Department to begin the process. And here's something interesting. He said foreign productions are a national security threat, saying that other countries were using films as messaging and propaganda. So that kind of stood out. But then you have Disney and Warner Brothers also off as well.
Satt en liten short der, og den havna nederst på stikket.
What does this really mean?
Ja, det er typisk.
Ja, den gikk fort.
Movies that are shot overseas, finished in the U.S. If he wants to tax TV shows that are made overseas for international audiences, but is available in the U.S., which is a huge market for Netflix. That's what they do.
I spent a few hours in
Yeah.
years and decades in the entertainment business. I have no idea.
It's
what this is all
confusing. It's
about.
really
Why you would even
confusing.
look to this part of the economy, I have no idea. But it makes for good headlines.
But it is true that Hollywood has been shrinking, right? I mean, there are just less jobs out there, etc. But
Well,
whether
no,
or not that's for
the
AI or whether
golden
that's
age of television
Mhm.
arguably is now. I mean, there's more content being created now for all the streaming services.
The streaming, yeah.
Everybody's got a job that wants a job.
But
All right,
we
let's
feel
head
it
out
now.
now.
Now we
to
go
Los
on.
Angeles to the Milken Conference. Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Bessent, Scott Bessent.
Well, I work for President Donald J. Trump, so I feel right at home. Mike Milken, like President Trump, is a visionary. In the 1970s, he had the rare combination of guts and intellect to defy the Wall Street consensus. With his heterodox approach to junk bonds, he pioneered a new asset class known today as high-yield bonds. By staying true to his vision, Mike overturned decades of economic orthodoxy. He bootstrapped entirely new industries by redirecting billions of dollars in capital to non-investment grade companies. His colleagues on Wall Street told him he was delusional and a fool, but ultimately history proved him right. Sound familiar? Like Mike Milken, President Trump has no shortage of critics in establishment circles, but he proved them wrong in his first term, and he is proving them wrong again today. On President Trump's first day in office, he vowed to usher in a new golden age for our country, a golden age America deserves a golden age economy. So for the past 100 days, we've been preparing the soil. We have uprooted government waste and harmful regulations. We have planted the seeds of private investment, and we have fertilized the ground with fresh tax legislation. Next, we harvest, and we want you to harvest with us. America is the Schelling point of global finance. We have the world's reserve currency and the deepest and most liquid capital markets and the strongest property rights. For these reasons, the United States is the premier destination for international capital, and the administration's goal is to make it even more appealing for investors like you. This morning, I will explain how we plan to achieve that goal. The primary components of the Trump economic agenda, trade, tax cuts, and deregulation, are not standalone policies. They are interlocking parts of an engine designed to drive long-term investment in the American economy. Our goal with trade policy is to level the playing field for our great American workers and companies. With a level playing field, American industry can outcompete all challengers. Tariffs are engineered to encourage companies like yours to invest directly in the United States. Hire your workers here, build your factories here, make your products here. You'll be glad you did, not only because we have the most productive workforce in the world, but because we will soon have the most favorable tax and regulatory environment as well. This is where tax incentives and deregulation come into play. You may have heard one big, beautiful bill floating around Congress. This bill is big and beautiful for Main Street America and investors alike. The president's signature tax legislation will prevent an enormous tax hike on Main Street by making the small business deduction permanent. It will also provide tax credits and deductions for research and innovation to stimulate investment in high-tech operations. It will restore 100% expensing for equipment while expanding that incentive to new factory construction. The objective? To accelerate investment in American industry. To make that investment as seamless and rewarding as possible, President Trump has embraced an ambitious deregulation agenda. This includes expansive permitting reform. The president doesn't want to just drill, baby, drill. He wants to build, baby, build. To that end, he has signed executive orders to reduce the federal approval process for new energy and construction projects from several years to just a few months. This simple reform will unleash the creative potential of America's builders. It will empower business leaders like you to put your capital to work as quickly and efficiently as possible. The building renaissance will be fueled by the president's energy dominance agenda. Energy is the base layer of all economic activity. That's why the administration champions an all-of-the-above approach to energy development to drive down the cost of doing business. I hope you can see the bigger picture now. The Trump economic agenda is more than the sum of its parts. Trade, tax cuts, and deregulation may be three distinct policies, but each policy is mutually reinforcing, and acting in concert, they push toward the same goal, to solidify our position as the home of global capital. The result of the president's economic plan will be more jobs, more growth, more factories, more critical manufacturing plants, more semiconductors, more energy, more opportunity, more defense, more economic security, more innovation. In short, more of all things we need the most. The president believes we can achieve more together. This is the abundant vision he has for the future. He wants everyone to be a part of it. Thousands of businesses are now catching the president's vision. Since he assumed office in January, companies have pledged to invest trillions into the U.S. economy. President Trump has secured more investment for our country in 100 days than President Biden did during all 4 years.
Det er bare grønne.
Too are starting to
Greit,
understand
ja.
what the president is trying to accomplish. March saw one of the highest levels ever recorded for new business applications. Many of these men and women, like many of you, are grasping that America First is a blueprint for a more abundant world. For now, a parting thought. When I entered public service, I spent more than 40 years in the asset management business. There, one mantra guides one of the world's most successful investors: never bet against America. Warren Buffett coined the phrase, and it's been his lodestar.
Nå prater Bessent opp markedet.
Never bet against America captures a time-tested truth. The American economy.
Han Trump er helt briljant på å få ting til å gå vekk fra makrotallene. Han er faen meg god. Det er breaking news, og det skjer hver gang dette markedet tryner, så kommer han med et eller annet greier. Å si at markedet kommer ned, men vi kommer oss opp igjen. Vi kommer oss opp dobbelt så mye, sier han. US will solidify position as home of global capital. Kan ikke trade med dette her. Aksjene mine går bra, men det der markedet her går ikke an å... Markedet her går ikke an å gjøre noe i. De tallene som kommet er bare dritt, og de prater jo om markedet nå. Bessent har jo pressemelding nå når markedet faller. Donald Trump skriker og sier at alle andre er duster, og han er verdensmester at det skal opp. Jeg kan ikke forholde seg til dette her. Nå sier han at markedet er svagt, men vi skal reise oss. Hvordan faen kan du forholde deg til det? Han har pressemelding for å si hvor bra markedet skal bli, så ikke folk flykter.
Was unlimited. What inspired you to choose the field of public service, joining President Trump's administration in a very high profile and, I should say, high pressure role?
I would agree on all the above. So, Mike, there is a long...
Skal du liksom bare kjøpe noe, eller bare fordi han sier at markedet skal opp, fordi vi kommer til å komme tilbake til verdens ledende på kapitalmarkedet, liksom? Så da skal du liksom bare kjøpe da? For han sier det. Er det greia hans nå, eller? Drit i makrotallene, drit at du har resesjon, drit i alt. Vi skal opp i fremtiden. US will solidify position as home of global capital. Skjønner jeg, altså. Herregud.
Shocked at what was happening with these budget deficits. So last year, 6.7% of GDP, highest ever when we weren't at war, weren't in a recession. And I wanted to come out from behind my desk and be part of the solution because I was afraid that 4 more years of that, and it was kind of a deeply cynical plan I thought.
Han sier at Donald Trump redder økonomien. Hva er det han sier?
Well, once again, we're very happy you took up that mission, and I can't think of a better person at this time to be the Secretary of the Treasury. Let me try. Over the years, we've had a number of Secretaries of Treasuries that were not really into financial markets. And so you're the right person at the right time. But it's interesting when I think about it, how do you strike the balance between the administration's goal of reindustrialization in the U.S. and the risk of isolating the U.S. economy?
Well, I think that they're not mutually exclusive. And as I've said many times, that obviously in this trade puzzle, China's the biggest piece. Where do we end up with China? And I said during IMF week in Washington, said, it's possible that we could, as Ray Dalio might say, do a big, beautiful rebalancing. that if we want more manufacturing, everyone agrees, except Chinese leadership, that they need more consumption. We could actually do that together. And look, on the other side, that getting better terms of trade is not always a straight line. It's not always a pleasant process, but I think at the end, the trading relationships will be stronger. Our security and values ties will still be there. You know, I look back and I think about the example of NATO and German fiscal spending. So I lived in London for a long time, ran the Soros office there, and since forever actually, that whether it was the French president, the Italian prime minister, people in Brussels were trying to break open the German piggy bank. And President Trump, not in a straight line, not in what anyone would call a diplomatic manner, has gotten NATO countries to step up and meet their spending requirements. I think, these numbers are approximate, but I think only 25%, when he came in 2017, only 25% of NATO countries were meeting their spending requirements. Now I think only 25% aren't. So the Germans, for the first time, are going to allegedly do a big fiscal spend, which will drive European growth. And so can we do the same thing on trade? I think so.
So let's talk maybe about a specific situation. You recently signed an historic economic partnership with Ukraine. And as you said, there was a few bumps along the way. Can you walk us through the role that the Treasury played and what is expected to come out of this agreement?
And let's walk backwards. That I was bemused, gratified to see that on Saturday, as I was coming out here, Friday, as I was coming out here, Washington Post lead headline was Russia now nervous after U.S.-Ukraine signed deal. And that I believe that this would happen in February. President Trump believed that it would happen.
Noen som spurte meg om Storebrandestad og Aksolution og Coa. Nei, MPCC. Jeg tror MPCC skal til over 30 kroner. Og Aksolution så tror jeg også skal tilbake til der vi var. Jeg tror det skal opp til rundt 50-tallet ish. Jeg tror det skal mye opp. Så MPCC og så har du Aksolution. Og så er det Storebrand. Storebrand har på en måte ikke falt så mye, men han har liksom holdt seg ganske bra. Så oppsyn på Storebrand tror jeg er ganske begrenset da. Er det meningen at det hver dag vi faller på Nasdaq, så skal de ha pressekonferanse og fortelle hvor bra økonomien skal bli under Donald Trump? Er det liksom planen? For da kan bare, gidder ikke jeg trade på lenge, altså. De vil ikke fikse gjøre bedre til fremtiden, er det derfor det går opp for å gjøre det som trengs nå. Ja, men da skal vi aldri ned get sånn. Da kan vi bare gå opp i taket da. Det er ikke noe vits også å se på nyheter da, for det skal bli bra i fremtiden. Det er ikke akkurat sånn det fungerer. Havnene står tomme i USA nå. Det er butikkhyller som ikke, masse bedrifter som ikke får en varer. Inflasjonen stiger i USA nå. Det er verste makrotallene i 2009. Eneste grunn til at det kom opp på fredag på grunn av arbeidsmarkedsrapporten var bedre enn ventet. Det er for forrige måned. Det er ikke det som skjer nå. Tariffene kikker inn før om 2 til 3 uker. Det er det man ser på. Du kjøper ikke aksjer basert på hva som skjer for et år siden. Du ser på aksjer basert på hva som skjer fremover. Og sånn som Donald Trump håper på nå, så gjør han det sånn at han prøver å kjøre økonomien rett ned i resesjon, så håper han på rentekutt. Tallene som kom på fredag var såpass bra at det blir ikke noe rentekutt med det første. Det er prisen av rentekutt nå i juni. Det skjer antageligvis ikke. Så kom det talls da, ISM kom inn i stad, over 50. Det er også nytt bevis på at det blir antageligvis ikke noe rentekutt fra Fed. Så Donald Trump, han er avhengig av et rentekutt for at dette skal se bra ut. Utover det så kommer det til å være problemer med fortsatt tariff lenge. Og så har Donald Trump ljugd hele uka. Han har sagt at det var i dialog med kineserne hele jævla uka. Det er de ikke. Han sa i natt at de var ikke der likevel. De har ikke snakket med kineserne angående tariff. Det var det vi gikk opp på forrige uke. Han sa hver dag at vi er i dialog med Kina, vi er i dialog med Kina, vi er i dialog med Kina. Og så er det noen smartinger som spørte han, er i dialog med Kina angående tariffene? Eller var i dialog med Kina? Nei, han er ikke i dialog med tariffene. Da venter han. Ikke sant? Så det er bare piss. Og sist gang vi falt 650 poeng, så hadde vi en pressemelding fra White House. Det gikk opp på det også. Nå falt vi 220 poeng. Nå har han pressemelding. Og Trump har skrevet svær som Twitter i sted. Det er bare... Det går ikke an å trade på dette her. Vi skal gå ned på dårlig, vi skal opp på bra. Det her er bare tull alt sammen. Det er klin umulig å gjøre noe. Og i dag så kjørte han tariff på alle utenlandsproduserte filmer som blir produsert utenfor Hollywood. De skal nå få 100% tariff. Han bruker tariff på alt det hvert. Så i dag så er Netflix ned 2%, Disney er ned 3%. Tesla er ned 4%. Den har bare gått opp hele uka på grunn av den nye regelen til Trump på Musk. Så er Nvidia så vidt rødt i dag. Det burde egentlig falt mye mer, men Nvidia fikk jo også en ny lovendring på torsdag forrige uke. Da forandret Trump produksjonen av amerikanske chipper, tilgang til det til kinesiske markedet. Ja, nei, det er ikke noe vits å kjøre på når det kommer nyheter sånn som det gjør nå. Det er ikke et sånt marked man skal trade. Normalt sett så skal man holde seg unna røde dager. Du trader på bevegelse, du trader på makronyhetene, og så holder du unna på... Det her kaller du for high impact news. Da skal du egentlig ikke trade, for det markedet reagerer veldig vanskelig. Så normalt sett, jeg kan vise deg hvordan det egentlig er normalt sett, så skjønner man litt mer her. Det var feil. Det her er normalt sett. Normalt sett, så når du er en trader, så trader du på bevegelse markedet, du trader på makro, og du får med alt som skjer. Ikke sant? Det er greit. Og normalt sett så ser du her at når du har sånne røde tall sånn her, så skal du ikke trade. Klokken 4 dag, så skulle du egentlig ikke ha tradet. Klokken 4 dag, så smalt det bang, 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 bang på det. Og problemet her nå er at du har røde tall hver dag, fordi Trump prater, så han forteller jo high impact news. Om det er bra eller dårlig, det spiller ingen rolle. Så det er veldig, veldig vanskelig å trede på greiene her, for vi faller jo ikke på realiteten her, vi faller jo på frykt. Og vi går opp på håp. Det er liksom, det er veldig rart. I 9 dager nå har vi gått opp non-stop på det verste tallet siden 2009. Vi har gått opp 9 dager. På ikke noe konkret bra. Bare at han sier at han skal ta bort tariffen. Og så løy han faen meg med det også. Så hvis vi detter nå, etterpå, hvis vi ramler nå etterpå, så er ikke det nok bevis på at jeg tror vi skal videre ned, altså. Jeg må ha bekreftelse på alt av indekser og alt for å tørre å shorte mer. Jeg er livredd for å trade med han kameraten der. For du kan banne på, hvis vi faller ned etterpå, så kommer Trump til å skrive til han snart nær avtale med Kina, kommer han til å si. Det er ikke nok til å kjøpe heller, så man skal egentlig bare ligge unna. Det er helt tullete dette her. Nå prater vi om noe bra avtale med Ukraina her. Den er bra for de med tanke på chip og sånn, og forskjellige råvarer som du får tilgang til. Det er ikke noe bra for Ukraina. Ukraina ble bare voldtatt. Mister landområder. Og så får de en sikkerhet gjennom USA at Russland ikke tør å angripe dem sikkert. Men de mister jo svære landområder. De mister masse business.
Permitting process. So, what's the use in giving 1-year depreciation if it's 36 months to break ground? One CEO recently told me, he was talking about the difference between doing business in Texas and Illinois. He said, we started a project in Texas from the day we went to the city of Houston to talk about it to the day I cut the ribbon took 2.5 years. In Chicago, we are still 7 years into the planning process. So we want to make everyone look.
De siste 2 ukene har Nasdaq virkelig vært en mental smerte. Ja, jeg har aldri... Altså, ingen har sett de bevegelsene her før siden... Altså, det er nytt for alle. Det er helt nytt for meg også. Jeg har aldri sett dette før.
It was in 2017 that our theme of the global conference was building meaningful lives. Part of that was a reflection on the... Jeg har til og med aldri sett at en president har lov til å skrive nyheter som er high impact, da. At han har lov til å skrive ting som beveger markedet, har jeg aldri sett før. Det skal egentlig ikke være lov, liksom. Jeg har aldri sett det før. Jeg vet han vil ha opp markedet, men makroen er så ræva. Russell 2000, halvparten av selskapene på Russell 2000, jeg tror han PE på rundt 4, det var for under 10. Altså det er faen meg priser til konkurs, liksom. I forhold til S&P 500. S&P, altså, ingenting stemmer her nå.
And in terms of making it accessible to all Americans, I think that's going to be very important. I was out on the campaign trail with President Trump, and I was struck by a big migration by the venture capital community. President
Stig?
So on one side, you've got the VCs,
Robert, are you there?
The people in the world. You've got Elon Musk, the richest person in the world. And the president's penultimate rally that I went to was in Pittsburgh, and these steelworkers showed up, and they got their vests on, they got their hard hats, they got their families, and the real idea is to make sure that innovators can innovate.
Så den meldingen her nå, pressemeldingen her nå som kommer nå, breaking news, det står ikke på Forex Factory, det står ikke at han skal prate der. Og han kommer med en så sterk beskjed og sier at de ikke var redd for økonomien, det skal gå opp igjen. Altså det burde ikke vært lov.
Well, that is a great goal, and we hope we achieve it from that standpoint. Interest rates. You know, you've often talked how important that 10-year interest rate level is, and
et marked skal være fritt for alle. Det skal være fritt. De som er flinke å få med seg nyheter og alt, de skal tjene penger. De som følger med skal tjene penger. Nå så er det bare helt galskap. Nå er det bare den som har flaks, som er long når de prater, tjener penger. Og hvis du i det hele tatt gjør noe, så får du i trynet etter 5 minutter uansett. Det er sånn helt tullete.
Many of the people that were CFOs became CEOs because how you financed your company allowed it to exist. In the last few years, we've lost 3 as independent companies, major financial institutions, due to the fact that
nå får de ikke rentekutt heller, så nå vet jeg ikke hva du kommer til å prøve på. Helt igjen om å tipse, hjelper ikke å sitte og klage på noe. Nei, det er sant, men du må liksom... Du må forstå markedet, ikke sant? Du må se på det med litt sånn lengre perspektiv, for det som er nå, nå blir det ikke rentekutt antagelig. Hva kommer du til å gjøre da?
In the 1950s...
Please don't share that with the president.
Det er ikke lotto der, det skal være kalkulert. Du skal ikke trede for å ha flaks. Du må vite hva som skjer.
See an entire variation of maybe 2% in price in an entire decade. We now have seen a variation of more than 2% occur in more than one day. How do you see the importance of the level of interest rates and our economy and what you want to achieve?
I think that I'm not going to...
Så ingen tar av når dere slipper å stå der ute for å vinne en forhandling. Ja, skit opp. Ja, det er veldig spesielt.
I won't talk about their future mistakes, I'll only talk about their past mistakes. So I thought it was important to focus on the 10-year, and the 10-year has a lot of things wrapped in it. It's the short-term rates, it's the term premium, and we're focused on creating the best environment for stable rates. And I think a lot of what we saw in April was this periodic unwinding that I've experienced, you've experienced, most people in this room have experienced in their career. I'm a big believer in the Hyman-Minsky, stability leads to instability. So I think we probably had a very stable period. A lot of
Gull stiger videre.
Built up very large positions.
Renten er noe blandet. Tyringen stiger videre. Gull stiger videre.
But what we're trying to do...
Og det bør det gjøre også. Gull burde stige videre til nye høyder.
To the Trump 1.0 non-inflationary growth.
Hvis det stemmer nå, og det ikke blir rentekutt, og du har inflasjon som stiger, så skal gull gå i taket.
And take away, back to your initial
Det går mye mer, faktisk.
Is to take away the credit risk of the U.S. government, then I think rates will naturally come.
Jeg gir det en uke til, hvis ikke så begynner så tredje Forex, da slipper det være pisset fra Trump, hvor han prater opp 3-4 aksjer. Jeg gidder ikke sitte og se på dette her. Trump har ingen flere muligheter etter den perioden som kommer til å gjøre hva som helst på drivselse fra han. Ja. Men vi går over på Forex nå til uka, hvis ikke det her skjer noe. For med Forex så klarer han ikke påvirke sånn som han gjør nå. Forex beveger seg bare i forhold til rentebanen, ikke sant? Og greit, økonomien. Men han klarer ikke påvirke valutaen sånn som han klarer å påvirke Nasdaq. Ja, Forex er litt enklere stig. Da slipper du å få den i trynet. Sånn som du gjør her nå med at han sender ut en Twitter-melding. Forex rører ikke på seg på det. Ja, takk skal du ha, Lexloff. Stort sett så tjener jeg masse penger. Jeg har bare ikke gjort det på en uke nå. Jeg blir jævlig utålmodig, for jeg er veldig usikker nå. Jeg har aldri vært usikker før. Som jeg har sagt før, jeg kan ta feil, men jeg har aldri vært usikker som jeg er nå på en mann. Jeg har aldri vært så usikker før. For de tallene som kom på torsdag var så dårlige at i mitt hode så skulle vi tryne på det. Samme med tallene på Tesla.
So we would
Skulle falt som
make
faen
a
på det.
decision where to have the Milken Institute School of Public Health. Besides the fact the executive office building is 1 block away from GW, but every major decision...
Men vi går over på Forex til uka, hvis ikke det blandes.
And so the decision ultimately with the talent we had there with Len Goldman and others is we would go to GW because the decisions were being made there. Now, as you know, we spent 12 years building this building across the street from your new home at the Treasury. And the Senate...
Og så fikk med seg hva jeg sa om aksjer i stad, Ag Solution, og Storebrand, og KOA, og NPCC. De går veldig riktig vei nå. Det er bare å holde posisjonen fortsatt.
Something you truly believe in. We've been asking 10,000 individuals in more than 100 countries around the world.
Jeg tror smertegrensa på Equinor ligger på rundt 40 kroner fatet. Så ikke at det er helt feil. Rundt 40 kroner fatet. Så det er fortsatt mye å gå på.
You're going to protect for so many of us. What does it mean to you?
It means a shared vision. We're going to approach the 250th anniversary next year, or we will have the 250th anniversary next year, and it's what does the next 250 look like? And to me, it's the equal opportunity for great outcomes. It's like I said, it's equal opportunity. If you're one of the children of the construction workers in the Duquesne Arena on November 4th, that you might be sitting here because you founded a financial services company, or because you're a medical researcher, or it's the opportunity for people in this room to continue to prosper. But to me, it's two things. It is the fact that the system works and that there is mobility, that we get rid of these discouraging surveys of families and children who don't think they're going to do as well as their parents. So we need a belief in the system, and we need to continue making sure that the system works. So to me, that's the American dream.
Well, you've wrapped that up in a bow for us here, and that what we have found in every survey for 12 years is the number one essential ingredient condition that exists for the American dream is freedom.
Jeg kan si til hva som kommer til å skje da, hvis du driter Donald Trump. Hvis du gir faen i Twitter-meldingen hans og sånn. Det som kommer til å skje nå, at inflasjonen kommer til å stige mer, og så kommer det til å få problemer med inflasjonen, og så kommer det til å prøve å holde renta uendret fortsatt, på grunn av jobbtallene var såpass sterke. Og så vil de vente på bekreftelse på å se hvordan tariffen har gått ut på arbeidsmarkedsrapporten før de setter ned renta. Det er det som kommer til å skje. Det er det som kommer til å skje. Så de har et problem. Det er det som kommer til å skje. Hvis Trump twitter noe i mellomtida, det aner jeg ikke, men det er det som kommer til å skje med markedet nå. Vi kommer til å få et inflasjonsproblem videre. For den arbeidsmarkedsrapporten var såpass sterk. Og så må de se på neste tallene med tanke på alle de har kastet fra landet. For det er fortsatt ikke ferdig med opprensningene fra Doge. Og så kommer importtallene. Import/eksport kommer til å komme inn i løpet av 2-3 uker. Da begynner vi også å kunne se det på havnen. Både Los Angeles og i New York. Der er det flere småbedrifter som nå har problemer med å få tak i varer. Det er også ikke et utslag på... Det har heller ikke gitt utslag ennå på de tallene som kommer. Det er sånne ting som folk ikke skjønner en dritt på, ikke sant?
The Dow Jones Industrial Average 14 points lower, and the Nasdaq 100 down 110 points. That's a decline of about 0.5%.
Så nå driver nikker og trikser på teknisk nivåer opp og lokker opp på 20 000 helt der.
Worst performing industry group in the S&P 500 right now. Energy, as a result, NYMEX crude falling below $60 a barrel. And shares of Berkshire Hathaway, the Class B shares,
godeste helten vår, Warren Buffett, han tredde jo fra seg rollen sin nå i helgen. Jeg vet ikke om dere fikk det med dere. Han har vært sjef for Berkshire Hathaway i 60 år. Johan Sverre på den siste fat. Det er såpass, det.
Ditching also the professional videographer for a guy with a smartphone.
Vært det så avslørt han. Jeg har ikke sett den.
I like when he looks at me when he says this.
Warren Buffett,
yeah, I guess it's sexist. I think it's a girl kind of thing.
5,5% there all.
Cocktail party. I was low rent. Well, at the Carlisle.
We ran out of liquor at mine.
Det er sjukt.
And actually, somebody owned the bar.
Men det som er litt morsomt med han da, han har jo bare solgt nå i 1 år. Han har gått og ventet på dette i flere år. Han har aldri hatt så mye kapitalbeholdning som han har noensinne. Så han tror jo helt åpenbart at dette her skal ned. Det er meg og Warren. Nei, Warren Buffett er nok den ene og alene. Men husk på, han har vært med siden 30-åra, 1930-åra, har han ikke det? Jeg tror han begynte å handle aksjer før han ble født, det. Kjøpte Coca-Cola. Jeg tror Coca-Cola var den første aksjen han kjøpte, som han investerte i, hvis ikke jeg tar helt feil. Og måten Warren Buffett investerer på er jo langsiktig investering. Han kjøper og eier aksjer i et selskap som han kan på en måte påvirke og være med på å utvikle driften. Han kjøper ikke en aksje for å kjøpe en aksje. Han kjøper en aksje, så tar han alltid jævlig svære bets i de aksjene for å gå inn på ledernivå. Og litt sånn som Fredelig har gjort nå med med Koa. Går inn med frisk kapital, går inn og påvirker styret, bytter ut ledelsen. Litt sånn. Det er det Warren Buffett gjør. Så når han kjøper en aksje, så kjøper han ikke den for at han skal selge den. Han kjøper for at han skal være med eventuelt til en exit. Det er sånn han gjør det. Og så, når han selger aksjer, så selger han alltid på grunn av han tror på det store bildet av verdensøkonomien. Så hvis han tror at noe skal ned over en lengre periode, så sitter han med cash-beholdning. Det er det han driver med. Så han trader jo ikke da. Han har veldig lange briller på seg. Jævla god. Veldig inspirerende. Han er en ren investor. Ja. Han var faen meg god.
I would imagine that you're not going to get a full picture of it until either July or August.
Han godeste Roger Berntsen er jo disippelen hans, vet du. Han elsker Warren Buffett. Roger Berntsen er helt frelst av Warren Buffett.
Well, we know that the tariffs are, that will help, and when we see how people react to it, both other countries, whether they're reciprocal tariffs, or whether...
Det eneste jeg er bekymret for nå da, er det at makrotalen er ræva, det er greit nok. Det eneste jeg er bekymret for er at Donald Trump kommer med tariffløsninger annenhver dag som ikke er ekte, som er sånn håp hver eneste dag. Det er det eneste jeg er bekymret for.
How about the Federal Reserve? Are they going to be slow to kind of recognize what may be happening out there?
Det er det eneste ukomfortabelt. Hadde det vært en annen president, så hadde jeg ikke brydd meg. Men han er typen til å sende ut meldinger hele tiden.
Slow because there's no benefit to them to moving quickly. If the economy is slowing down, then the question becomes how slow, and with inflation still above target, etc., then the Fed doesn't want to get in a situation where it's boosting inflation by cutting rates too quickly. So they'll just wait and see.
Sier nå det jeg sa, at Fed vil ikke booste inflasjonen og så sette ned renta, og sier det at det er slowdown i USA, at de vet ikke helt hvordan de skal håndtere inflasjonen. Hva er det de sier nå?
That's one of the arguments too for the OPEC Plus production increase, right? It's like, hey, listen, the hard data is actually okay. Like maybe there are lots of reasons why they decided to do it, but maybe it can add the market.
Det er lov å håpe, Sonheng.
Demand necessarily a fall off a cliff.
Det er lov å håpe.
It sets up an interesting question about how consumers will react if gasoline prices start going down, and then how the Fed reacts to that. If headline inflation goes down because gasoline prices and energy prices go down. And I suspect they will try to look through that as much as possible because they know that could easily change.
Totally.
And
har også et poeng her da. Han sier det at hvis gasolinpriser og gassprisene går ned på grunn av oljeprisene på vei ned nå, så vil det dra ned inflasjonen, men det vil dra ned midlertidig kunstig, og så er jeg redd for at da får Fed press på seg til å sette ned renta. Men de sier nå at de håper at de ikke setter ned renta basert på det da. For å bare fyre av inflasjonen, for inflasjonen har begynt å styrke seg allerede i USA nå. De har gått helt feil vei nå. Så det er også usikkerhet rundt det.
As it relates to their businesses, yet Secretary Bessent calls the U.S., quote, a premier destination for global capital. So I guess that's the argument of near-term pain, maybe long-term gain from the administration.
Well, it is still.
Sure.
We have the capital markets, especially on the Treasury side, on the bond side. So there are not a lot of alternatives if you want to move a lot of money around. But most of what Scott Bessent was saying today was a sales pitch to, highlight the administration's economic agenda. The one bit of news I thought, to the extent it's news, was his description of how he would see the 10-year yield dropping because he's made a big deal out of that being sort of the benchmark rate for business activity. And his argument was you lower the budget deficit because then takes some of the credit risk out of the bond market and rates can drop if you take out the risk premiums.
And he was talking about 1 percentage point per year ideally would be, as you know, the deficit to, or the debt to GDP would be meaningful.
No, but the obviously, one, if you follow the budget process, has to laugh because the budget that they are working on this year, through reconciliation, raises the budget deficit. And that's even beyond just the machinations they're doing to avoid the reconciliation rules. They want to spend more money. And every day Donald Trump is talking about spending more money. Let's rebuild Alcatraz, kind of thing. So we're not going to get that 1% per year deficit decline, I don't think. And so it kind of makes his argument not relevant at this point.
And you are headed off to D.C. tonight or tomorrow? When are you going? Tomorrow. The Fed meeting. Any firework?
None.
Just one. I was like firework. I didn't say works. I said firework.
It's not even one firework. I don't think. We will get no move on rates. The Fed will be very circumspect about what it says in its statement because they can tell us what's been happening, which is okay, but they have to emphasize we don't know what's going to happen going forward. And then there's no new economic forecast. There's no new dot plot. There is only Jay Powell. And I suspect we get a lot of questions that are answered by, I don't know.
Fair enough. That's a lot of the questions that we also ask and answer too. All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, and lots more coming up from Milken over the next 48 hours. So stay tuned with Bloomberg for that. You can also follow all the panels on T Live if you're following on your Bloomberg terminal. All right, coming up, going to Tyson here. That stock down about 7%. The why behind that: beef versus chicken. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
Kan du ikke sette en tredje folk? Jo, problemet jeg kan godt begynne å trede folk som etterpå men vi har ett problem. Jeg sitter med minus fra torsdag, og det veldig mange kontoer som har tredet på egen hånd, og som ikke har fulgt på med marginene sine. Så jeg litt mer komfortabel på å trade når vi kommer litt ned der, så ikke folk sitter og blåser kontoene sine, for det veldig mange som ikke følger med på marginene sine. Hvis du skjønner. Jeg har masse marginer, men det ikke alle som har det. Så jeg gjorde 54%, og så tok jeg et klart tap, urealisert, og så det mange som ikke har fått med seg gevinsten først, som sitter feil vei på andre transaksjoner, ikke sant? Så jeg må være litt jeg må ut av posisjonen mine før jeg kan på en måte gi sånn gass som jeg pleier å gjøre. Hvis det gir mening, hvis du skjønner hva jeg mener. Så enten så må de putte mer penger på kontoen sin, eller så må jeg bare vente litt, så ikke de blåser seg til helvete. Jo, jeg står på mitt, men jeg må bare forklare at jeg tør ikke gjøre noe nå. Jeg tror jeg aldri sittet så lenge som jeg har gjort nå uten å gjøre noen trades. Jeg har sittet i nesten en uke uten å ha gjort så mye trades. Det har jeg aldri gjort før. Så engstelig jeg fra markedet.
listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Paul Sweeney, Alex Steele. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming live on YouTube as well. It is earnings season, folks, and we got the Tyson's Foods reporting earnings. I don't know, maybe it's just me. When I think of Tyson's Food, I just think chicken, but they're also in the beef business as well. That's the extent of my knowledge. Stocks trading off today on some earnings. Jen Martash just joins us. She's a senior retail staples and packaged foods analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Jen, the street doesn't like what they heard from Tyson Foods, Springdale, Arkansas. What happened there?
Well, it's really two things, Paul. The first thing is that the beef business did worse than people expected. But secondly, the company...
Tusen hjertelig, Sondre. Jeg føler ikke at jeg får gjort så mye av det jeg pleier å gjøre nå. Jeg har aldri vært så ukomfortabel før som jeg er nå. Jeg er helt veldig ukomfortabel, sånn som markedet er nå. Det er ikke noe kult.
Do you get the sense that that's a demand concern or is it an input concern?
Well, on the beef side, it's an input concern. And actually, there's a piece to that puzzle that Tyson touched on, but they didn't really go into detail. And that's that they talk about how consumers have really still had a lot of demand for beef, which is true, except that when you look at the consumer, they're trading down into like ground beef. Now, when you have a shortage of cows, the problem that Tyson has is that
bare gi meg litt tid, så skal jeg ut av den floken vi sitter i nå. Bare markedet må være litt mer normalt. Ikke at det bare skal falle, det er ikke det jeg snakker om. Det må være normalt, litt sånn at det er litt likviditet der, og at det rører på seg som det skal. Jeg trenger ikke at det skal falle masse, det er ikke det jeg sier. Jeg må bare ha et marked som funker. Så står det, du trodde NPC kunne opp til 30. Ja, jeg tror NPC skal opp til 30 kroner. NPC tror jeg skal til 30 kroner. TGS tror jeg kan gå langt over 130 kroner.
From a standpoint of the chickens that are used for consumption, they really weren't impacted all that much by avian influenza, and so that was the good news. The bad news is that the mortality rates on the type of chicken that they're currently using is still pretty high. So that means that they're not getting as many.
Så tror jeg Storbrands til over 140. Det er ikke så mye oppsett på Storbrand. Og Kongsrupen tror jeg skal over 450.
So supply is robust. It's going to grow about 1%.
Så de skal opp.
But there are some constraints there with how much more.
Jeg tror koa den dere kommer til å tjene mest penger på.
What's the tariff impact, if any, on Tyson, on both sides, the demand and supply?
For Tyson, actually, they have very limited exposure for tariffs.
Koa tror jeg kommer til å gjøre mange mye penger.
In the United States, their export is relatively small, and they've had some time to work on contingency plans. So finding different end markets that they can send some of the parts of animals that U.S. consumers just don't eat. So right now, it doesn't appear to be a very large risk for Tyson at all.
You mentioned maybe some issue with the cow herd. I mean, I watched Yosemite. I know all about the ranching business.
I see how this goes.
See, yeah. So, I mean, can't we make more cows? What's going on there?
We can make more cows. The problem is that for ranchers, it's a tough environment to decide to actually build up.
Håper det treffer der.
Interest rates are still relatively high. They're still.
Du skulle ikke tro det, men jeg treffer på veldig mye av det jeg sier i år. Hvis du ser på porteføljen min på SMS Nyheter, så ser du at jeg har vanvittig bra avkastning der. Der er alt med dato og alt skrevet inn. Jeg er helt overbevist om, hvis ikke Trump hadde gjort det noe med Tesla forrige uke og hatt det der falske pressemeldingen sin, så er jeg helt overbevist om at vi hadde hatt en korreksjon forrige uke på Nasdaq. Jeg er helt overbevist om det. Helt overbevist.
When we look at the consumer consumption data,
I forrige uke.
luster around plant-based has really fallen off. And so, right now, there's a core demographic that will always be interested in that product. But at the moment, it's not growing. The sales are continuing.
Fordi vi er shortet av Nasdaq etter at den hadde gått opp med flere tusen poeng. Og så kom det dårlig tallet.
Special ingredients for alternative meat way up. So the price gap between alternative protein.
Det er stikker. Jeg kommer tilbake om en halvtime maks. Skal jeg bare la det være på, eller? Så kan dere følge med litt på aksjene. Ok, da er jeg tilbake snart. Skal jeg hente skålvåge.
So, what is it, the Tysons of the world, what are they saying about their consumer these days?
So, you know, they're talking about the demand for protein. And this is something where at the Bloomberg Intelligence Farm Food Fuel Conference, we had a whole suite of panelists on protein. And the demand for protein is really strong, whether you're talking about animal protein, whether you're talking about dairy. You know, current diet trends are high protein based. And so that really bodes well for producers like Tyson. As the consumer is willing to still spend on protein, and it's in the majority of their purchases when they're going to the grocery store.
So true. I'm a big protein person.
Well, who isn't? Who doesn't?
I know, but like to actively search for protein, that feels different, doesn't it? Maybe
just eat chicken, eat it.
All right, fair enough.
Burgers on the grill last night. Killed it.
Oh, yeah. Burgers. But then you got cholesterol issues. Okay, anyway, Jen, thanks a lot. Jennifer Bartashis. She joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence, senior analyst, retail staples, and packaged food. Calm day.
Yeah.
I really wonder what the next catalyst is going to be if it's not going to be the Fed.
Yep.
Do we just wait for NVIDIA and hang tight for 2 weeks?
Exactly.
Like, is that what we're doing here?
We got some earnings this week. It's not as big as last week.
No. Many out there saying that potentially we're going to see some volatility-controlled funds come in, some mechanical buying this week. So waiting for that real trend. But nonetheless, breaking that 9-day winning streak for the S&P, with the S&P a little bit softer today. That wraps it up for me and Paul and Milk in day one. Coming up, Balance of Power with David Gura is up next after the Global News Update.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A new financial offer from the government for people in this country illegally. A $1,000 payment for those who self-deport. CBS's Nancy Cordes at the White House.
The White House is hoping that many of these individuals will just leave on their own, and that hopefully some cash in their pockets might be an enticement for them to do that.
President Trump is moving to reopen and expand Alcatraz, the notorious California prison that was closed more than 60 years ago. Just before it shut down, it was found costs to run it were 3 times what they were at the average U.S. prison. CBS Bay Area reporter Veronica Macias.
We know how difficult it was to operate this prison back in the day. I was reading on the FBI website, even water had to be brought in by boat to this prison because nothing really is available there.
Also in California, the San Diego Sheriff's Department's confirmed multiple people are dead after a small boat overturned at Torrey Pines State Beach this morning. It's expected the New York sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs will last 2 months or more. CBS's Katrina Kaufman says jury selection's now taking place.
When I was on the security line this morning, there was someone who was showing up for jury duty, and he was saying to me, I know the Diddy trial is happening today. I really don't want to be on it.
Dozens of flight cancellations and more than 100 delays at Newark Airport this morning. The FAA blames the weather and staffing issues. There have been problems with staffing since last week. Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer wants answers.
I have asked the Office of Inspector General to thoroughly investigate what's going on at Newark and in the East Coast so these problems don't get worse.
Now to the Middle East, where Israel has a plan to capture all of Gaza and stay for an unspecified amount of time. CBS's Courtney Keeley.
The Israeli Security Cabinet made this unanimous decision to expand operations into Gaza, not just going in with troops and then leaving, but going in and staying. And their plan is to ramp it up over months. It's not happening immediately.
It's an important week for the Roman Catholic Church. A conclave of cardinals begins Wednesday.
The Vatican says all 133 cardinals with voting rights, that is, all those under the age of 80, are now in Rome. On Wednesday, they will file into the Sistine Chapel and there, under Michelangelo's luminous frescoes, begin voting until one of them wins the 2/3 majority. That means he is the successor to Pope Francis. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 92 points. This is CBS News. Today is the anniversary of the Grateful Dead coming alive.
The Grateful Dead played their first show 60 years ago today at Magoo's Pizza in Menlo Park, California. They had originally formed as the Warlocks, but changed their name when they realized Warlocks was taken. The story goes that guitarist Jerry Garcia found the new name by throwing a finger down at random in a dictionary. The psychedelic band cut their teeth during Ken Kesey's acid tests and went on to play for legions of fans the world over. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
NBC sportscaster Mike Tirico says he's feeling fine. He left Saturday's Kentucky Derby unexpectedly and suddenly. It was a strong reaction to a nut allergy that affected his breathing and speaking. He was treated by EMTs at Churchill Downs. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Good afternoon. David Gura in for Joe Matthew and Katie Lyons with Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube. And a busy Monday it is with the President of the United States setting the table with a lot of news during a long interview with Kristen Welker of NBC News over the weekend on Meet the Press. The President talking about trade policy, pushing back on claims it's causing pain among Americans, once again invoking dolls, suggesting that strollers are the only item costing more to Americans across this country, weighing in on the Federal Reserve as well as we get ready for a meeting of the central bank this week here in Washington, D.C., and giving us an update on trade negotiations as well. Scott Bessent, his Treasury Secretary, speaking right now at the Milken Global Conference in Beverly Hills, California, echoing a lot of what the President had to say, indicating that we could see progress here in the coming weeks. Very close to some deals on trade, and the Treasury Secretary saying it may be as early as this week that we get some resolution to those trade deal negotiations. A lot to cover here in this hour, but first, let's get a check of the markets with Amy Morris here in Washington, D.C. with the Bloomberg Business Flash. Amy?
Thank you, David. Now looking at the markets, Chris Harvey at Wells Fargo is hopeful that investors are getting more clarity now from the Trump administration.
I think we're past peak uncertainty. And what we do is we look at it this way. He went very hard very early. In order to get that pressure back, I think you'd have to put us into recession. I don't think this administration wants to go into recession because what it would mean.
Now, some of President Trump's latest tariff remarks did send some stocks lower. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 down 0.2%, NASDAQ down 0.4%, but the Dow, that's up about 0.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34%, the 2-year yield at 3.84%. Skechers is going private in a deal with 3G Capital. 3G will pay $63 per share. Shareholders do have an option to get $57 per share in cash and one LLC unit in a newly formed private company that will become Skechers' parent company. The transaction is expected to close in the third quarter of this year. Shares of Skechers now 25% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with David Gura.
Amy, thank you very much. As I mentioned, the President of the United States flying back from West Palm Beach to Washington last night and taking questions from reporters in the back of that plane, talking about a host of subjects, including the economy and trade in specific, giving an update on the conversations he says are taking place between the United States and dozens of other countries. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
At some point in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal. We're negotiating with many countries, but at the end of this, I'll set my own deals. We're meeting with almost all of them, including China. And at the end, I'm setting the deal. You keep asking the same question. When will you agree? It's up to me. It's not up to them.
It is up to him. President Trump there on Air Force One. Laura Davison joins us now, Deputy Bureau Chief here in Washington, D.C. Laura, give us a sense of where you think things stand at this point from our reporting on this. Again, it's been, we saw the prospect of Howard Lutnick earlier on saying 90 deals in 90 days. We're not at 90 yet. Many days have elapsed and none has been announced as of yet. Where do things stand?
So where we are is there have been no concrete signs that any of these deals are progressing. They've indicated that India, South Korea, Japan maybe might be at the top of that list. And for, even last week, Kevin Hassett said maybe by the end of the week, there will be a deal. Now this week, they're saying again, perhaps a deal, but not committing to it. I'll recall 2 weeks ago, Trump said they'll have everything done in 3 to 4 weeks. We're now 2 weeks into that time period. Nothing. The other important thing to remember is that anything that comes out is likely to be sort of a symbolic nod to an agreement versus something that's fully hashed out of some sort of, memorandum of understanding or something that says, okay, we're going to keep talking, but here's at least some sort of top line agreement going forward. It's clear that the White House is very, very keen to show markets some signs that they're making progress. They just don't have anything on paper yet.
When you look at all of the countries who purportedly are talking with the White House, are they hoping that one of these comes together first before the others? Are they hoping that they become sort of signals or signs to other countries who haven't brokered deals yet? Is there any sort of hierarchy, I guess, to the way that they're approaching this?
There is some. I mean, they've clearly favored the countries who came first to the table and said, hey, look, we want to make a deal, getting those in the front of the queue. They're also looking at, which countries are the most important here. Of course, India, Vietnam, South Korea are all big trading partners. China remains the big exception there of, Trump is really eager to talk to China. The Chinese last week signaled that maybe talks could start, but this is going to be a very long, drawn-out process. They've been in this back and forth posture setting, really not even since April 2nd, since Liberation Day. This goes back even further to the fentanyl tariffs that came on in the early days of Trump's term.
You mentioned China. There was this very long, very newsy interview that Kristen Welker of NBC did on Meet the Press yesterday in which China came up. What did you hear from that about sort of the president's sense of where those conversations are going? You mentioned there was a bit of positive news as of last week as the White House sees it. Markets were grateful to see that as well. This, of course, is the one that they need to have happen, given how high tariffs are and how kind of much of a quagmire they're in here.
Trump's really of two minds in this. He acknowledged what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been saying for days of the tariff levels as they are now are unsustainable. And that means that, trade has essentially shut down between those two countries. He said he'd be willing to take those tariff rates down at some point in the future. But you've also seen Trump really double down on this line that has gotten a lot of traction on, there may not, come Christmas time, may not be $30 on the shelf. There's only going to be $2. He repeated that again over the weekend. And this is really going to be the question of, how much pain is Trump willing to withstand if, retailers suddenly start not having all the things that consumers are used to. Xi has signaled that the Chinese are willing to withstand this a lot longer. Trump so far has signaled he's going to fold if he's really facing pain from markets or consumers.
I'm going to continue to draw from that interview that NBC News did. A lot of it had to do with the economy, and Kristen Welker asked the president about the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, what he's thinking about, sort of how safe he is in that position, would he consider removing him. Let's take a listen to what the president had to say in response to questions about Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve.
He should lower them, and at some point he will. He'd rather not because he's not a fan of mine. He just doesn't like me because I think he's a total stiff. And, it's just one of those things. He should lower them. And I wish the people that are on that board would get him to lower because we are at a perfect time. It's already late, but he should lower interest rates.
Laura, I'm curious sort of how you processed what you heard there. So no direct threat on Jerome Powell's position as the chairman of the Federal Reserve. The president sort of indicating that others on the Fed board might coalesce around him and push back on him. How does this advance the story about Fed independence, the sanctity and safeness of that here during this administration?
At least for now, it seems that Trump is going to let Powell serve out the rest of his term, which ends next May. You're hearing some of the more markets-focused people in his ears, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, among those saying, hey, look, you're really going to disturb markets, freak out investors. Just keep Powell there. You get to pick a new guy here in 12 months anyways. They're going to start searching for the next Fed chair. Just let that play out. But he's still not willing to sort of give up, sort of his complaints and his criticisms of the Fed and of Powell specifically. Almost every day, multiple times a week, we're hearing him go on social media and say, that Powell is too weak. Powell is a stiff. Powell, he's going to make his displeasure known, even if he's not going to actually take any action there.
And it's funny, sort of, we talk about Fed independence maybe in the context of could the president or would the president remove the Fed chair, but this has an effect. the degree to which he talks about Fed policy, makes his opinions known. This is different than the way past presidents have approached that relationship between the president and the Fed chair. And I think a lot of people would say it might have an effect just sort of on the notion of independence of the Federal Reserve.
And we'll hear on Wednesday when Powell comes out and does his press conference of he's been very critical of tariffs in the past and sort of suggesting that this is, could tip the economy into a recession. We'll see if does he pare back his language? Is he a little bit more moderated, or does he, kind of continue to make some of those more sharp comments? Fed chairs are notoriously the best at sort of figuring out how to signal different things with their language, and so that's what markets are going to be watching for here in 2 days.
I want to get your perspective as we start this week about what's happening on Capitol Hill. Reconciliation. We've seen kind of many versions of what the timeline might be for getting a bill done here. Your sense of sort of where that stands and what the forcing mechanisms are going to be for this to move fast or slow going forward?
There are two key fault lines that they have not figured out. One is Medicaid. House Republicans, particularly some factions, want big cuts to Medicaid. The president has said absolutely no way. There was a big meeting last week that they walked out of that unresolved, but they have to come up with that because either they cut Medicaid or they can do more tax cuts, or they don't cut Medicaid, fewer tax cuts. That means the president gets fewer of his no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, those campaign pledges. So the factions are still really far apart there. The other fault line, and this is more within Republicans in the House, is on SALT, the state and local tax deduction. You have a small but very vocal group of members from New York and California who want a big increase in that $10,000 deduction cap there. You have other members who this just isn't a political priority for them at all. They have to both run the numbers to make the math work, as well as come up with some political sell they can give to constituents.
A kind of theme over the weekend into this week has been, how is all of this playing among American consumers, among American business owners and executives, and around the world as well? And there's this question of, is American exceptionalism on the wane? Is it dead? Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is in Beverly Hills. He was speaking at the Milken Global Conference. He addressed some of this today. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
America is the Schelling point of global finance. We have the world's reserve currency and the deepest and most liquid capital markets and the strongest property rights. For these reasons, the United States is the premier destination for international capital, and the administration's goal is to make it even more appealing for investors like you.
He addressing that group of investors in California, appearing in conversation with Michael Milken, who started this conference, of course. You mentioned Scott Bessent a moment ago. What's the role that he's playing now in the administration? Yes, as advisor to President Trump, but also in communicating or projecting some sense of stability here to markets, both in the U.S. and around the world.
He is the key voice that folks on Wall Street are going to listen to see, kind of read the tea leaves here. There was an interesting just sort of shift in tone from Bessent, even from a month ago when he made a comment that it was Main Street's moment. Wall Street has time, and now it's Main Street's time to shine. Today he name-checked both Main Street and Wall Street and saying, look, that these priorities the administration's priorities can have upside here for both. But he's, like the president, acknowledging that, he's softening the timeline here. Trump has been very clear, there's going to be a period of pain. But Bessent is saying, look, if you invest now, we can quickly, sort of rejigger and grow the American economy.
And wrapping up quickly here, just talking about trade and those talks, what role is he playing in those negotiations? This is a multifaceted economics team of advisors that the president has. What is Scott Bessent's role just in kind of the granular level of negotiating these trade deals?
He is specifically taking on Asia. Howard Lutnick is focusing on Europe. But of course, Treasury Secretary is also involved in the tax talks. He was involved in the Ukraine critical mineral things. So he has a very, very busy plate.
Laura, great to speak with you. Thank you very much. That's Laura Davison, our Deputy Bureau Chief here in Washington, D.C. As we again draw from that conference that's taking place in Beverly Hills, California over these next few days. Bloomberg providing comprehensive coverage of all the panels that are taking place. There are interviews on the sidelines as well. And I should say, Scott Bessent having a conversation there with Michael Milken, who founded that global conference many years ago. Again, talking a lot about trade, the trade deals that are being brokered, the White House's position in those deals, and trying to offer some assurance to the many investors who are gathered there at the Beverly Hilton in Beverly Hills, California. And coming up, we'll have interviews throughout the afternoon, including one with Jane Fraser, the CEO of Citigroup. She'll sit down with our Sonali Basak there, again, on the sidelines of the Milken Global Conference. Coming up here, a lot more on the president's weekend comments in interviews on Truth Social as well. The president floating ideas about Alcatraz, the shuttered prison off the coast of San Francisco. Also talking about new tariffs on movies made overseas, 100% tariffs on that. Dig into that soon here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube. I'm David Guerrero.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. The S&P 500 halted its longest advance in about 20 years after President Trump's latest tariff remarks, despite data showing a pickup in growth at U.S. service providers. That other report showing the U.S. economy entered the trade war on solid footing pushed stocks away from session lows. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is down 0.25%. NASDAQ is down 0.4%. The Dow is up about 0.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.35% and the 2-year yield at 3.85%. The Institute for Supply Management reports its service industries index did rebound in April, led by orders. However, one measure of inflation tied to that report hit a more than 2-year high as the U.S. imposed those tariffs. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Balance of Power with David Gura.
Amy, thank you very much. David Gura in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons on this Monday. And the President of the United States has movies on his mind, evidently. He spent the weekend with Jon Voight, the actor, and a few hours ago posted this on Truth Social. "We want movies made in America again." The President in that post suggesting that there be a 100% tariff on any and all movies coming into our country that are produced in foreign lands. He characterized this as a national security threat and said the movie industry in America is dying a very fast death. Lucas Shaw is an editor at Bloomberg News. He's the author of the Screen Time newsletter, a must-read, one you should definitely check out and subscribe to. And he joins us now from Los Angeles, where he keeps track on the movie industry in the U.S. And overseas. Lucas, let me start with a basic question here, and that is the pronouncement from the President that the movie industry in America is dying a very fast death. Is that something with which you and others would agree?
It's an exaggeration. There's been a lot of concern about the state of the movie business over the last several years, certainly exacerbated by the pandemic, a couple of big labor stoppages a couple of years ago. So the movie business isn't as strong as it once was. It is not as central to culture as it once was. It is not dying. We have 2 or 3 very popular movies in theaters right now. And perhaps more importantly, it is not dying relative to other countries. It's not as though you suddenly see movies from Europe or Asia or Latin America that are supplanting U.S. movies. The movie business is facing the same problem all over the world. U.S. movies continue to be the dominant type of movie. I think all 10 of the highest grossing movies of last year were released by U.S. studios.
When you read this post, I wonder sort of what questions it raised in your mind. I look at kind of that key line here, this proposition of 100% tariff on movies coming into our country that are produced in foreign lands. How much ambiguity is there about that language, what the President might be referring to here?
A lot. I think that, the first, frankly, my first response was like, what exactly is going on here? As with so many of the President's posts on social media, sort of what motivated it, which I think we answered, but also, why this is not I get wanting to address it for economic reasons. I would not describe this as a national security threat. But then it just raises a lot of questions, right? So the Hollywood studios produce a lot of their movies outside of the U.S. They'll film in the UK or Eastern Europe or wherever it may be. But there's still plenty of work on them done in the U.S., whether that is some post-production work, whether that's there are many kind of steps in the process of making a movie. And it is true that more and more of them have left the country. But a lot is still done here. So how are you defining that, right? Are you trying to go after movies that other countries or companies from other countries are releasing, which would seem to be the implication, right? You're going after Japanese movies or Chinese movies or Indian movies. Those movies don't really make a lot of money here. Every once in a while, you'll have a breakout. Or are you trying to force U.S. companies like Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal to produce movies in the U.S. instead, which we've seen Trump attempt with some of his other policies to bring manufacturing back here, even if it's from American companies. And then there's like the added wrinkle of these global streaming services where Netflix makes a lot of movies in English, some of which are made in the United States, but they also make a lot of shows in other countries because they exist everywhere and they make movies in dozens of languages. And so there's just a lot of questions to try to unpack here. And I don't really think that Trump has the answer to them at this point, but hopefully we'll have some clarity in the next few weeks.
Just lastly here, I wanted to ask you about the incentive system that's in place here domestically and how, say, a state like Georgia or Texas, California can compete with these foreign countries. In other words, is the competition a domestic competition mostly when Hollywood's looking to make films, or do we see it playing out kind of on a global scale?
Well, yeah, there's two levels of competition, right? There are a lot of people who want to bring more production back to California specifically, because we've seen a lot of production move to places like Georgia, New York, places that have offered generous incentives to lower production. And that's all within this country, so I don't see why Trump would really care about that. In fact, he might cheer because California is not exactly the most hospitable place for him politically. Then there's the second aspect of it, which is the global part, where again, there are very generous incentives to shoot elsewhere. There are different labor environments. One of the things that Jon Voight and Stephen Paul, his manager, and others have pushed for is maybe a federal incentive that could be on top of state incentives that would make it cheaper to shoot here. How much of an impact that would have, I'm not really sure. But I do think that studios and producers would welcome the U.S. trying to be more competitive and make it more compelling to shoot here, because most people would rather shoot here if they can.
Lucas, thank you very much. That's Lucas Shaw of Bloomberg News out in California, helping us to parse that post on Truth Social from the President of the United States. Something else the President talked about over the course of the weekend was gas prices and energy more broadly. He did that on comments that he made on Air Force One and also during an interview on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker. Let's take a listen to what he had to say about energy prices.
Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy. Prices are down at tremendous numbers for gasoline. What really killed us with inflation was the price of energy. It went up to $3.90, even $4, and in California, $5 and $6, right? Okay. I have it down to $1.98 in many states right now.
The president's saying he has it down to $1.98 in many states. I took a cursory look at the AAA fuel tracker yesterday. Couldn't find one that had it below $2 a gallon. Mike McGlone is a strategist with Bloomberg Intelligence, senior commodity strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us now from Miami. That's where I want to go with you, if I could here, Mike, and that is that the president has all of this rhetoric about drill, baby, drill. He's talking about gas prices being incredibly low. We see oil prices sinking today. Now we have OPEC Plus saying it's going to flood the market and boost production here in the month ahead. Help me see my way through all of this, both the president's desire for oil prices to go lower, and yet the very real pain that's being felt, I think, here in the U.S. and in some oil producers around the world.
Well, hello, David. In my view, he's going to get it partly because he has pre-existing trends in his favor. Before he was elected, we had an issue in the world of declining demand, most notably from China, crude oil, diesel, and things, and massive increase in supply and production, and excess of capacity out of OPEC. What's happening? They can only wait so long, and they're starting to bring that excess capacity on the scales, on the markets. The key thing to think about is gasoline. It's a significant thing for consumer sentiment. The average price on a national basis is about $3.16. That's up on the year, but from last year at this time, which is a way to measure because now we're in summer driving season, it's down from $3.60, so about 15 cents. Yeah. And I think it's eventually going to get down to $2 on average, but unfortunately, we've had three bottoms near there that started in 2008, 2016, 2020. They're almost always associated with recessions, but I think they're going there. It's just a matter of time, and crude oil is on that trajectory.
Mike, we see OPEC Plus, the cartel, boosting production by 411,000 barrels, and this is a cartel that's led by the likes of Saudi Arabia and Russia, and I understand there's an impulse here to punish some other producers, make them sweat, I think is the technical term. How effective are they in doing that by boosting production the way that they have here and look forward to doing in the month ahead?
Well, I'm enjoying that narrative, Dave, because it was a thing I've been predicting for 2 years. It's just it can only hold off the production for so long. Exactly why they're saying they're doing it doesn't matter as much to me as the fact that we have a president who wants lower prices. We have pre-existing trends in their favor. The whole economic situation is turning that way. And by the way, I think President Trump's visiting Saudi Arabia soon. So this is something we've been waiting for 2 years in the oil market. Now it's happening. So it's a question of where it stops. So crude oil around $56 a barrel is a pretty good support area from the average price 2019. That's what prices always do. They asked about the average cost of production in the U.S. Commodities always go back to their average cost of production. But typically, in the past, since 20 years, you've had to get below those levels, which has been around $40 a barrel. So I think it's going to happen, and OPEC's going to just help make it happen. And the thing is, they held off their production for so long, they need money, and it's all coming back on board. And the key thing, remember at OPEC, they're a diminishing significance of their cartel. Maybe they're less than almost 25% of global production. 20 years ago, they were 40%. It's becoming less important. The U.S. is the largest producer and a net exporter now.
Mike, I want to ask you about the degree to which uncertainty is affecting a number of these producers. So, of course, you acknowledge the fact President Trump heading to the region shortly, but we saw news out of Israel that they're vowing to step up their fighting in Gaza. We could see another incursion there. How much has that, and is that likely to affect prices broadly, that level of instability in the Middle East?
Any type of violence and wars and things and missiles flying in the Middle East are usually a bid for crude oil, but that was really the narrative from 2 years ago when the war started, and it's been diminishing over time, partly because the world shifted. U.S. doesn't import oil from that area, and if they do, we have a net export surplus going away from the U.S. We actually have a glut of crude oil and grains in this country. We have to export them. If we don't, the prices go down, and that's part of what's happening with the trade war. But when you hear about that kind of, anytime market bids up for kind of missiles flying in the Middle East, unless there's a definitive cut in production or supply, it usually is a short-term bounce and goes back down to the macro. And the macro is, particularly if the U.S. stock market's heading low for a U.S. recession and all the rest of the world faces tariffs from the U.S. recession, from the U.S., as their demand was declining from China, you see that tilt? It's just back to a normal downward cycle. That's the key thing. We haven't really got cheap yet. We're just heading towards that level. Right now, we're about break even.
Vart har vi Joakim?
About a minute left. What if we heard from the heads of major U.S. energy companies? What are they?
Ja, han har varit borta en halvtimmes tid, sa han.
A number of interviews with them, spoken on earnings calls as well.
Jokkedok.
Han gick ikke
opp, Erik. Det är nog bra.
Backwardation of futures, and the further out futures price has been lower, and I think partly because they're selling their production ahead. They're doing a prudent thing to hedge their production, which means they can still bring it on and sell it forward. And if prices drop right away, they're somewhat hedged. Now, most of those producers are usually hoping for higher prices, and they say it, but they realize the problem is they're going lower. And because of rapidly advancing technology, they can bring in more supply, and they have been, most notably the miners, the independents, and bringing it on, particularly in the U.S. and U.S. shale. So this might curtail U.S. shale, but you're probably going to have to get below $50 to really cut off that excess supply of the U.S.
Mike, it's always great to catch up with you. Thank you very much. It's Mike McGlone, Senior Commodity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence here.
Hva han gjør han? Nei, det er bare stig litt opp. Ja, han lurer ikke han annen vei, så. Nå er det vanskelig å få en inngang nå. Ja, det skjer økt alt i hop her, så. Jeg har jo et gap fra i natt, den skal lukke antageligvis.
Becomes increasingly difficult for those companies.
Balance of power, much more about process
on capital as well. Our analysts, our all-star panel coming up too. This is balance of power.
5 minutter antageligvis. De gapene er jo som magnet. Hello.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is now down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 0.4%, and the Dow is up about 0.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34% and the 2-year yield at 3.84%. Trade uncertainty still hovers. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is making a case for a long-term view.
America is the showing point of global finance. We have the world's reserve currency and the deepest and most liquid capital markets and the strongest property rights. For these reasons, the United States is the premier destination for international capital.
Spørsmålet?
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking this morning at
Det er jo røft, da. Men teknisk så er det jo innenfor rekkevidde brudd av den diagonalen. Men det er høyt opp og langt frem, da.
Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser is pushing to overhaul the bank and
Nå, skal det så stilt her nå. Bodoksen og ut og ferie en tur.
to 10 to 11% by the end of next year. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to
Tenkte jeg skulle se på andre aksjene som var spørsmål om oppe her. Jeg har ikke kommet så langt inn.
Let's go back now to Balance of Power with David Gura.
Amy, thank you very much. David Gura.
Nei, men uansett, MPCC er jo ikke aksje. Altså, du har jo veldig bra inngang på den, og hvis du konsentrerer deg om å eventuelt kjøpe mer når du får det på samme nivåene på senere tidspunkt, så lever du. Ja, du lever jo godt sett på dem.
Here's what he had to say about how Americans should sort of comport their spending habits as those tariffs go.
Ja, det gjør det.
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old
Ja, ikke
needs
sant.
to have
Tar opp lån, ja.
$30. I think
kan
they
du
can
godt
have
gjøre.
$3 or $4.
De betaler ut mer enn i renta, ja.
With China was just unbelievable. They don't need to have $30.
Ja, det er ikke
They
bare.
can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5. We don't have to waste money on a trade
Høg minne.
deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we
Ja,
don't
ja.
need.
Yes.
The new
Ja,
mathematics
du er
of
godt
dolls
stelt.
and pencils from the president. Judy Cienzano joins us now. She's Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. John Seaton is with us as well, founder and CEO of Echo Canyon Consulting,
Vanskelig
and
å
a
treffe henne, ja.
Republican strategist. Judy, let me start with you and just
Vanskelig å
get your
treffe
reaction to
toppen.
the comments we heard there from the president. This is
Hun er på
something
den.
I won't even say doubled down on, kept coming back to over the course of the weekend. He talked about this in awful
Ja,
lot,
ikke
the way
sant.
that consumers should recalibrate their expectations of what they should
Nei, jeg
buy
tenker sånn, alt under 17,
What's
så
that
er det
say to
kjøpt.
you about the effectiveness of the messaging that he is trying to do right now when it comes to presenting the case for these tariffs policies?
You know, it is not effective, and I think Scott Bessent's op-ed today, that is the effective way to go on this. You talk about holistically the plans for the economy, deregulation, the 217 tax cuts. All of these things you're going to do, and if they all come together, the economy is going to be reset, and there will be a boom time for the United States. What you don't do, David, is go out and tell people that we are limited to 5 pencils and $2.
Ja, men det tar sin tid, det også.
So, from a messaging standpoint, it is very problematic.
Eller ikke oljeaksjene nødvendigvis da, men rigg og seismikken.
Got a headline after the first time he said this at the cabinet meeting where they said skimp on the Barbie.
Skal du se da ut en analyse på crude og så ser ikke meg helt store investeringer i seismikk, skal du se med de kursene. Så, men på et eller annet tidspunkt så må verden ha olje. Og det kommer til å bli krise.
There are concerns, and I don't disagree with my colleague. I think that it's challenging to ask the American people to kind of to sacrifice, whether it's dolls or pencils or whatever else. And I do think that a broader message about why some of these steps are necessary and what it's going to look like down the road is going to be a lot more effective. And quite frankly, I think that this president has proven time and again that he's very good at communicating with the American people and kind of getting buy-in. And I think this is an opportunity for him and his administration to talk about how this will impact not just the kind of the global order of the economy, how this will affect families in a positive way going forward. And so I'd love to see more of that rhetoric coming from this White House and from this president.
John, I'm glad that you bring that up because something that's been a curiosity to me is why we haven't seen, say, an Oval Office speech, or we haven't had an address the likes of which that we got from Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, just a few minutes ago when he was, yes, addressing investors out in California at this conference, but kind of speaking in broad terms and making the case for the policies that this administration is trying to get in place. Why do you think that we haven't seen a more direct explanation of them from this president to the American people? Is it reflective of the way that he sees the media environment? Does he not think it's necessary? How effective do you think it would be if he were to do that?
Yeah, I think that he's shown his preference really is more informal settings. He obviously takes a lot of questions from the media. He did meet the press yesterday. He often will do gaggles in the White House where he takes media questions. And I just think that he'd much rather speak in that kind of more informal, off-the-cuff way, answering questions than in a more kind of staid approach from an Oval Office address. So I think it's how he feels he communicates more effectively, and that's his preference.
Jeannie, I want to turn to you here on sort of the other parts of his economic agenda, principally here taxes, and we've had a lot of conversations, you and I, about sequencing and the way that this administration has approached both of these issues, trade and taxes. Where do you see things going on Capitol Hill when it comes to trying to get the extension of those Trump-era tax cuts? Sort of, what role do you expect Democrats to play here? They can't play an active role here in the actual writing or passage of the bills themselves, but what does opposition look like as this process continues?
You know, I think we're going to see the Democrats sort of sit back and watch. I do think that the Republicans will ultimately get an extension of that 2017 tax cut. But I think one of the big missed stories about this is that for somebody who went out onto the stump throughout that entire election year and talked about lowering taxes, lowering prices, this is not a tax cut. It is a guarantee against a tax increase that is set to occur. So best case scenario, they extend that 2017 tax cuts. People are not going to feel much different in that regard. But I do think they get there. I do think the Democrats are going to be holding their fire and watching and making comments like we heard Hakeem Jeffries over the weekend say over and over again. Where are the tax cuts and the lower costs that were promised? You know, in some ways, Donald Trump sounds a bit like Joe Biden. Joe Biden kept talking for a couple years about people don't see how good the economy is. This is Donald Trump. You're not seeing it's excellent. It's excellent. But people know when they go shopping, and they're going to know when they go back to school shopping and Christmas shopping. If these shelves are empty, they are going to blame Donald Trump. They will not go back and blame Joe Biden.
John Seaton, Jeannie laying out the broad contours there of a problem as she sees it for the president. How does the Republican Party get around that? The kind of continuation of the status quo if they get it, but also just sort of matching the rhetoric of things are fine with what people on the ground might be feeling or seeing.
Right, and I think that was a huge challenge, as Jeannie points out, from the Biden administration when they were trying to tell people to kind of not believe their own lying eyes. I do think that this administration needs to continue to, press the case as to why these policies long-term are going to be effective, what impact it's going to have on families. But, yeah, I do expect that until people see a real change in prices and a real change in their own kind of economic situation, people are going to blame the party in power. It's very, very difficult, no matter how many times you say it, to point the finger at a previous administration. And I do think that the further we get into the Trump administration, more and more people are going to look at this administration as good or bad, the reason why that they're in the economic situation that they're in.
So here we are now 100-plus days into this administration, into this term, and we've seen the administration take claim for some facets of the economy, not take claim for others. We saw that most recently with the jobs numbers that came out last week. This is something else that Kristen Welker asked the president about during that interview. Sort of, when does the Biden economy become the Trump economy as he sees it? Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now. and I really mean this, I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy, because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything. Ultimately, I take responsibility for everything, but I've only just been here for a little more than 3 months.
Jeannie, parse that for me if you would. Again, the president there saying the good parts are the Trump economy, the bad parts are the Biden economy.
Yeah, it's a bit of wishful thinking, or a lot of wishful thinking. The reality is, you know, I sometimes liken it, you can't convince somebody to like you and date you. They look at the reality, and this is what Donald Trump over and over again wants to say. He wants to say, what I'm doing is great. Anything bad that we are experiencing, that goes to the previous administration. But people know, and the recent polls we've gotten, as much as the president wants to discount them, including the Fox News poll, say otherwise. You know, we had a Gallup poll, 9 out of 10 Americans said tariffs, Donald Trump's policy, has led to higher prices. 60% in the Marist poll said the economic conditions are a result of Trump policies. He's not going to be able to talk his way out of it. He's going to have concrete wins on the economy, or he's going to have to convince people that the pain that they're experiencing now and in the short term is going to be worth it in the long run. He can't get away from that as much as he tries to talk his way out of it.
John, when you look at this issue in particular, how much longer can he make this argument that not everything is his, that he doesn't own the whole of the economy?
Well, it's an interesting point, and I'm glad Jeannie brought up the polls, because I think the polling has really been a mixed bag specifically on this point. CNN had a survey out at the end of last week that shows that even though I think people are dissatisfied with their current economic situation, they still prefer President Trump to either a hypothetical Kamala Harris run, or not hypothetical, versus Kamala Harris, as well as the Trump approach versus congressional Democrats. And so I do think that while I would like to see the messaging more reflect the concerns of the American people, there is some degree of grace being given to this president. They still prefer him over the alternative.
John, I want to wrap up here with trade and the trade talks that are continuing between the U.S. and other nations. What are you watching for signs of progress? I imagine you're fielding calls and queries just about sort of what notional success looks like here, and how do you respond to that? Yes, there's a lot of kind of happy talk about conversations happening, prospects of a deal, memoranda of understanding, et cetera. What is actually going to make a difference here for those who are wondering how much progress is being made?
Well, my expectation is that things will go slowly until they go really quick, and I think at that point we will see, one or more deals made with our trading partners. Tariffs has been something that this president has talked about since well before he was president, so it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that he's very concerned with kind of trade inequities, and I expect that deals will get done. Trade is fundamentally good for both parties, and I think once those deals start to occur, we'll see some improvements in the market, and the Trump kind of agenda will be borne out.
Jeannie, I'll put that question in variation to you. Sort of what are you watching for here? What's going to be a sign of progress? Picking up on what John said there just a moment ago, this notion that trade is inherently good. It's a sign of cooperation and countries working together here. What's going to be an indication to you here that the administration is making progress in these conversations?
Number one, it's going to be the trade deals. Yesterday, he said there should be trade deals coming this week. Hopefully, that is the case, and we see those. Of course, on April 25th, he promised he had already made 200 deals. We haven't seen those yet. But trade deals are number one. And then, of course, watch what happens in Congress, because the tariffs is the difficult part of his policy. The better part that people are going to be more excited about is the deregulation, the tax end of things. So if he can put those all together, and again, I point to what Scott Bessent is saying together, that can be a win for the administration, but it's going to be threading a needle, because these are all hard things that he set himself out to achieve.
My thanks to both of you for joining me. We're going to talk to you a little bit later here in the next hour. But that's Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. John Seaton's the founder and CEO of Echo Canyon Consulting, a Republican strategist. We pick apart the conversations that the president had over the course of the weekend on Meet the Press on NBC News, the post that he made on Truth Social, and remarks that we've heard from senior advisors of his over these last few days, most recently by Scott Bessent, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, who's speaking at the Milken Global Conference in Beverly Hills, California, where I should say Bloomberg has a significant presence, moderating many of those panels, convening interviews on the sidelines as well. Jane Fraser, the CEO of Citi, the big bank, is scheduled to speak with our Sonali Basak here in the next hour. We're going to bring that conversation to you live. Any number of panels and conversations coming up as well with leaders in business and investing, politics and policy as well. Just a huge gathering there of investors out in California. As Balance of Power continues here on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube, David Gura in for Kayleigh Lyons and Joe Matthew. Coming up here, we're supposed to hear from the President of the United States. He has a number of events in the Oval Office this afternoon. A sports announcement has been teased by the White House. He has another one. He's going to welcome a citizen home to the United States of America and sign some executive orders as well. We'll be tracking all of that. And again, the goings-on at the Milken Global Conference in California. This is Bloomberg.
Nei da, Prepina har ikke noe hjemmetelefon. Det er nok mobil. Vet du hvordan ringetone det var? Fra en film. Crank. Med Jason Statham. Ja, den är fin. Den är fin.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Good afternoon. David Gura in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. It's a busy 1 o'clock hour here in Washington and on Wall Street. Let me walk you through it. My colleague Carol Massar, of course, the co-host of Business Week Daily out in California. She is there for the Milken Global Conference and scheduled to sit down with some of the biggest names in commercial real estate, including Barry Sternlicht. We're going to get to that panel as soon as it begins, give you a sense of what the conversation is like among some of the biggest investors in this country and around the world about the prospects for real estate going forward here. And a busy afternoon for the President of the United States as well. The President is in the White House teasing an event, a sports announcement in the Oval Office. And we first heard from Axios this morning that has to do with the National Football League. He's expected to be there with the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell. If past is prologue, often there's a Q&A that opens up after announcements like these, a wide-ranging Q&A, and we will bring you some of that as it gets underway. And given all the news the President made over the course of the weekend on Air Force One and on Meet the Press, likely that would touch on the economy as well. We're going to have the governor of the state of New Mexico with me here on set in Washington as well. But I want to start at the White House with my colleague Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent here at Bloomberg Television. We just heard from Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary at that Milken Global Conference, Tyler, talking about this notion of American exceptionalism. And I'm curious what stood out to you from his comments, what he had to say to that gathering of investors.
Yeah, hey, David. Well, it appeared that the Treasury Secretary was really trying to push forward what this White House is saying is their three-pronged approach when it comes to the economy, particularly when it comes to tariffs, taxes, and deregulation. We know that the administration would like to really focus more on that tax part as they push Congress to get through that reconciliation package. But as you're about to hear, he made the case that these three things combined really do make for a good environment when it comes to investing global capital.
America is the Schelling point of global finance. We have the world's reserve currency and the deepest and most liquid capital markets and the strongest property rights. For these reasons, the United States is the premier destination for international capital, and the administration's goal is to make it even more appealing for investors like you.
Concerns about the international appeal of dollar-based assets really did materialize, as you well know, last month amid the stock market turmoil, amid so much tariff uncertainty. And Bessent actually went on there to say that tariff negotiations often aren't a, quote, pleasant process, but that there is an end game in sight. We know this administration is perhaps suggesting that we could see some movement when it comes to framework agreements as soon as this week. Of course, we aren't expecting those full-fledged deals, which could take months to really hammer out, but perhaps more something like a letter of an intent to outline frameworks of some sort of agreements when it comes to these trading partners. And we are closely watching those countries that the administration says that they are prioritizing, those countries that are geographically close to China, like Japan, South Korea, and India. We know some of the terms perhaps that could be included, including that the U.S. would like to see these countries really boost their imports when it comes to some U.S. products, particularly U.S. LNG and U.S. agricultural products. And David, I will mention two quick updates from today already. Already people familiar telling Bloomberg News that India is prepared to lower tariffs to zero on a reciprocal basis for steel, autos, and pharmaceuticals. And then we actually heard from Japan's finance minister, who confirmed that the sale of U.S. treasuries will not be involved in any deal. That was one development that we've been tracking.
Tyler, thank you very much. Tyler Kendall at the White House with that update on what was happening, what was being said at the Milken Global Conference, which is to where we return now as Carol Massar, my colleague at Bloomberg TV and Radio, presides over a panel on commercial real estate with Deborah Carafa, the CEO of Ventus, Justin Kennedy of 3650 Capital, Andrew Smith of Bayview Asset Management, David Steinbach of Hines, and Barry Sternlicht of Starwood Capital Group. Let's take a listen to what they're discussing there in Beverly Hills, California.
Orders, but they're no longer here either. So we shouldn't take it for granted where we are, and we have a $37 trillion deficit on its way to $50 trillion, and that's going to require funding from the rest of the world. So don't be so complacent on our position in the world. The British had a pretty good run, sort of the Holy Roman Empire. You know, we had 100 years, and honestly, I look back, and I talk about this sometimes, if we don't fix our education system, the destiny of the United States is not good. And I saw this morning Abu Dhabi's introduced AI into schools. We have to actually get with the program. We can't rely on historic innovations that also came from immigrants that run all our great tech countries that we want in the country today. So you got to look in the future, not in the past. And I think we have a lot of challenges. We should win.
You know, there's there's something, and I had promised these guys I wasn't going to start macro, but the one thing that I think is interesting, and forgive me, and I can't remember who's said this, but it's Donald Trump being the right question, he's just not the right answer. And Deborah, you're nodding.
Yes, I would point out and agree with a lot of what Barry's saying, but if you think about our global leadership position in biomedical research, for example, we're the envy of the world, there's almost $1 trillion in spend, and whatever the question is, cutting fundamental research that's going to cure Alzheimer's and deal with chronic conditions is essential and has a huge multiplier effect on the economy. So we have to take care not to destroy the advantages that we do have and also create new ones, as Barry talked about.
Bare Alex smart der.
I think part of what we're saying
Du lille.
in agreeing with that is that there's just a lot of noise
Og firkant
that
da.
we don't know how to cut
Jeg er tilbake igjen, ja.
Og jeg ser bare går opp her, går faen ikke ned.
It's not really there. So I think we all believe that the ultimate goal
Ja, det er hennes.
that get us to the right place, but how many people do we send along the way, and can we kind of tailor it in enough to...
Har han sagt noe mer, eller? Om Bessent, eller gikk det opp på det sted?
Bessent har jo snakket nå, jeg har ikke sett noe fra han. Han snakket fra Trump.
Hæ? Bessent pratet en halvtime sa. Breaking news.
Er ungen tystig?
Hæ?
Var det ungen tystig?
Ja.
Ja, han jo kauke.
Jeg er så lei det der Trump-opplegget nå. Det blir
Jeg
helt
trodde opprinnelig det skulle falle. Det falt bra i natt også, liksom.
Ja, det falt hele veien til
Det er
han
ikke
pratet.
bra da, men det falt.
Ja, det falt 200 poeng til han begynte å prate.
Falt det akkurat 200 poeng, liksom? Jeg så ikke det.
Men det virker som du skal prate hver gang det faller.
Trump er sikkert lastet med de der aksjene her.
Garantert.
They can't go to England, they can't go to Toronto. We have to let them in. So we want all these fabulous people here.
Just one question on tariffs. So is tariffs then the right strategy? Is it right to push back? I'm not saying the back and forth, but in general of saying terms have to be fairer.
I thought we weren't doing politics.
Sorry.
I mean, I can get myself in serious trouble.
Okay, so you be quiet for a second.
I agree with 100%. Everything.
I do think deals will get cut. It's going to be time. It's probably take more time than we probably appreciate. We're going to have to live with this in-between period of a lot of uncertainty. Businesses are pulling back to wait and see what plays out.
Right.
But I think even on the other side of this, it does feel like there will be more friction costs in the global business of trade. After you squeeze all the toothpaste out of the tube, it's really hard to put it all back in. And so I think we are going to be living in a world of more friction costs. And I think that
Gull går som han faen, altså.
broader theme of deglobalization that we've been watching for several years now.
Gull går som faen.
Playing out. And this
Ja.
is one of many things that investors are going to have to think about and navigate.
All right, politics aside, I've heard, I got the message. Well, let me just ask you guys, are you optimistic in terms of when it comes to real estate investing? Show of hands. All right, those who don't think it's so great, show of hands. All right, so a little bit more optimistic.
Dette så jævla seipings.
Credit guy.
What?
There's a reason I'm a credit guy.
Are you?
Do we get to vote?
Yeah. Are you optimistic?
Yeah, actually.
Show of hands.
For real estate.
Yeah. You guys are pretty Are you optimistic?
Nick.
I'll be the outlier. You're going to be the outlier.
Nick.
Well, that's opportunity for you.
Sorry?
Is that opportunity?
Oh, we think so. But it's at the same time a risk factor for the markets. We see a situation where real estate has really changed fundamentally across a number of very important, let's call it, hurdles that people have to think about in terms of their investment strategies in the current environment. The dispersion of returns, particularly looking at the commodity part of the asset class. And maybe people up here may be in a little bit different place relative to specialization in Deborah's book and the, let's call it A++ targeting at Hines. As we look at the market, these types of strategies have been very successful. At the same successful. At the same time, the commodity part of a market has suffered a huge shift in demand. And demand
What asset class are you referring to? All? Har du solgt mer, Stig?
Hæ?
Har du solgt noe mer som greier I dag?
Ja da, har jeg solgt mummikopp-holdere.
Hæ?
Jeg har solgt litt mummikopp-holdere.
Ja, så kult.
Been through 15 years of re-equilibration in retail, and we're just at the start of looking for equilibrium in the office markets on the commodity part of the asset class.
Mummikopp-stablere heter det, ikke mummikopp-holder. Stabler for å stable mummikopper.
Syv S. Nilsen, men jeg tar det veldig rolig nå. Det markedet helt koko.
Jeg gjør ikke noe på kontoen.
Nei, jeg ikke komfortabel, ass. Jeg synes det her helt tullete.
Ja.
Jeg må ha at alt funker. Jeg må ha mer volum. Og det må være sånn at det ikke bare plutselig kommer en melding fra den der Bessent hele fucking tida, det fra Trump. Jeg lurer på om jeg skal gå over til Forex neste uke, så ikke det roer seg ned. Vi var ned 220 poeng I stad, liksom.
Ja. E.S. Nilsen, det anbefales ikke at du trader selv på den kontoen. Da må jeg like at du oppretter en egen konto som du trader selv.
Ja, du må ha 2 kontoer.
Det på grunn av marginene. Så hvis du tar trader selv og trader, så kan du få tape, så får du mindre marginer. Gjør da at du taper, eller blås kontoen mye fortere enn hva noen annen gang har gjort.
Er du ferdig med regnskap nå, eller?
Nei. Jeg sendte nettopp for 2 minutter siden mail til Kjengstad-firmaet og spør om de ikke kunne ta det. Jeg får ikke det inngående balansegreia, jeg skjønner ikke. Jeg har følt for hele året, så det greit. Men det inngående balansegreia
Hvilken film var det, da?
Nei, det ikke I Fauske.
Blir du mett, eller skal jeg lage mat? Til deg.
Det var veldig godt der, altså.
Er du mett?
Jeg tror regnskapsfilmer du tenker på.
Jeg kan lage etterpå til deg, og så spiser jeg nå.
Hva for noe sa du, Stig? I Fauske? Hva faen det for noe?
Ja, så regnskapsfilmer du tenker på, så det I Fauske.
Nei, jeg tenker på hvilke firmaer du styrer med balanse, inngående balanse.
Ja, det mitt holdingselskapet mitt.
Ok. Du har ikke så mye transaksjoner der, har du det?
Jeg har lyst til å si nei, men da lyver jeg.
Har du drivet og holdt på å være fælt der?
Ja.
Du skal ikke gjøre det?
Nei, jeg har korttransaksjoner for over 1 million der. Det faller sinnssykt.
Kødder du, eller?
Nei.
Hva du driver med?
Nei, ikke, jeg vet ikke. Jeg bruker penger.
Har du vært I depresjon?
Nei. Jeg spanderer en del når jeg ute på byen, og så liker jeg å kjøpe ting.
Du vet at holdingselskaper, det skal du helst bare ikke ha så fucking mye transaksjoner på, da. Bare mas.
Jeg vet det. Men jeg bruker det som driftingselskap her.
Ja, det kanskje like greit. Geir trenger dritsin og sekretær. Hva skjer? Hva skjer med Geir? Kan du ikke... Jo, jeg kan gjøre det til. Fy faen. Jeg tykker jeg var et dyr. Det allergisk mot.
Geir er den andre sørgen.
Det er Geir som drev og var på dealeren med hun godeste.
Ja, med Levan.
Greit kommer på å begynne feilskurs, men legge igjen en mil i barn. Det er ganske konge i Oslo også, hvis du legger igjen en mil i barn.
Nei, det har ikke jeg gjort da. Men det er sånn så at jeg... Ja, det var et par episoder der jeg har møtt på ordet på jeg og fatteren ordet og spist, og så har vi møtt på en gjeng, og så når regningen kom så har jeg betatt den.
Det er så teit det der, ass.
Jeg synes det er koselig,
Du synes det. Men en annen ting som jeg hater, liksom, for jeg drikker jo ikke alkohol, ikke sant? Jeg drikker bare i perioder, liksom, hvis du skjønner hva jeg mener. Eller ikke perioder, høres ut som en periodedranker. Men jeg drikker svært sjelden, for det er ikke helt alltid hyggelig å ha med når jeg drikker. Av en eller annen greie. Og så... Så ble jeg med ut da. Så ble jeg med ut liksom. Det var koselig, kjempehyggelig å gå ut liksom. Og så skal vi spise. Og da tar jeg meg Pepsi Max, alltid. Drikker aldri noe sprit eller øl eller noe sånt nå. Og så tar jeg meg alltid, og jeg liker ikke snegler og sånn drit. Så jeg tar alltid Pepsi Max, så hvis jeg er heldig så får jeg en biffbit eller en burger da. Jeg er veldig enkel, ikke sant? Men så skal de andre alltid ha drinker på drinker på drinker og shotter og helvetes oldemor og fuckings alt mulig mat som ikke jeg kan navnet på. Og så skal man spleise på slutten, og der står min bit, det er sånn 250 spenn, og så det andre er sånn 3300, og så ender jeg på at jeg må drive og betale. Skal jeg være på den der? Jeg hater sånn, ass. Og så er det så kleit. Hæ?
Nei, sånn
det er det verste jeg vet. En burger og en drink, nei, en burger og en Pepsi Max ble plutselig splitting på alt mulig rart og alt, så jeg hater sånn, ass. Det liker jeg ikke. Hæ?
Vårt dyrt burger.
Ja, men det er sånn liker jeg ikke. Men å spandere sånn, det er hyggelig, men ikke sånn. Nei, jeg synes ikke jeg er kult.
Nei, det er ikke.
Fy faen, Wall Street løftet seg da. Var ned over 200 poeng stand, var det pluss.
Det er som at jeg skal be meg på skikkelig biffmiddag, koster en 3000, og så kjøper du en salat til 200 kroner. Det er splitter regningen.
Ja, det blir sånn. Det skjer mer enn noe annet når du er ute på byen i hvert fall. Ketil sier det blir ikke noe fall, nei, 600 ut.
Hvorfor har brokkolinen min fått blomster på seg?
Hva faen, det er litt
Den
kult
kan
da.
jeg vel ikke spise? Kan jeg fortsatt spise den?
Jeg tror du kan putte den i vann.
Ser du den er gul?
Jeg ser den gul. Har du hørt om det før, Stig?
Hva er det?
Brokkoliner som får blomster. Er det litt rart, eller?
Du sa brokkolini.
Den har fått blomster. Den har fått masse gule planter på den.
Kan man spise den for det?
Jeg ser det er grønt der. Men det er noe sånt.
Jeg tror du kan
Ja,
spise den.
blomster på den?
Ja, så putt den i
Nei,
vann. Hva er det for det?
Det er egentlig en grønnsak.
Verste kompisen vi får inn neste fredag, så kommer fredag, vi kommuniserer ikke før Snapchat til blomster. Spør kjent med deg. Ja, jeg vet det.
Snapchat AI fungerer ikke helt sånn. Jeg er tilbake.
Hvilken redd kommer til å endre biasen din, eller er det biasen din, eller short bias, eller man plutselig blir kvittert? Nei. Jeg kommer til å forandre hele min tankegang så lenge det kommer bra tall. Ikke noe annerledes. Det betyr ikke at jeg skal sitte short hele tiden, så vet du vel. Men jeg har ikke forandret noe syn. Bekreftelse på det jeg har sagt hele tiden.
Infant mortality, all the things that we need to do better as a country all fall apart. Less access to obstructive.
Men la meg gjøre meg ferdig først, da.
So in a state that's trying to build healthcare access, this is bad, terrible, the worst. Two more quick.
Så lenge gull stiger som hva faen, rentene stiger, det blir ikke noe rentekutt. Verste tall siden 2009, consumer confidence rett i dass, profit warning på alle store, Starbucks, McDonald's, og kommer greit til å forandre noe siden.
So every governor, bipartisan, said this is exactly what our residents.
Jeg skal gå og legge minstemann her.
Ja, sitter der.
It's like having
Og gjør det veldig lite.
firefighter folks come into your state, I would know a thing or two about that, in a wildfire bringing flamethrowers and wind machines. This is not helpful. How about if Congress works on reducing healthcare costs. And we could do that by restoring the ability to negotiate on drug prices.
Do you find that what you're saying is getting through on Capitol Hill, you and other Democratic governors, or is
Well,
it?
clearly not, because what we're seeing so far in the proposed resolution is that the only way to get where they want to go in budget cuts is to go after Medicaid indiscriminately. And frankly, they wouldn't have to do that if they had a health care plan. And Republicans in Congress have never had, as far as I know, a health care plan. And I think Americans should be really disappointed. And I think, quite frankly, they need to be weighing in with their governors and their elected members of Congress. Costs will go up. Small businesses will not be able to afford to provide coverage to their employees. No access means without more sick days. Everything that really creates more instability. This is what we're doing. And of course, healthcare is a huge employer. That means fewer
Så har,
jobs. None of it.
det min eller din?
I want to ask you about immigration, of course.
Den telefonen her.
Border state, and we heard a lot from the president about the successes he sees in terms of boosting.
Så kunne du ha de bildene?
I'm curious how that's reverberating across New Mexico. So if you look at people who are here legally, for instance, they look at the ICE raids that are taking place, the degree to which the kind of security mechanism of the United States has been brought to bear here. What's the effect of that had on kind of the zeitgeist in the state among immigrants in New Mexico?
There's a lot of fear and uncertainty in New Mexico, and that even bore out many of the debates in my just ended legislative session. It's our policy session. We've got 48 folks who were sort of the subject of that national kind of coordinated set of raids by ICE trying to utilize local police, and even some Border Patrol folks who shouldn't be in the interior. If you're looking at border security, here's an idea. Have them at the border. There's a lot of angst. New Mexicans, and I would add my own direct opinion and voice here. My job is to represent effectively my state and also solve problems. We agree that bad actors, frankly, whether you're from here or not, we would welcome the federal government to do more
Lost porn.
to do more about stopping guns, drugs, and human trafficking at the border and anywhere else.
Ja, Jesus. Jeg vurderer å ikke tro på Jesus mer. Nå skal vi ned. Hvis vi var på vei ned i stad, hva tror du skjedde da? Hva tror du skjedde da? CMS, hva tror du skjedde i stedet når vi ramlet med 220 poeng? Hva tror du skjedde da?
On the issue of incentives and the incentive structures that are being put in place here, Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security,
Ja, nesten. Trump skrev en svær Twitter-melding, og så hadde Bess en pressekonferanse. Akkurat det som skjedde. Det skjer hver gang han prater, så skjer det.
How this government is both incentivizing and kind of pushing people out of the country.
Yep.
Again, look, I understand that.
Han skrev 5 Twitter-meldinger på 10 minutter.
I am one.
Det er helt psycho.
President set a pretty grand target.
DDoS-kontoen hans. Jeg tror
we're based in fact.
det sånn doxing det heter?
And
Doxing.
cabinet secretaries trying to meet that.
Må snakke konsekvenser. Ja, det har jeg sagt en uke nå, det skjer jo ingenting. Han kan benåde seg selv, han kan gjøre hva han vil. Det får 0 konsekvenser. Jeg har aldri sett dette før. Noen gang. I hele mitt liv. Aldri sett det her i hele mitt liv. For det er hver gang det begynner å falle, så kommer det en sånn syke melding. Det håper jeg ikke etter, for det her er jævla slitsomt, altså. Det er sånn der... Det gir 0 mening, liksom. Gull stiger, nervøsitet. Rentene stiger, nervøsitet. Dårlig makro. Alt stemmer, liksom. Men det går faen ikke med.
I don't want any
Men litt under
violence.
19 år, så er det drøyt nå kort sikt.
I want no more drugs moving through this country from anywhere. China,
Altså, det trenger ikke gå ned på 19 000 Getsen. Det er ikke sånn jeg trader. Jeg trader 100 transasjoner på en dag. Jeg trenger ikke 1000 poeng her for å trade inn det her, ja. Altså. Jeg trenger bare at det beveger seg litt, jeg. Men ikke sånn tikk, tikk, tikk på sånn tull. Det er ikke noe... Det har ikke noe å si om jeg sitter i et fagvær med 500 eller 100 000 bygg nå. Og det stemmer det Cocaine sier. 1000 poeng er ingenting. Jeg trenger ikke vente 1000 poeng, men 1000 poeng her er ingenting. Jeg har gått opp med 3000 eller 4000. Hva skjedde nå?
I have a unique opportunity to ask you what that level of engagement is like with this administration. I think a lot of us saw that moment in the White House when your colleague Janet Mills of Maine stood up effectively to the president, and it was icy, and there was blowback from him.
Getson, da øker posisjonene når det begynner å falle. Kan Trump på noe som gjør hva han gjør. Jeg aner ikke hva dette, men det er litt rart at han får holde på sånn som han gjør da. Det er jo ingen som skjønner noen ting akkurat nå. Jeg synes det er rart at norske sier vi må ha mer skatt, høyere renter og avgifter på grunn av at vi drar for mye penger ut av landet, med politikerne sløser med noen gang. Gir ikke mening. Ja, det gir null mening. Det gir null mening. Og det er så mye bra kapital som har forsvunnet ut av Norge de siste 5 årene. Masse kapital som er borte. På grunn av de teite reglene her. De kom ikke tilbake, eller noe.
And there are plenty of others, like the Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum, and I'm working to develop a relationship in the White House. In my long career, I hope that most New Mexicans still think it's been an effective effort. I still love my state and I'm working hard. And our economy is, I think, proof positive, and our cradle to career investments, bar none. I have great support from and agreements with, and the opposite. And so it's navigating and doing what's right for your citizens. And I will tell you what my businesses are telling me. Can we land a place that's predictable, that's fair, that doesn't feel like it's a roller coaster because they don't expand, they don't invest when that's the situation. So my job is to create stability in every single relationship in the federal government. But I also don't tolerate and shouldn't anybody who goes after my state or tries to do something that hurts a New Mexican.
Ønsker jeg var hacker.
Any
Bare hack i vei, det.
including this one, should expect me to punch above my weight class.
Last question, we got about a minute left.
Ja, det har aldri vært så vanskelig som med Trump. Det er helt sikkert visst. Han er mye verre nå enn han var da. Han var jo ikke sånn som dette her tidligere. Ikke så... Hæ?
Sikker på det?
Jo, nå er det helt... Nå twittrer han jo hele tida. Gjorde ikke det før.
Han twittret noe titt og stadig når han var president sist også.
Ikke sånn obvious man gjør nå da, hvor han går faktisk fysisk ut og truer bedrifter og sånn. Gjorde ikke det sist gang?
Nei, nei, ikke like ille.
Ja, han truet jo Bezos. Fikk til å gjøre det. Det var faen meg enten tjukk i huet eller et eller annet. Jeg vet ikke hva det var.
Where we really highlighted the opportunities in this administration is energy dominance, if you will.
Ringte Bezos på privaten, liksom. Nå må du ta bort det du skriver, så er det politisk, hva sa han for noe? Politisk fiende mot USA. Amazon, liksom. Du kan forholde seg til det. Dette er verdens største selskaper i USA. Politisk fiende mot
Here's where I think I can find a really productive path. This administration wants to make sure that energy security around
mot government, liksom. Det er ganske heftig å si.
And frankly, Western states have been empowering Western states forever, and Eastern states are going to need our energy. Solar, wind, geothermal, storage. Many states are working on small-scale nuclear fusion. That's happening in New Mexico as we speak. And absolutely, let us get LNG around the world.
Governor, nice to see you. Thank you very much. Michelle Lloyd Grisham, join me here in Washington, D.C. Appreciate your time on this Monday afternoon. I want to turn now to our political panel. Back with us once again, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. John Seaton, Republican strategist and founder and CEO of Echo Canyon Consulting, here with us as well. And Jeannie, I'll turn to you first. Just your reaction to that, particularly on the notion of trade and the way that the U.S. continues to sort of look for ways forward here in light of the uncertainty that's kind of overarching so many of the economic relationships.
Yeah, I mean, the governor just speaks so eloquently and really thoughtfully about the impact of this on people on the ground, and particularly, obviously, in her state. And I do think we need to hear more of that. It was one of the first things she said to you, David, when you started asking her, is we need to hear more, whether it's the Medicaid cuts, whether it's trade, or whether it's this new deportation policy, not necessarily
Så tallene blir helt greie på dette. Det er ikke noe sånn spesielt. Jeg tror ikke det blir noe sånn ordentlig trøkk før ut i tredje kvartal. Jeg tror ikke det blir noe sånn ordentlig trøkk før da.
John Seaton, on that same point here, you have her, of course, overseeing the government of New Mexico, other governors trying this as well. What do you make of that, the prospects for, I guess, the state level, trying to broker deals or kind of see through the maybe uncertainty that exists at the federal level but might be clearer at the state level?
Well, I think to her point, you know, a lot of this is the purview of the federal government, and as I've said on this program and others, a lot of this really should not be a surprise. This is what President Trump campaigned on, and I do think that, you know, whether it's immigration and getting people who really should not be in this country out of this country, whether it is taking a tougher stance on trade and tariffs to make sure that we get fair deals, this is what the president campaigned on. So I don't think there should be a huge surprise here, and I do think, once again, as I said in the previous segment, that as long as the president continues to communicate how this will long-term affect and impact and benefit American families, I think that people will come around and be supportive of his efforts.
John, let me put a version of the question I put to the governor to you, and that is, how good is the relationship, do you think, between governors of both stripes, Republican and Democrat, and this White House? What more can be done here to have more constructive conversations in the interests in states that aren't Republican?
Right, and I'm not privy to those conversations, of course, but I do think that open lines of communication are always important, and governors really are kind of CEOs of their states, and so it's extremely important that there be open lines of communication and that they go both ways. Governors should continue to communicate to the White House and administration and the various agencies what it is that they need, what it is that they're seeing on the ground, and be supportive of the efforts, even if they happen to be of a different political party. At the end of the day, people are elected to serve all of their constituents, not just one party or the other. And so would like to see as much communication and transparency as possible between state governments and the White House administration, and I hope that continues.
Jeannie, the governor and I didn't get to talk about 2026 or 2028. Her term is up in 2026, but something interesting is kind of happening in the state of New Mexico. She recently called in the National Guard to Albuquerque because of violence and crime there. Got some pushback from that, but it's kind of sharpened this distinction between or among Democrats. There are those who favor that kind of harder line approach and those who don't, and I think it's going to kind of set the foundation for the race for her successor, at least on the Democratic side here. What do you make of that? What does the New Mexico story tell you or tell us about the way the Democratic Party moves forward here to 2026 and indeed to 2028 as well?
Yeah, and there's nothing I like more than to talk about elections, David, so thank you. We don't get enough of them since 2024 in my book. But, you know, I think there is a real divide on the Democratic side. How do you handle issues regarding insecurity? And I think the governor is leading in the right way. There is no world
Har han Trump sagt noe mer nå, eller?
Should be living insecure in our homes and worried about being victims of crime and violence. It is absolutely unacceptable. And so you have to deal with it as governor. That is her job as the executive of the state. And every other governor should follow suit. And Democrats who don't end up with a world of hurt, both politically, but more importantly, with their constituents, because none of us deserves to live in a place where we can't feel safe. So safety, economic security, those are number one and number two, or vice versa, however you want to count them, in terms of what an executive has to do. And as they look for the next executive in New Mexico, you can bet Democrats on the ground are going to keep that in mind. We want to be safe, secure, happy, and fulfilled in our lives.
Great to speak with both of you, and I thank you for listening through that interview as well to get your reaction to it. That's Sheena Sheehan-Zaino, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. John Seaton joined as founder and CEO of Echo Canyon Consulting. He is a Republican strategist on the heels of that interview that I had with Michelle Lujan Grisham, the governor of New Mexico, here in Washington for a couple of days, and just invaluable to get her perspective on the issues of immigration and healthcare as well, and also the future.
Nå skal jeg faen meg lage meg en bruker på Truth Social.
I want to set the table once again here for what's going to unfold here over the next few minutes. My
Trump,
colleague Sonali Bosick of Bloomberg Television getting ready to sit down with Jane Fraser, who's the CEO of Citi. She's at the Milken Global Conference in Beverly Hills, California. We are still waiting for an event at the White House as well. The President of the United States teasing a sporting-related announcement. We'll see if he takes questions afterward, and if he does...
President Trump has secured more investment for a country than US and President Biden did during all 4 years.
At Live Go on the Bloomberg Terminal. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Jeg tror ikke det er Trump som... Han kan ikke tweete så mye på en time. Det må være noen som styrer kontoen hans. Det er jo... Ta helt av den kontoen hans. Ja, det er bare... Ja. Jeg tipper det er flere aktive der, altså.
is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
This is David Gura in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines here in Washington on a busy afternoon. We're waiting for the President of the United States to speak. A couple of engagements on his agenda for the course of the afternoon. He's teasing a sporting-related one. There are some executive orders in the offing as well. We'll bring you that as soon as it happens, and you can follow it on LiveGo as well. Without question, a huge event in California this week is the Milken Institute's Global Conference and Gathering. Some of the biggest names on Wall Street, in banking, in finance, policymakers as well. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, was there, re-emphasizing the fact that he thinks the U.S. is the preeminent destination for global capital. Given all of that, no surprise that my friend and colleague Sonali Basak is there. She's, of course, our lead Wall Street correspondent and the co-anchor of Open Interest on Bloomberg Television. I'm going to toss it to her with the CEO of Citi, Jane Fraser. Sonali?
David, thank you so much for that introduction. Of course, I am sitting by with Jane Fraser. She is the CEO of Citigroup. And a lot has happened, Jane, since we last spoke. So much has happened. And I've got to say, on the ground here, despite all the uncertainty we've seen for the last several weeks, there's a lot of optimism from investors out here. What do you make of that type of forward look? Do you think that there's a lot to hang on to, given that we just heard from the Treasury Secretary and the pitch he's made to investors about the future of the country and investment in it?
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me back again. It's great to be here and to be at Milken. Look, we're in a world where the difference between the hard data and the soft data is the greatest I've ever seen. And it's very hard for all of us to understand, to get our arms around this and what does it mean. And I think we just got to recognize that this will take some time to play out. On the one hand, we've got investors who had quite the round trip in the last few weeks. But when we look at our corporate clients or our consumer clients, sentiment is weaker, but spending is strong with the consumer still. It's holding up. Some of that is the pull forward of spending, the same from corporates ahead of tariffs. But we're keeping a very close eye on what will happen with unemployment, what's going to happen with inflation, obviously, what's going to happen with the actual tariffs. Will they be 10%? Will they be 25%? Will they be more? That uncertainty will get clarified. We will know more. We'll know more about the tax bill. We'll know more about deregulation. But it's going to take some time for the hard and soft data to converge and that we know which scenario we should be acting upon.
Well, to that end, you said earlier today on a panel that a lot of your clients are in this wait-and-see mode. So what is your advice? Bring us into the boardrooms. What are they waiting to see, and what is your message?
So with clients, there's a couple of things that are going on. One more tactically, which is preparing for headwinds. And remember, we're serving multinational clients and multinational institutions and governments around the world. So they are strengthening balance sheets if they feel the need to take advantage of that. They're pulling forward inventory. They're pausing some of their investment spend, CapEx. There's still activity, but there's definitely the wait and see and preparation. Then you have all the work that is going on where we're having heavy client engagement on how should I be rethinking about my supply chains? What should I be thinking about my hedging and financing? And then on the top level, what does it mean from the strategic advice? So the level of engagement everywhere around the world is absolutely tremendous. It's about scenarios right now. It will turn into action further down the year.
Now, you're the most global of U.S. banks, so you see what's happening on the ground in the Middle East, in Asia, in Europe, in Latin America. What do you think international investors feel about your relationship to the United States today? Are they concerned that our status as a reliable trading partner is going to stick around, given all the change?
There is an immediate reaction to the speed, the pace, the nature of the changes that have been announced. And that causes a certain amount of emotion from people. But when you step back and you look at the economic advantages of America that we felt so positive about in January are still there today. Labor mobility, the breadth and depth of our capital market, never bet against the American entrepreneur. Those still remain strong. What I do hear more from our international clients is they expect a more multipolar world to get accelerated. So they're starting to think through what are some of the other relationships they need to be developing, what are some of the challenges that they're going to be facing. But at the end of the day, a multipolar world is a win-win. It's not a zero-sum game. And I think folk are beginning to understand there are not as many alternatives to the US as the initial thought would be. And the second piece is there's also opportunity and there's a win-win out there.
So one place you're not seeing the win-win in particular, and you said this on your earnings call with investors actually, that your client base is not as affected. But smaller and mid-sized companies could get pummeled, is the word you use in this kind of environment. What kind of risk is there to Main Street if these trade negotiations aren't sorted out faster?
I think it's not just the trade. We want to see the trade, we want to see the tax bill, and what that will be, and then also deregulation, because as Secretary Bessent has pointed out, deregulation has really impeded Main Street as well. We've seen it with Basel III. The concern as a large bank was around what does it mean for the consumer? What did it mean for farmers? What did it mean for small businesses? Because they have quite a trickle-down impact of too much regulation. So some of that undoing of things that have been overdone is very important for Main Street because they don't have the same flexibility and diversity of business model that the larger corporates do.
But don't they have nearer term problems like inflation that could be on the heels of a lot of these tariff talks?
Ikke sant, Dag Tegge?
Different than those larger firms have.
Ikke sant, for han faen meg så aktiv.
I do think the small businesses and those involved in sectors affected by the price increases, by the tariffs, by supply chain disruptions, just because the magnitude of changes that could be coming will have an impact on them. And that's I think where some of the disruption and the pain from this will be felt first. And we need to be very mindful of what are we going to do to help support them.
Very specifically also, you were recently in Mexico with Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum. How did that meeting go? What's her strategy to deal with the trade negotiations with the United States?
I do think that the Mexican presidency is doing a very, very good job. She's a very smart, thoughtful person. She's looking at stepping back, letting some of the noise die down. We're very clear on what are Mexico's priorities. The US is very important to Mexico. She's very aware of that, but we'll also be looking at are there other places to put a few more eggs, so not all the eggs are in the Mexican basket, and strengthening relationships in South America and the like as well.
So, all in all, let's take a big step back to look at the macro environment that's being created in the wake of what's going on. A lot of people have a lot of concerns around inflation and a weakening economy at the same time. Do you agree with President Trump that the Fed should cut interest rates, or do you believe that it would be imprudent to do it at this time when inflation expectations are higher?
It's very hard for the Fed right now because of this disconnect between hard data and soft data. And the hard data holding up, well, the sentiment data is clearly impacted. And until there is more clarity, it will be hard to know. If it's a 10% tariff, easier to absorb. If it's 25% or higher, then that will have more material ramifications. So getting clarity on the trade deals and agreements that will come through. We'll know more about taxes in the summer. We're starting to see some of the benefits of deregulation occurring. All of this will play in. But right now, the Fed's in a tough spot.
Now, I want to turn to Citigroup specifically. You're in, let's say, the later stages now of a historic turnaround. You had a lot of work on your plate in the first couple of years. Next year is year 5. Now this year, you have clearly made progress in getting closer to your return on tangible equity target of 10 to 11% by next year. Do you stand firm in that target, or are there risks to achieving it? Or do you believe that it could actually be hit sooner than you initially expected?
No, we stand firm with the target. I am very glad that we have the strategy in place and it's working. The good progress there. The organization we did last year has also played benefits, making us more agile. We have a fantastic management team. I'm really proud of the leaders that we have at the firm. And I'm also glad that that's all in place so that we can be in the front foot and leaning into the different challenges and opportunities that this environment means for our clients, and we can be that port in the storm. Strong capital, strong balance sheet, well reserved. So I am pretty determined as I look to the future that we will play the role that Citi should be and lean into this environment to be there for our clients.
I think when you look across Wall Street, one major concern is that given the deal environment has not played out as anyone has expected, the commitment, not just Citigroup, but many large banks have to keeping all of those bankers on force. How do you feel about this? Do you believe that there's a point this year that you would have to make reductions given what the environment looks like?
I think we have a diversified business model, so that's very helpful. We saw that in the first quarter, real strength across the street in the markets businesses that help counter let's call it a tepid environment in the IPO, some of the leveraged finance market. So that those diversified business models are very helpful. For us, I do feel the environment does play to Citi's strengths. We are everywhere around the world, and all the clients are engaging us on what should they be thinking about doing on their supply chains. We're helping them in India, in Japan, in the Middle East, in Africa, and beginning to think through what changes do they need to be making and getting prepared for that. At the same time, the pipeline in deals is growing. It's been quite active. I'm surprised by how active it has been the last few weeks, but the pipeline has been growing pretty steadily. So clients will be ready once there is certainty. We don't know if it's a very bad economic environment, that would be more restructuring. If it's a good economic environment, it will be game on again.
Jane, one more question for you.
Det går ikke.
Next year
Går
is
ikke an å holde på
your
sånn
your tenure, and you can stay CEO for a long time. We know all of your rivals certainly have.
No doubt they'll do a special job. Yeah, please.
Can you explain a little bit about how you could implement tariffs on the film industry, kind of how that would work?
Well, that's a different story, but our film industry has been decimated by other countries, taking them out, and also by incompetence, like in Los Angeles. The governor is a grossly incompetent man. He's just allowed it to be taken away from, Hollywood. Hollywood doesn't do very much of that business. They have the nice sign and everything's good, but they don't do very much. A lot of it's been taken to other countries, and a big proportion. And I'm actually going to meet with some because, there's some advantages, I guess, and I'm not looking to hurt the industry. I want to help the industry. But they're given financing by other countries. They're given a lot of things. And the industry was decimated. If you look at how little is done in this country now, you think we were the ones. We used to do 100, not long ago, 100%. Now we do almost like very little. It's shocking. Are you in that business too? Because he's in so many businesses. You could explain it, but it's not a good situation. So we're going to meet with the industry. I want to make sure they're happy with it because we're all about jobs. That's all what it's very important. It's a big industry, but it's an industry now that's, it's really left, it's abandoned the USA where it started. And we'll get it back. Yeah, please.
Thanks, Mr. President. First, I just want to thank you for letting us in here on with Zero Hedge and the last administration.
Oh, yeah.
Us on social media, so we're really grateful to be in the White House. And this is not exactly sports related, but I've been dying to ask you this question for a long time, which is that 2.5 years ago, the Nord Stream pipeline blew up.
Yeah.
And despite what people like John Brennan and all the hawks said, you were one person who said Russia probably did not blow up its own pipeline.
Yeah, if you can believe it. They said Russia blew it up, yeah.
And so I'm wondering now that you're president, if you would consider launching a formal investigation into what happened there and who actually did blow it up.
Well, probably if I asked certain people, I'd be able to tell you without having to waste a lot of money on an investigation. But I think a lot of people know who blew it up. But I was the one that blew it up originally because I wouldn't let it be built. And then when Biden got in, he allowed it to be built. And it's very interesting. But I think Russia, with the price of oil right now, oil's gone down. I think we're in a good position to settle. They want to settle. Ukraine wants to settle. If I weren't president, nobody would be settling. They're losing 5,000 people a day. Think of it. Here we talk about football. They're losing 5,000 people on average a week.
mostly Russian soldiers and Ukrainian soldiers, 5,000 a week, not including people that are, killed as missiles go into areas that they shouldn't be. It's a very terrible thing, and I think we've come a long way, and it could be something will happen, but hopefully it will. As you know, President Putin just announced a 3-day ceasefire, which doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot if you knew where we started from, because they were not. We had a president that for 3 years didn't speak to Putin, and it all shouldn't have happened. This is a war that should have never happened, and you're going to be very disappointed when you find out the real number of people that were killed. It's far greater, many times greater, I believe, but far greater than the numbers that you're putting out. It's a very, very deadly, horrible war. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Det er et sportsevent, og han prater om børs og politikk og krigen i Ukraina.
Oh, I see. You mean they can't take a joke? You don't mean the Catholics, you mean the fake news media. Not the Catholics loved it. I had nothing to do with it. Somebody made up a picture of me dressed like the Pope, and they put it out on the internet. That's not me that did it. I have no idea where it came from. Maybe it was AI, but I know nothing about it. I just saw it last evening. Actually, my wife thought it was cute. She said, "Isn't that nice?" Actually, I would not be able to be married, though. That would be a lot. I'd have to the best of my knowledge, popes aren't big on getting married, are they? Not that we know of. No. I think it's the fake news media that, they're fakers.
Was about the fact that it was put out on the White House account, even though it was AI generated, it was a joke, it was a meme. Does it at all diminish the substance of the official White House account to have it go out on?
Oh, give me a break. It was just somebody did it in fun. It's fine. Have to have a little fun, don't you? Yeah, please go ahead.
Tell me about a program that's just been introduced to give undocumented immigrants living in the United States
About me?
$1,000 to self-deport. Can you just tell us a little bit?
Oh, the new program, yeah. We have millions of people that have come into this country illegally through an administration that didn't know what they were doing. They didn't have a clue. And now we find out officially they didn't because the president was incompetent, but I could have told you that before. And they've allowed millions and millions of people to pour in. Murderers, killers, the biggest murderers in the world, actually. Terrorists come in, emptied prisons from many countries, not just South America, all over the world. They emptied their prisons into our beautiful USA. And to get that many people, 21 million people we think the real number is, but let's say 3 million of them are serious criminals. 11,888 murderers, many of whom murdered more than one person. It's hard to believe we have to even talk about this when we're talking about something so beautiful, but it's something we have to talk about having to do with the country because it's very important. So they came in by the millions illegally into our country. They just flowed in through an open border policy that was insane. And what we've done is we've offered, you know the numbers, but because we're taking them out by the thousands, we're being obstructed. It's very unfair what's happening because the court system it's very unfair. We have to get them out fast. These are bad people. These are people that are killing, and they've already killed many people in this country. Illegal immigrants that came in illegally through an open border policy, which is insane. We talk about common sense. That's not common sense. And they came in from the Congo, all over Africa, all over Asia, all over South America, parts of Europe. They flowed in and just walked right into our country. We had no idea who they were. 21 million at least. That's probably a low number. You hear lower numbers than that. It's not. That's a low number. But many are really serious criminals and terrorists and people from jails. They emptied out jails. Venezuela, their crime is down 72% because they took all the criminals off the streets and the gangs and they dumped them into our country. So we're getting them out. It's a very difficult thing with the courts because the courts have all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they said, maybe you have to have trials. Trials. We're going to have 5 million trials. It doesn't work. You wouldn't have a country left. But hopefully the Supreme Court will save it. But what they've done is a very, very serious thing. Past presidents took out hundreds of thousands of people when needed. You look at Eisenhower, you look at many of them, and they took people out and they didn't go through any of this. But what we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came
Jeg
from.
tror akkurat det samme Hans Emanuel, men det er et problem, altså. For vi var på vei ned til staden med over 200 poeng, og så har de en pressekonferanse. Vi var på vei ned 650 poeng for 3 dager siden. Da hadde de en pressekonferanse. Det skjer bare når det faller. Jeg blir helt satt ut. Jeg skjønner ingenting. Dette er ikke... Den pressemeldingen her er ikke annonsert. Ingenting. Ikke den i stedet.
Jeg får å se på den.
Jeg
ser på True Social.
Ja, det er vel lett for å se på den.
Hæ?
Det er lett å være. Ikke se på den.
Nei, helt galt.
What we've done is amazing, and sure Tom Homan and Kristi Noem have done an incredible job. They really have done an incredible job. But it's a hard job. So we're going to have a self-deportation where they deport themselves out of our country. We'll work with them, and we're going to try, and if we think they're good, they have, the people we want in our country, they're going to come back into our country.
Hva faen er det vi
A
går
little
opp
easier
på?
route. But if
Han
they
snakker
don't,
om...
and if we take them out after the date, then they're never coming back, and that's the least of the problems they're going to have. Yeah, please.
What's your expectation for your meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister tomorrow?
I don't know, he's coming to see me. I'm not sure what he wants to see me about, but I guess he wants to make a deal. Everybody does. They all want to make a deal because we have something that they all want. We have something that they all want. China wants to make a deal very badly. You see what's happening to China. China's being decimated. And I don't want
Nå sier
that
han
to happen.
Kina vil kjempegjerne lage en deal. Nå begynner han med det. Da kommer det til å gå opp på det.
We're losing think of it, on our trade policies with Biden. We're losing $5 billion a day. I think Josh is a great businessman, would not let that happen too long, right? How many groups can lose $5 billion a day? If you lose $5 billion one day, that's the end of that company, right? You're fired. He says, you're fired. Get out of here. So we essentially did that, and we have it down to a very low number. We're doing really well, really well. Yeah.
How did you decide to reopen Alcatraz? Can you walk us through that decision?
Did I say what?
To reopen Alcatraz, how will you use it? How did you come up with the idea?
Well, I guess I was supposed to be a movie maker. We started with the movie maker. I mean, it represents something very strong, very powerful in terms of law and order. Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate. Sing Sing and Alcatraz, the movies. But it's right now a museum, believe it or not. A lot of people go there. It housed the most violent criminals in the world, and nobody ever escaped. One person almost got there, but they, as you know the story, they found his clothing rather badly ripped up, and it was a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz, and just represented something strong having to do with law.
Nå snakker om Alcatraz, og at Kina vil ha... Kina er desperate etter avtalen med USA, fordi de taper $5 milliarder om dagen.
We'll see if we can bring it back in large form, add a lot. But I think it represents something. Right now it's sitting there rusting and rotting. You look at it, it's sort of, you saw that picture that was put out, sort of it represents something that's both horrible and beautiful and strong and miserable, weak. It's got a lot of qualities that are interesting, and I think they make a point. Okay, are you guys okay? I want to just say that it's such an honor to be up here with my friends, because this is a group of people that have done an amazing job, and all we can do, Muriel and I, is give them the greatest site there is, I think, that I've ever seen. I did very well in the real estate business. I think this is the greatest site there is anywhere in the world for exactly what you guys are doing. And we'll work with you. We've got a lot of work to do to get it going, but we'll work with you and we'll try and make the dream come true. And I want to thank you all very much for being here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jeg var ferdig å prate. Nå er han ferdig å prate. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal si, for nå skjedde det igjen. Nå går det opp på at han prater. Nei, jeg skulle trade, men jeg vet ikke. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal si. Jeg lurer på om han bare tar tap, for han prater jo opp hele tiden. Jeg klarer ikke trade når han bare skal prate. Alt av makro er dritt. Nå sier han igjen at Kina står i kø for å lage avtaler med dem, fordi de taper 5 milliarder om dagen, 5 milliarder dollar. Det er bare piss. Men det går jo opp på det. Han sier at USA er fremtidens land, og sier at nå skal vi åpne Alcatraz. Alt mulig rart. Så jeg lurer på om vi bare skal jeg er ute. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal si, for han prater jo hele tiden. Det hjelper ikke. Ingenting hjelper. Og nå prater han faen meg enda mer. Faen prater han om nå. Han sa han skulle stoppe å prate. Nå prater han mer nå.
Every year, hundreds of young football players.
Nei, han er ferdig. Nei, så jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal gjøre for noe. Jeg er short markedet på dårlige makronyheter. Jeg er short markedet på profitordninger. Jeg er short markedet på alt, egentlig. Og markedet her nå går jo ikke ned. Det vil jo ikke ned. Trump prater opp hele tiden. Nå sa han på nytt nå at Kina står i kø for å tariff. Men Kina sa, og så sa han i går, i natt, så sa han at han var ikke i dialog med Kina. Og nå sa han at han er i dialog, at Kina står i kø. Så jeg vet da faen hva jeg skal tro på. Jeg aner ikke. Det her går ikke an å holde på, det går ikke an å trade på det her. Og så går man long nå da, så plutselig så sier han at han ikke er i dialog med Kina igjen, og så detter vi 200 poeng igjen, ikke sant? Det her er bare tull, ikke sant? Jeg kan ikke, det her er sånn lotto, dette er sånn flaks. Så jeg lurer på om jeg skal ta ut noe tap, og så sette en hedge, og så bare vente. Jeg kan ikke trade sånn her nå når han bare prater. Det er clean umulig.
Kast alt av nyheter ut under. Trade etter grafen.
Ja, men det hjelper ikke det da, for det var jo nederst da, og så pratet han så snudde det liksom. Det er det som er problemet her. Det var på så her pratet Bessent. Han pratet her. Han pratet Bessent. Gikk det rett opp.
Ja,
men,
stopp på.
Ja, det her er jo helt sinnssykt. Hvis vi ender i blått i dag, så er det den 10. dagen på rad hvor vi er opp. Det har aldri skjedd før i historien. Nå har vi 20 000 igjen nå. Vi var nede på 1900 i sted. Skal vi høre hva han sier på Bloomberg da.
Investment opportunities. We continue to think that AI, we continue to think that this is both being consumed within Man Group and within the work that we do, but the broader reach out into other industries and other spaces is going to be, I think, transformational.
You've been in the job for a while now, so you're more, not new, you're more of a veteran now. And you're at a time where this has to be one of the more...
Så nå halvert antall som skal i forhandlinger med USA, da, for nå er det bare 100, hør det.
Hva sa du?
Det er bare 100 land som skal forhandle med nå, ifølge å være blonde bimboen.
Hva er det du sier for noe?
100 land som skulle forhandle med USA.
Det var jo 200 forrige uke.
Ja, det var det selv. Kanskje de har fått mye om 100 da, det vet jeg ikke.
Hun sa det var 200 land som de hadde samtaler med forrige uke som skulle lage avtaler. Nå er det 100.
Ja, bimboen sa 100.
Ja, og Donald Trump sa på alle nyhetene der at det ikke var i dialog med Kina. Og nå hadde en melding akkurat nå sa at Kina stod i kø. Er det den videoen her?
Jeg tror ikke det, vet du.
I actually do have something to share on that. I asked the president about this before coming out here, and he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America, and the President and the administration are setting the stage for a deal with China. So we feel everyone involved wants to see a trade deal happen, and the ball is moving in the right direction. Sure.
Setting the stage for a deal with China, what does that mean? Has the President spoken directly with Xi yet?
China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know quite. They're proud people.
I don't have anything to read out on a direct talk between the President and President Xi, but we will continue to keep you updated.
And Secretary Bessent reportedly today told investors that this trade standoff with China he expects will be de-escalating soon because, as he described it, reportedly the situation is unsustainable. Is the President considering taking steps to de-escalate the situation with China?
Again, I just read you words directly from the President of the United States. Those are moments ago. That's where his head is at right now.
Det går faen ikke an. What the fuck? Hørte du hva hun sa, eller? Jeg føler jeg er sånn her i limboland. Jeg har aldri vært med på dette før. Jeg kan si på ute etter 10-dagersrekorden. Da har han henvisende rekorden for evig og alltid har ryggen fri med markedet. Ja, det er faen meg mulig, ass. For i dag går han hardt ut. Han prater om på fotballkamp. Han prater ikke noe om fotballkampen. Han prater bare om krigen og tariff. Han prater ikke noe om fotballkampen. Det her.
Her var innledningen.
Her. Det er NFL-draft han skal prate om. Han skal prate om fotball. Så prater han om at han har landet avtale med Kina. Så har Trump har pratet akkurat igjen. Ja, så har siden han gitt opp, så er det greit. Nei, jeg har ikke noe smart å si. Jeg vurderer bare å logge, ass. Jeg klarer ikke. Jeg blir helt satt ut, liksom. Nå kommer det meldinger på meldinger fra Trump uten at det noe er annonsert. Det var pressekonferanse i det vi tryner forbi teknisk og skal falle. Da er det pressekonferanse fra han var, hva heter han for noe, Bessent. Og nå sier Trump at Kina maser på for å få til en avtale. Det sa han nå akkurat for 5 minutter siden. Og så sa han i natt at han ikke har snakket med Kina. Har ikke tenkt å snakke med Kina heller. Så det her er jo, det går ikke an å holde på sånn som dette. Hva står KOA i 2025? Jeg tipper KOA kommer til å gå opp forbi 3 kroner veldig snart. Jeg har sagt 4,50 ut 2025. Opp, opp, opp. Det her er aldri... Jeg vet ikke. Jeg liker ikke å sitte her og trade nå, for jeg synes dette her er bare vås. Her sitter vi og handler en indeks på grunn av hva en president sier. Det er ikke på grunn av hva tallene viser, det er hva han sier. Han sier jo alt mulig rart. Jeg vet da faen.
The CEO in 4AI that was going to ultimately end up in a event at the White House next year. Yeah. And lastly, you said we have to train Americans, reskill and retrain them with the AI tools that they need to succeed in this economy. We're working very closely with the Department of Labor to make that happen.
And just to be clear, so the president understands that and understands the importance of a government role in facilitating this, because when a lot of people talk about our leadership in the United States from a technological standpoint, they point back to a lot of those post-World War II programs that came out of the Defense Department and DARPA and other sort of government research facilities that fed into university research facilities and ultimately into the private sector. Is that the playbook?
Yeah, so what's very unique about the American innovation ecosystem is it's 3 parts. It's 1 part academia, 1 part private sector, and 1 part government. and all of them kind of pass the torch from one another to drive innovation. So the federal government often funds early stage basic pre-competitive research. Universities make fundamental breakthroughs or discoveries. Those are ultimately taken up by the private sector and commercialized, and the government steps in to help create a regulatory environment for those new technologies to succeed and thrive. So we're going to continue to work on that effort and make sure that we have the best functioning innovation ecosystem in the world.
What needs to be changed when it comes to the regulatory environment? You've been on the record in the past saying that you thought that things were there were too many barriers, if you will. What's on the agenda right now that this administration wants to do to lower or at least smooth out those regulations?
We really have to find and identify barriers which are inhibiting the proliferation of emerging technologies. We want to be flying supersonic again. We want commercial drone deliveries to be happening in the United States. We want self-driving vehicles on the road. We want AI-powered medical diagnostics. All of these things have been slowed down or hampered by a regulatory process which may be good intention, but it's just too slow. And we need to continue to lead the world on this, and doing this deregulation is a big piece of the Trump agenda.
Do you see us primarily in competition with China on that front?
Look, I mean, we're in competition with so many people around the world. Everyone wants to be a leader here, and obviously the PRC has made it very clear.
Jeg vurderer å gjøre det, Prabina, for jeg tør ikke gjøre noe.
Like a position where we are the world leaders, so we need to continue to make sure we have an environment where we can maintain that leadership.
And university is going to be a critical part of that. Are they not? There's been a lot of discussions about the president's attacks on certain universities, about some of the brain drain that maybe we might see as a result of that. How do you reconcile that?
The most important thing about federally funded R&D we have to think about is it's not about spending a lot of money. If you spend a lot of money on the wrong things, it's worse than spending a little money on the right things. So we're making sure that the biggest priorities for the nation, things like leading in artificial intelligence, leading in quantum information science, and we continue to fund those areas and make sure that our universities are a big part of that agenda.
Tariffs. I have to ask you about tariffs. Your president has made it clear he's tariff man. They're here, they're coming. Does that have an impact, though, on what you're trying to do? Do you have to factor in maybe the extra costs to whether bring things in or reshore things?
What we're seeing is some of the greatest technology companies in America and around the world are coming and they're investing in the United States. Secretary Bessent said this morning, more investments come into the United States in the last 100 days than it has in the 4 years under President Biden. So what we're doing is actually bringing these new technologies here in the U.S. We saw the TSMC announcements that's happening in Arizona, where we're going to be building leading-edge fabs here in the United States, and so many more great investments. So I think we're in a pathway to really make sure that we have the tools that we need to keep driving this AI leadership position.
When you think about investments in the United States, can that be purely bilateral, meaning we come from this sort of multilateral world when it comes to trade and investment opportunities, and the president's clearly pushing us to much more of a bilateral type of deals. Do you think that can facilitate the same pace of innovation that we saw back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s?
I really do, and I think that the proof is in the companies that have already made big announcements about coming here in the United States, and there's a lot more that are probably going to be announced in the weeks ahead. So we've seen an environment where everyone wants to invest and work here in the United States, and predominantly in these cutting-edge emerging technologies that we're focused on. So I think the future is very bright, and we have an economic environment which is really going to be fostering breakthroughs here in America.
All right, Michael, really appreciate you being here. Obviously a busy guy. Michael Kratsios is the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy Director. Toss it back to you in New York, Bonnie.
Fantastic stuff, Romain. I just want to update you on market action now. We are improving as we go out this session. We right now have the Dow Jones Industrial Average actually in the green, up by about 0.3%. The S&P, though, still down about 0.1%. The Nasdaq 100 down a little fraction more than that, just about 20,073 right now. So about half stocks higher, half the stocks are lower, and in the stocks index you're looking at about 12 stocks that are still higher. But it's a very unsure session. We have the curve steepening a little bit as well, with the 10-year yield up more than 5 basis points.
Siden at 10-åringene gått opp 5 basispunkter, og flere som er interessert i makro, så er det veldig negativt for aksjemarkedet. Så greiene her gir null mening. 10-åringen opp 5 basispunkter, gull går opp 2,5%, og det her gir null mening. Tror vi alt ikke skal holde dette her, så var det jo hans første 4 år i US Underrik. Stemmer det? Stemmer det. Ja, jeg må nok gjøre det, JD, men jeg bare blir helt satt ut her.
All right, thanks, Bonnie. Meanwhile, back here in Beverly Hills, here about what's going on in M&A. Kristen, great to see you.
Nice to see you too.
We talk about this idea of, I think, some bullishness coming into 2025. And I know over the last few days, 100 days, if you will, maybe that got disrupted. Do you see hope that some of the most bullish outlooks that we saw for M&A coming into 2025 will still come to fruition?
I do. We have seen a return of mega cap M&A in tech. While the number of deals are down about 20% year to date, year over year, the volume is up 40%. And so we've seen multiple deals over $20 billion, multiple deals over $10 billion, driven by strategics, driven by divestitures. Private equity is playing a major part of that.
What pocket, though, of tech is that? Is that all just sort of weighted to AI, or is it a little bit more diversified?
It's been a lot in security, in payments, fraud, and some semis, as long as it's not they have the risks around competition and regulatory. Those are the main sectors, and then obviously AI as well.
There's been a lot of talk, particularly when it comes to privately held companies, the path to an IPO or some type of exit to public markets. With regards to technology companies, do they have an advantage in this environment where people are so much more scrutinous of what they're willing to buy or what they're willing to bring to market? Is AI and technology, cybersecurity, do those things have an advantage over other sectors?
In terms of the IPO market, we still need to see some stability in the broader volatility in the VIX and in some of the messaging coming out around tariffs. I think just broader stability will help give us an opportunity to take some of these companies public. I would say what we are seeing more activity on is take privates. So some of the companies that went public in 2020 and 2021 in particular are pretty nice targets for a number of the private equity firms. So we're seeing reasonable valuations in some of these deals for really high quality assets.
Where's that money coming from? Is that cash, or are they having to finance that?
Both, but primarily financing. And the financing environment still continues to be pretty strong, both on the broadly syndicated side and also for private credit.
Are you concerned about where interest rates are now and where they might potentially go?
I think, if anything, it just creates some volatility in the market, which makes it harder to do as many, deals. But I think that, especially on the IPO side, but less. I think it's day by day at this point.
In your world, though, when we see this volatility, does that create sort of stasis, or is it more just maybe a bit of a retrenchment? Let's rethink, and then the activity increases.
Yeah, well, actually, we saw the market kind of trade off for some of the companies in tech that are more likely to be impacted by tariffs, like the semiconductor stocks, for example, in April, come off 20-25%, and those have mostly rebounded, now down kind of 2 to 5%. So I think it does create some opportunity. It also creates opportunity for take privates from private equity. We do have blips for people to focus more on that, and we're active. We're third in M&A league tables year to date on announced volume, and so this is where we're spending a ton of time.
What is that ecosystem like right now? Because when I look at these deals now, you still have the big institutional players still involved, but you'll also have private credit. You'll maybe even have private equity involved in there, and then you sprinkle in a little bit else from the investment world. Is that kind of I don't want to say a template, but is that kind of the norm now, that you have to have all of these players involved to get a deal done?
I don't think you have to have all of those players involved. I think the reality is there are options, and you can have a little bit of financing from the banks, and then also couple that with private credit. And I do believe we'll continue to see that persist.
What's the outlook for cross-border deals, given the political environment here in the U.S.? Are there opportunities there?
There are opportunities, but they're on the sidelines right now, waiting for some more clarity around some of these geopolitical issues and tariffs. But there's great opportunities from a synergy standpoint, and it just all hinges on the ability to do them from regulatory.
And the regulatory environment, is that supportive of those types of strategic and synergistic transactions?
Not currently, as much as, that is a huge opportunity once we have a little bit more certainty, but it is not where we're seeing the bulk of the volume currently.
I'm curious, Kristen, just about the environment here in this room. And there's a lot of optimism. I've only been here for a day and a half, but there's a lot of optimism, which is a kind of a switch from what we saw last year and certainly the year before. Are you seeing that as well?
Well, Q1 was a great quarter, right? So that was helpful. I think the
on the current geopolitical climate as the trade wars heat up. John Clifton, the CEO of Gallup, is going to be joining the big program in just a second, and so too, I'm told, is Carol Massar. We got her out of bed. She'll be on stage with me in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Our special coverage from the Milken Global Investment Conference continues in just a moment.
All right, let's cut right to it. This is Bloomberg's new show, Primer. Technology is a $1 trillion game. One lost, one again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
We're doing things that have never been done by anybody, ever.
Everyone is selling the future. If you want to understand what's coming, you'll want to watch Primer, because details matter.
Lasers on?
So do lasers.
There we go.
Tror det er veldig smart, Ducati.
Have you jotted this down?
Nei, jeg gjør ingenting, Nilsen. Jeg venter. Jeg kan ikke trade sånn som det er nå. Det her blir bare helt tullete. Han twittrer og manipulerer og står på hele tiden. Jeg har aldri sett dette før. Det er helt nytt for meg.
As we start to see a convergence of relative economic and profit growth rates, you are starting to see some of that overvaluation unwind, and it's shifting portfolio flows as well.
Don't miss the opening trading live every weekday.
You have had a number of games overseas in recent years, and in fact, you opened the season going to the opening game in Brazil. So do you expect to do more overseas games, and is that a part of your strategy?
It is. We had 5 last year. We expect to have 8.
Tiringen opp, som jeg sa i stad, 5 basispunkter. Gullet opp 2,5%, 2,6%. Alt tyder på at vi skal ned. Men det skjer jo ikke da.
I think it's an indication of the popularity of our game. Every time we take our game to a new market, Brazil's a great example of it, the fans go crazy for it. They sold out the tickets in less than 90 minutes. People had a wonderful
Dollaren svekker seg. Det er liksom ikke noe bra her.
It will be the basis and the sort of the match.
Få et lite dropp her da.
Ja, men det er altså sånn helt seriøst, men sånn helt seriøst da. Vi var ned 220 poeng i dag. Alt så mørkt ut. Det her går jo ikke ned. Kan man glemme det. Han kommer til å si et eller annet hvis det faller. En ny pressemelding. Han ljuger så det rinner av det. Kina står i kø for å avtale med oss, Annestad. De står i kø, de taper $5 milliarder om dagen. Ingen andre land gjør det, sånn. Hvis det er en bedrift, så er det konk på dagen. Han satt og sa det akkurat. Det er bare piss. Jeg blir pisser, jeg må roe meg ned. Jeg blir forbannet, jeg hater den. 2 sekunder.
Triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance,
Ja, mange fine muligheter.
and the rising course conducted by AI.
Og basically bare ned på support.
Markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
For å si sånn, jeg er jævlig glad at jeg ikke trer det ut ifra nyheter.
Restart the show from the top because Carol missed it here. We are live right here at the Milken Global Investment Conference. You're familiar with this, Carol, right here in the lobby of the Beverly Hilton.
The energy is unbelievable. I am Carol Massar along with Romaine Bostic, and there's a lot going on. We're going to have 3 great conversations. And first of all, we want to start with a little bit about some of what America and how they feel about different things. So let me lay it out for you. 3 months into President Trump's second term, more Americans attribute current U.S. economic conditions to him rather than his predecessor, Joe Biden, while a considerable portion think responsibility is still shared between the two. Meantime, one more stat I want to throw out at you. Americans are widely skeptical about the benefits of the recent tariffs that the Trump States trading partners, with majorities believing they will ultimately cost the U.S. more money than they generate in the short term as well as the long run. So joining us to talk about this, because this is their data, we're talking about the Gallup organization. We want to get into a lot about geopolitics, impact to markets, and really the workforce as well. Is the CEO of the Global Analytics and Advisory firm Gallup. We're talking about John Clifton. He's also the author of Blind Spot, The Global Rise About Happiness and How Leaders Master, which I love because I think it plays into so much that is going on. John, how are you?
Thank you for having me here.
Well, tell us about the environment, because you guys are constantly getting checks on how Americans feel about a lot of important issues. How would you describe some of the data flow that's been coming in?
Yeah, well, I think what you opened with is there are a lot of Americans right now that are concerned about things like increases in tariffs. And there is one thing for sure, they're really concerned about the economy. And so we've even looked over the past 6 months, there's been a reversal among Americans in terms of where they think things are going with the stock market, with the economy, a lot of those indicators. But I think one of the
Jeg tredde I 13 år, Samantha. 13 years.
And that's been a real challenge for many years now that we've been looking at in our data.
You know, it's really interesting. Before U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent spoke this morning,
Ja, hvordan jeg startet med at fatteren introduserte meg til aksjer, og så ja, rullet jeg egentlig bare ballen derifra.
100%. Now it also turns on what's the definition of happiness, because we measure a number of those.
Jeg var ganske tungt investert I aksjene, og så begynte jeg å trade, og så ja, tok det bare helt av. Nå sitter jeg og lærer han å trade. Han interesserte meg, jeg lærer han. Det er så fin greie.
Which kind of addresses this idea of lower worker engagement, lower productivity, and I wonder if that's connected to that as well.
Well, before we get to that, because you're pointing about how does this track with elections? I mean, we've all heard the famous quote that comes from James Carville originally when he says, well, it's the economy, stupid. I would adjust it just a little bit.
Jeg skjønner som vi closer hele opening gapen fra I natt.
And so I think it's one of the reasons that a lot of times politicians aren't necessarily tracking
Nei, det varierer senest.
their own lives, and what are the drivers of that?
Det varierer veldig. Det kan være 200 000 millioner.
She had great proposals, she was talking to these people, but there was this perception that she, and not just her, other politicians, did not really have a fundamental understanding. How do they get that understanding when a lot of them don't live those lives that those people live?
Well, one is to ask people and listen. And so one of the things that we ask every single year, and actually we do it very regularly, is what is the single biggest issue that's facing Americans today, that's facing the country? And the two issues
Ja, det vanskelig når det ny å henge med.
in the lead up to the election was illegal immigration and of course inflation.
Ja, senest det gjør det.
Here's what's most interesting.
Det vanskelig å henge med når det ny. Det mye å sette seg inn I.
But that item, when you ask people what's the biggest issue and what actual party do you think is best at resolving it,
Men det heller ikke noe vits I å overkomplisere det.
So to your point, being in touch with what it is that's concerning Americans is something that actually is a leading indicator for how the election
Det bare å se på grafen, så sier den hva du skal gjøre. Eller, du kan jo se hva den har tenkt å gjøre.
Innom teknisk her nå, får vi se da.
Hæ?
Da ser vi var innom her nå, får vi se hva som skjer her. Vi var akkurat innom blått her nå på indeksen, eller grønt da.
Ja, jeg fyller gapet fra I natt. Så jeg og Jones, vi trader jo ganske likt, men samtidig veldig ulikt.
Ja, du ser bare på teknisk. Nesten.
Ja. Jeg tar ikke nyheter i betraktning i hele tatt, sånn. Jeg kan ikke gjøre det, for da blir jeg sitte og følge lei. Markedet går som regel motsatt av. Hva betyr teknisk her? Hvordan her?
Ja, på motstand nå.
Ja, altså nå den i det gapet som den laget i natt når det åpnet klokka 12. Laget den seg et lite gap, og det er som en magnet. Den tiltrekker seg. Altså teknisk er jo, i trading-sammenheng så er jo det hvordan grafen ser ut. Hvor det er motstandsnivå, hvor det er supportnivå.
Da er det alle ser på. Prøv å finne støtte.
Hvordan candlesticksene former seg. Jeg bruker veldig mye for eksempel head and shoulder og inverted head and shoulder. De er ganske fine, synes jeg i hvert fall. Og da ta dem i forhold til hvordan de setter seg opp. At det er support. W, M. Så ser på grafen til Sandar der, helt til venstre. Og på toppen der så ser du en M. Sånne ting liker jeg veldig godt. Og det fungerer veldig godt.
Det er helt sinnssykt det han får til. Jeg blir litt imponert da, faktisk. Det er faen meg det syke. Jeg hadde aldri trodd i helvete han skulle få til det. Jeg hadde aldri trodd at han klarer det han gjør. Det er faen ikke trodd. Bare still masse spørsmål, Samantha. Hva da, Botox? Nei, Trump alene klarer også å kjøre markedet opp på ræva nyheter og ljuge, og så vil si de tingene han sier. Han sa nettopp nå at Kina står i kø for å ordne med tariffer med han. Det er bare tull. Han sa natt i stikk motsatte. Og så går vi opp på det da. Jeg bare skjønner ikke at og så hvorfor jeg vet det er piss. Det er flere ting som er det. Blant annet at den sier imot det jeg sa natt, og så ser vi her oppe, dere som lærer makro da. Så ser vi her oppe at rentene har begynt å stige opp 5 basispunkter. Så rentene har begynt å stige, betyr at markedet begynner å bli urolig. De tar pengene sine fra equities, og så investerer de penger i bondsmarkedet, ikke sant? For det er sikre inntekter. Ikke så risky da, det er litt risky da, men det er i hvert fall litt safere da. Og så ser vi her at edle metaller, kan du se her, gull begynner å stige, opp enda mer nå, pusher bare videre oppover. Så folk tar pengene sine ut fra equities og inn i alt annet, ikke sant? Men allikevel så går vi opp. Og det er veldig, veldig spesielt. Normalt sett så skal vi falle på de bevegelsene i både valutamarkedet og rentemarkedet. Da skal vi falle på det. Så det er bare veldig rart. Det stemmer ikke det da. Hva tenker du på den shorten på Nasdaq når du bare sitter short? Nei, jeg skal ta ut litt gevinster i Shakaraka, men jeg kan ikke trade det her så det er ræva og sånn her nå. Det er ikke noe volym her. Jeg må ta en bet, sitte long. Jeg har ikke lyst til å bare sitte lang for å sitte lang. Sånn som det tikker jo opp. Og han pratet, det kom jo pressekonferanse i sted fra Besant, uanmeldt, for da vi kom i sted først. Og så kom det en ny melding fra Donald Trump, hadde en egen pressekonferanse hvor han skulle prate om NFL. Da pratet han om Ukraina og Kina i stedet for. Det går ikke an å forholde seg til greiene der. Jeg tror jeg forklare planen fremover her på både Harvard og George. Planen at jeg skal begynne å trade Nixon, men jeg kan ikke, jeg angrer på at det begynte med copywriting akkurat en uke her nå, for nå det midt oppe i Trump-prat. Den siste uka har vært helt ekstrem. Vi opp, nå Nasdaq i blått faktisk, eller grønt. Nå vi opp 11 dager på rad, nå det verdensrekord på Nasdaq på en uke, hvis den stenger her oppe. Det har det aldri vært før, 11 dager på rad. Det det største oppturen siden 2004, og så det verste makroen siden 2009. Det skal egentlig ikke være mulig. Så da det sånn der... Ja. Tar ut profitten, Samantha, det det smarteste. For sånn som skjer nå, sånn markedet som skjer nå, sånn som kan skje. Normalt sett så det ikke sånn sinnssykt som nå. Det ekstremt nå. Vanligvis så ikke markedet så gærent som nå. Normalt sett så pleier ting å flowe. Greit at du kan sitte litt i minus, du kan sitte litt i pluss, men du har noe å forholde deg til da. Du har nyheter som reelle. Du har pressemelding, du har alt å forholde deg til, så du kan følge med på alt. Nå så det veldig vanskelig, for Trump sier så mye. Hello, Viking Power! Sander, det stemmer. Kineserne har hatt 4 redningspakker i år. 4 redningspakker. And others coming down the pipe. Do you think that threat is going to be removed as a result of this case?
I think consumers benefit from choice, and particularly when it comes to the Android ecosystem and our mobile phones, Google has abused their monopoly.
Nå i dag lager Donald Trump en ny verdensrekord, ser det ut som.
Access to Perplexity's assistant on Android devices. They prefer it to the Gemini and Google Assistant. And that's not, we want to compete with Google on the merits of who builds the best product for the users, not who already has the locked-in distribution. And I think just the fact that this case has been brought has already opened up the ecosystem. We're able to work with OEMs like Motorola. We announced a partnership with them. That would not have been possible if Google were already not under a lot of pressure. But ultimately, we're advocating for choice for consumers.
So does the outcome of this case matter that much to you if you're getting business as a result of this antitrust case? If the remedy is
Ingenting Viking Power, sitter også og hørt på Donald Trump i dag.
Browser or something of that nature, does that actually help?
Det så bra ut i dag tidlig, vi var ned 220 poeng, helt til Trump pratet på Besant. Nå vi rett opp igjen 200 poeng. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor vi opp, men vi opp.
It's helpful because it's putting pressure on Google. It's making carriers and OEMs feel like there's less retaliatory risk to
Vi var nede også, vi var under 19 000 i sted. Eller 19.900 år.
Ja, men det ser ut som folk begynner å gå litt lang igjen, så det bra det. Det vil fortsette jo.
Ikke bedre å realisere tapet? Da har jeg null mening med å drive med sånn. Jeg skjønner hva du tenker. Jeg tar tap, men jeg tar ikke noe tap bare for å ta tap, bare fordi markedet går opp. Det litt tanker rundt det jeg gjør. Jeg kan sitte i minus en uke, jeg spiller ingen rolle for meg. Jeg kan sitte i minus i 3 dager, spiller ingen rolle for meg. Jeg kan sitte i minus 1 dag, spiller ingen rolle for meg. Så ingen jeg vet hva jeg driver med. Akkurat nå får jeg bekreftet på alt som heter rentemarkedet, edelmetaller, alt skriker her nå at dette skal ned. Men du tror det kan fortsette å gå opp? Aner ikke, Nilsen.
The core technology persists.
Aner ikke.
What happens if Chrome does end up with the owner who doesn't have the same commitment?
Det noen som kjøper masse bonser, da, masse gull. Se her, det går opp som av faen. Der det første du ser på når markedet ustabilt, når du begynner å bli nervøs til markedet, det første du ser på, så ser du på VIX-indeksen. Da tikker den på VIX, det bare VIX-stig?
Hæ? Ja, VIX. Ja.
Hvem det her da?
Jeg kan ikke se på det.
Har du en egen VIX på der du ser, eller? For her det forskjellige VIXer, jeg vet ikke hvem det nå
Nei, jeg får som regel nyheter på VIXen av og til.
VIXen på det laveste siden tidlig I april.
Så hentet seg helt inn igjen?
Ja, nei, ikke helt da, men har juni-VIXen på CNC-en, og den ned på 22,5, altså den skal nok lenger ned enn det hvis det fortsetter sånn da. Ned mot 16-18 vel.
Man var høyere dag tidlig, eller? Var den høyere dag tidlig, eller har man bare ligget på det hele dag?
Nei, veldig lite bevegelse på den I dag.
Det Viking Power spør jeg, Robert. Dere som driver med teknisk og parateknisk, hvordan opplever dere reaksjonen av markedet på når Donald prater?
For å gå til en strek oppover, enten han har pratet eller ikke, så for meg så ser det ut som det ren og skjær algoritmehandel egentlig.
At det
ren og skjær algoritmehandel.
Ja, jeg også mistenker det litt.
For min del så noen nyheter bare et skyv mot målet, så mot target. Kommer fortere dit.
Ja, jeg tror ikke det noe så, jeg tror det mest algoritmer også, bare måte beveger seg på, liksom. Det helt merkelig.
Det sitter alltid.
Men jeg tror det greit å få vært med på dette her, for det her helt nytt for meg også, jeg har aldri sett dette her før. Det greit å bare vite hva vi går til, for det kommer til å være mer av dette her I fremtiden, det helt overbevist om.
Ja, det har jo sett ut sånn hver eneste dag, det siste I hvert fall 4, 5, 6 dagene, kanskje.
Ja, siste uka.
Lite volum, I retning, knapt, altså oscillatorene har ligget I taket hele veien, altså I 6 dager. Det helt vanvittig.
Du får liksom ikke innpass på å kjøpe heller, det liksom, for du får ikke den der, du får ikke den der dippen.
Jeg lurer på om du kan kjøpe klokka 9 om morgenen, og så la den stå til klokka 9 om kvelden, eller 10 på 9 om kvelden, og så selger du den da, for at du risikerer at de kommer inn og selger det.
Ja, men det akkurat sånn det vært nå. Det veldig rart. Det som nytt for meg da, for jeg trener på teknisk her også, det som nytt for meg Viking at jeg tenker fundamentalt da, I tillegg veldig funda, og for meg også dette helt merkelig.
Det har vært kanskje 2 muligheter I dag for å, to klare muligheter for å, skal du si, komme seg igjen.
Rett fra pratet.
Ja, de så små, vet du, at
Ja, det blir mer sånn gambling liksom. Det var nede på 19 her og ikke klarte å bryte, ikke sant? Jeg trodde at det ville bryte når USA åpnet, når det begynte å få litt mer volum, og tenkte, ok, nå smeller det. Og så kom jo den pressemeldingen. De kunne ikke ha pressemelding I dag tidlig, de skal ha pressemelding når børsen åpen.
Ja, det var synd jeg var svart I hodet fra tidlig I dag da.
Jeg tror ikke man skal gjøre noen ting her, Robert. Jeg tror ikke du skal gjøre en dritt. Jeg tror du bare skal vente, ja. Og så venter vi til det, hvis det begynner, det må jo falle etter. At man da går på. Og time shorten nå går ikke an. Det jo umulig.
Jævlig kjedelig at mer her ut av alt der, vet du.
Jeg vet, du vil gjerne ha hanen på toppen, ikke sant? Men hvordan faen skulle du time det da? Du vet jo ikke når han prater. Du vet hva som kommer til å skje? Det kommer til å falle så fort at du rekker ikke være med når det først faller.
Nei, det gjør det nok. Men han kan like gjerne gå til 22 000 for den tid, altså. Det ser jaggu meg sånn ut, men jeg tenkte det, ja.
Husker du den gangen når du bare falt og du bare stoppet ikke?
Jeg vet det.
Det kan skje igjen. Men hvor den laget?
Jeg vet ikke.
Du vet når du blir syk.
Ja.
Det verker hele kroppen hos annen plass.
Sånn som jeg går. Jeg trodde det var på grunn av medisinene.
Du blir syk i samtidig.
Ja. Jo, det var det.
Nå er jeg litt bedre, men nesa mi, altså jeg føler meg ikke bra.
Det her jo teknisk alt sammen. Så jeg stopper helt perfekt på supporten. Helt perfekt på supporten. Helt perfekt på supporten.
Bryter ikke noe det?
Nei. Det så jævla trede og votter at halvår til nå. Helt perfekt.
Åh, det verker.
Nei, ikke en dritt. Jeg snakket med sånn flyveleder i sted. Prøv å høre om man kan finne ut når Trump skal fly. Uten at jeg skal gå inn på saken. Blir ferdig.
Har du begynt å fly på Rona?
Nei, det bare tuller. Jeg sikkert noen som tok det veldig bokstavlig talt. Det var det noen som gjorde det her forrige uke. Jeg kødda med at den burde bli plaffet ned. Jeg tror noen som klagde på det. Må ha lov til å tulle litt.
Ja, det var det.
Ja. Jeg vet ikke jeg vel. Fiksa, vet faen. Det var en fyr som kan det, og det Morten.
Han var jo på jobb.
Jobb? Klokka 9, hvorfor faen?
Når gjorde han det?
Jeg sitter her og har gjort ingenting i 5 timer.
Nei, han fiksa, eller han fiksa, men det ser bedre ut. Og så har han flyttet alle pappiskene til høyre side av rommet, så jeg vet ikke hva han har holdt på med.
Da hører man, han dritsnill. Hva er det for noe? Han jo helt rå.
Men jeg vet ikke om det er han lenger.
Det ingen andre vært der. Jeg vet ikke hvem som har vært der.
Det er så kaldt her.
Slutt å pipa! Faen, eller? Det stinker jo drit her.
Han har jo fjernet kjøreledningen også, ser du ikke det?
Så har jeg sittet på PC-en hele dag og lest nyheter. Det har ikke vært noen steder.
Nå bruker tydeligvis begge de der stikkontaktene.
Kødder du nå?
For ikke har du hatt sånn kjøreledning for å få strøm?
Ja, da må du gi ham noe skje da. Han trenger jo kjærlighet.
Han ser ikke på Discord-en.
Han var jævlig snill, han har ikke sagt noe. Jeg har ikke sett en dritt. Nei, jeg savner å trade her, altså. Jeg må innrømme det. Jeg savner egentlig glasset her. Noe så jævlig. For dere som lurer da, så trader jeg med egne penger. Det er ikke sånn at jeg trader med noen sånn demo-penger og sånt nå. Så når jeg ikke gjør noe, så er det fordi jeg oppriktig er bekymret.
And then obviously technology is going to enable this to become even more efficient than what it is today.
And so, Henry, what are the mechanics of getting that done?
Kjører ikke noe cruise control. Nope, Viking Power. Jeg pleier nesten aldri å ha tap. Og det er det første gangen i mitt liv hvor jeg er helt forfjamset. At jeg ikke helt skjønner hva som skjer. Da tør jeg ikke gjøre så mye, basically. Jeg har hatt en tregangergruppe i over et år nå. Jeg trener alt mellom 2 og 100 transaksjoner når jeg er gass. Det her har jeg aldri sett før, så jeg sitter bare og følger med. Det er en læringsprosess som også dette her nå, med sånn som markedet er nå. Det er helt spesielt.
Where people can invest. You have the private markets, which is private equity, it's growth equity, etc. We have infrastructure, we have real estate, and we have credit.
Så når jeg skal trade på den crazy-kontoen, så kommer jeg til å trade masse frem og tilbake hele tiden, men da må jeg fortsatt forstå markedet. Jeg bare tar mye større bets der enn jeg gjør på den andre kontoen. Her nå så kommer det til å ta mot, eller så kommer det å brekke ned. Nå bryter den ned til 20.050. Det ser jeg her nå. Jeg tør ikke gjøre en dritt. Nå faller Wall Street ganske bra ned her, av en annen grunn.
Bringing you up to the minute financial and geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacroix in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg. We do not project recession in our assessment of where the world is headed. If we have this cloud of uncertainty lower and lower, making it difficult for the business community and for households.
Så skriver jeg Trump. Fy faen, det går redd rundt for meg. Jeg skal slå opp Morten, og så skriver jeg Trump på telefonen. Faen, altså. Da går jeg inn på meg liksom, bare Trump? Jeg har faen ikke noe til Trump.
We're micro-investors. So as micro-investors looking to invest capital, whether it's in private equity or in direct lending, what we're looking for are opportunities to deploy capital at attractive risk return. When we wake up in the morning, we don't seek to avoid risk. We seek to price it correctly. And so in an environment like this, for sure, if you're looking at a portfolio company opportunity, when you think of the value creation plan, you're factoring in now the uncertainty, which undoubtedly will...
Han var det, ok.
Det var han liksom.
Ja, Morten har liksom.
Så han var noen gjort, for jeg skjønner ikke, jeg tror han har satt på... Hva heter det her, Joakim?
Og så kan du ta gevinsten opp på 20.060, det er liksom teknisk. Jeg tør ikke noe, hæ?
Ikke stikk, hva heter det når du fester?
Det heter stikkontakt.
Ja, han har satt på sånne bokser, holdt jeg på å si, sånn
Kødder.
Jeg tror det, jeg bare synes det så rent ut. Så jeg tror det er en forandring.
Jeg har en fin liten skjorte.
Du traff bra der. Jeg tør ikke gjøre noe.
Hvorfor sa ingen til meg?
Nei, men jeg tør ikke gjøre noe. Jeg også lurer på hvorfor, når du så det, gjorde du ikke noe, for da øker eksponeringen min. Jeg må ta ned eksponeringen min. For det som ofte skjer når du trader og sånn, når du sitter feil vei, så tar du en ekstra posisjon som du liksom skal treffe, og så bomber du på kanskje, du vet jo ikke, og så må du inn med mer marginer, og så er du fucked. Så det beste når du sitter sånn som vi gjør nå, er å bare ta det helt rolig, og så lette ut på posisjonene sine, litt etter litt. Du kan kjøre par sånne scalps, men da vil du kjøre den mot, kjøre longe mot shorten, ikke en ekstra short før du ser at markedet faller.
Hvor falt det sånn da? Falt jævlig mye, eller liksom, ikke mye, men litt.
Ikke mye i det tatt.
Nei, men det var på bra volum.
Ja. Så det er ofte viktig da. Sånn som jeg nå, når jeg skal trade nå, så kommer jeg til å gå long, selv om jeg er short. For da tar du ned eksponeringen. Hvis det gir mening, hvis folk skjønner hva det er. Skal sikkert ned og teste 2044.
Tony lied to me. Welcome back. A mashup of your two favorite programs, your number one favorite program, The Close, and your number two, Bloomberg Business Week.
Øker longene fortsatt, Stig? Er det det vi ser nå?
Really large checks at record speed between 2020 and 2021, leading to sky-high valuations and unprecedented deal activity. Now the tide turned in 2022 as central banks raised interest rates to combat inflation, and the IPO market pretty much
Sitter sammen. Så det er flere longs nå, 41, så er det nydelig.
Dette jo litt nå.
Gjør det.
Kunne satt en liten long her nede nå, som en liten hedge, men jeg tør ikke altså. Jeg er så pissnegativ. Jeg er så negativ.
I do know the cycles. I've been around for a little while. Yeah. But you know, where are we? Look, I mean,
Datt, bare datt. Tok den der,
Kjøper du den her?
Nei, jeg tok cover-shorten min. Fikk 30 points.
Det er bra da på den dagen her. Så her, se den streken her. Den streken, jeg får ikke vist den, men den streken her er liksom...
Bare bøy med hodet ditt, så skjer den. Det er det.
Den streken her, det er den stigen jeg så på. Den der. Satt en lang på 2040, ja. Det er nok ikke så dumt det. Det er der du skal kjøpe.
Du har Echo og Nijo.
Viking Power, det var bra da. Hvis det detter noe da. Det er så jævla typisk bare raser. Nei, jeg har ikke gjort noe i hvert fall. Jeg kommer tilbake spent med et brus, jeg. Jeg har faen drukket opp alle brusene.
Jeg vet ikke om jeg vil ha kjøpt fra Holt, og eventuelt spille på sånn F. Reacta opening gapen der, så fra i går, eller fra i natt.
Sånn i teorien så skal den nå komme med litt nå.
Det burde nok klare seg ned til 20 i hvert fall, 2020.
Ja, kanskje litt mer momentum til det på nedsiden.
De hundene driter.
Signallinja krysset nedover.
Så du skal ned og teste 20 000 igjen? Eller stopper vi her nå? Gå til dør, Robert.
Det står noe stilt nå.
Har du gitt opp, du?
Nei, i teorien så skal det komme ned nå. Men...
I teorien, ja! I teorien så skulle vi faen ha falt siden onsdag på nedgjøring av hele verden.
Ja, i teorien.
Ja, det er i teorien.
Ja. Derfor ble det en teori.
Fy faen. Hvor var det vi var på det laveste? Var vi på 16.350? Var det det laveste var på for Tuksja? Var det ikke det?
Ja.
16.380, ja.
2. mai, ja det.
16.320 et eller annet. Ja, rundt der. 16. Nå ser vi på forskjellige.
Og det er antakelig.
Fy faen. Og det er mange prosent opp av det. Er det 13% ned fra her vi er nå?
Det får jeg ikke mål inn på her.
Er ikke det 13% ned da? Ish?
Det er ut som det skal. 20.801.
Så må rentene stiger da. Gult stikker videre oppover.
Ja, krabbe sakte, men sikkert opp. Grinding.
to each other.
So you're not seeing any material weakness in those companies, financially speaking?
So far we're not. And again, I mean, I think that the tailwinds from so much of what's happening in AI and the innovation is really stronger than the headwinds.
Dana, I'm curious about the pipeline of like startups that are being presented before you. Give us an idea of volume, flow. Have things slowed down because of the volatility? No.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it is, like I said, I mean, I've been doing this for a long time as we started, and 25 years. And
that's valuable because I love people who have seen different cycles to kind of put this one in context.
It really does feel, it feels almost like no other because it's wave upon wave that's happening right now.
Because it's so funny if I think about the volatility that we've had in the last month where it felt like big publicly held companies are like screeching to a halt, maybe in terms of they can't even put out an earnings forecast or they give you a couple scenarios. And yet
Viking tok du gevinst, eller sitter du på den fortsatt?
I mean, we're seeing the growth continuing, and I think what's happening is people for sure are sort of pausing and saying, okay, what does our cost structure look like? Make sure that we understand that, but also realizing if they're not investing into the technologies of the future and intelligent applications and infrastructure are really dominating that they will be left behind.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
That is the narrative that we're seeing, and really, I mean,
It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Fy faen, jeg tror jeg aldri mistet så mye hår, jeg har vært siste 5 dager. Jeg har fått sånn skikkelig håravfall.
Jeg tror faen man kommer det.
Hva sa du, Robert?
Jeg tror han kommer det, han.
Jeg har gitt opp, jeg. Jeg skulle falt for lenge siden. Den skal ned nå, men hvis Trump prater, så går den opp igjen. Kommer sikkert til å twittere et eller annet etterpå. Kommer sikkert til å si at China ringer hver dag og ber på sin knær og masse.
When you talk about potential investments, talent, and things like that, you have to have a presence, I should say.
Absolutely. And we've hired an incredible team in Silicon Valley. I mean, I'm spending more time there than I ever have.
How do you, but just real quickly about the environment in Los Angeles, do you feel like you're getting enough support from the government in terms of whatever incentives or support they're giving to foster entrepreneurship?
Grønn så fort han kommer ut av shorthånd.
Of course, taxes one opportunity, but in LA specifically and the broader sort of Southern California area, as far as this kind of sort of rebuilding of the sort of American infrastructure, a lot of it is happening here in LA and Hawthorne and El Segundo, and so I think that there's still huge opportunities here. So,
good stuff. Dana, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Dana Settle, she's Greg Hawk, co-founder and partner. All right, we've got just under an hour to go until we wrap up the trade on Wall Street. Hard to believe.
It's kind of been a mixed day. I mean, this is a market that's still, coming off of that phenomenal 9-day rally. A bit of a reset, maybe trying to figure out where things go next. We have a big Fed meeting starts tomorrow, the big decision on Wednesday. No change in rates.
Joakim, nå ble grøntappkotringen holdt seg godt rødt nå lenge. Jeg har vært rødt nå en uke. Jeg kommer ikke til å ta den ut ennå. Vente litt til. Sitter fortsatt.
Jones ser egentlig ganske fin ut til å shorte sånn. At Trump ser nå da.
Vatter, med en gang det kommer bra makro, så skal jeg gjøre det. Jeg gjør ingenting enn så lenge, for det er dritt. Det er bare Trump som prater fælt. Jeg sitter og sier det hele tiden her, altså.
Trump design order streamlining pharma production rules.
Kom noe fra Trump nå, Stig?
Ja.
Ja?
Ja.
Hva er det Trump sa nå da?
Du hørte ikke hva jeg sa? Trump design order streamlining pharma production rules.
Hva da? Går du mot... Er det tariff, eller hva faen?
Nei, det sto bare det. Sto bare det der.
Er ikke prisene på farmasøytiske produkter som New York jobber mot?
likes of Diamondback Energy, we have Vertex Pharmaceuticals.
Regler innenfor produksjon.
Altså gjøre om reglene for dem også? Hvilke måter?
Ja, jeg skal signere en... Nei.
Bare det som står der?
Ja.
In terms of other
Okay.
assets on the move, we also have Bitcoin, which is lower today. So as we await more trade headlines, this market a little bit lost, it would seem. Romain, sending it back to you at the Milken Conference in Beverly Hills.
All right, thanks, Fadi. Here, of course, looking at some of those U.S. markets in the red, only fractionally on the day. But what is interesting? We did see green on the screen when it comes to European public equities here, and that's kind of been a theme.
Everybody's talking about Europe here. Absolutely. I feel like in terms of opportunities, even if there's some enthusiasm about U.S., everybody's talking about Europe.
And we've seen significant outperformance of European public assets. We've seen, including stocks and bonds, but we've also seen an outperformance in private assets as well, particularly over the past couple of months. As a lot of those U.S. government policies, if you will, are spurring a bit of a rethink of geographic allocations of capital. You have asset management firms, including Takeo, Advent, CVC. They've been looking to benefit from this rotation, which is being egged on by a historic switch in European fiscal policy. Who would have thought? Mathieu Chabran is at the center of
Skulle faen meg mangle det på de nyhetene som har kommet.
Takeo Capital, which has grown to roughly $50 billion in assets, primarily focused on direct lending and real assets, and he straddles both sides of the Atlantic Ocean with investments and clients in Europe and the U.S., and he joins us here on the Milken stage. Great to see you, Mathieu.
Thanks for having me, Roman.
I want to start talking about this, I guess, potential reallocation. We've heard a lot about it. Is that real? Are we really seeing money flow into European assets at the expense of U.S. assets?
I think it's happening, regardless of what Secretary Treasury said, earlier on. I mean, we're seeing that right now. I mean, you saw that on the public equities. That was the fastest to move already. And now on the private side, not because people don't want to be in the U.S., but they were overweight in U.S. I mean, think about that. I mean, out of every dollar invested for the past 5 years, 80 cents were coming into the U.S., and that has driven, obviously, valuation up. Europe was an uninvestable place, and if President Trump, succeeded in one thing, was to unlock the value investment and value proposal for Europe, definitely.
And a big part of that value proposal is this idea of additional fiscal spending, particularly when it comes to military and defense projects. Takeo has been a big investor in the European defense space for some time now. How are you positioned?
No, that's one aspect of that, and the public spending needs to be an enabler. I truly believe that it's all about enabling these massive investment requirement. And if you look at defense specifically, roughly 2% of GDP has been allocated to defense in Europe, which is 380 billion euros. There is a consensus by 2030 will be to 3%. So just think about that, the amount of capital it will require to effectively fund the defense project. So out of that, only, if you think about it, only 18% of the spending was bought from European countries. The rest was part of NATO, and US was benefiting from a large part of that. If you think between 2014 to 2024, Romain, we went from 13% to 31%, of spending for equipment. So you got all the large majors, are benefiting from that. You saw that on the public equity side, because obviously, they're the easiest asset you can buy. But think about the supply chain, all the mid-market companies, entrepreneurs who are fueling, the whole industry, and that's where the opportunity lies for asset managers.
Mathieu, I'm curious, former European ECB bank head, European Central Bank President Mario Draghi laying out a report in terms of what his vision is for European competitiveness. I am curious if Europe, in order to think about their next 10, 20
Han kan si det så mange falske brukere med at det klin umulig, og jeg får ikke gjort så mye. Jeg tror over 100 sånne fake kontra meg her nå.
The United States of America are not going anywhere. China is not going anywhere, and Europe is not going anywhere. What we're seeing right now is a rebalancing of the dialogues.
Han begynner faktisk å ta seg opp på Mao nå. Hvertfall på Discord. Vi jævla botta dere fake brukerne begynner å ta seg opp på Discorden for min del da.
Gjør du det?
Til å etterligne meg, ja. De har gjort det en stund, men nå har de tatt seg opp kraftig.
Jeg tror flere som har blitt svindlet her, og så tror de oppriktig at det meg. Jeg får liksom ikke gjort så mye. Det en som ble svindlet I forrige uke for 30 000.
Så mye?
Han har puttet 30 000 oppi noen krypto et eller annet greier.
Nei.
Jo, jeg tuller ikke. 30 oppi, han puttet oppi. Og så var det en annen, noen kids for en stund tilbake som hadde sagt at jeg hadde tatt pengene hans også. Det litt ubehagelig, ass. Jeg har ikke snakket med noen her. Men han IT-mannen vår fant ut at flere av de IP-ene fra Nigeria.
Ja. Det jo det han holder på med sånt.
Ja. Jeg tenker da at hvis du skal gi meg penger, så må du ringe meg. Ikke bare send det på den måten.
Reducing their private equity allocation, into the US. We all know fundamentally that private capital remains the key driver.
Enten har han også jumper opp, eller så spiker de rett med.
Defending all of them, but there are so many others. Cybersecurity, energy transition, which is not going anywhere. And so that's this rebalancing after maybe, as I said, maybe a very complacent period that asset managers like us, are trying to take advantage of.
Do you think the European government will follow?
Rik onkel I Nigeria. Jeg har fått sånne der kjærlighetsbrev også, fra sånne damer der borte. Og så har jeg fått sånne der fra Dubai. Hei, Mr. Jones. Jeg vil bare informere om at mitt navn bla 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 fra en eller annen advokatkontor I Dubai. Du har arvet masse penger. Du må bare oppgi kontonummeret ditt og personnummeret ditt, så skal du få disse pengene. Det sjukeste disse stakkars eldre da, som har tidligere var før internett liksom blitt så stort som nå da, så var det veldig mange eldre som ble oppringt og ble fortalt at de har vunnet lotto. Men for å få ut premien så måtte de betale skatten på forkant. Tax. Og det var scammen, ikke sant? De betalte jo tax på konto. Og jævla mange stakkars. Det har vært en sånn dokumentar på YouTube. Det ganske sjukt hvor mye penger de klarte å lure disse gamlingene. Og de stakkars gamlingene har jo ikke... Det ikke noe som dekker, det ikke noe forsikring, ingenting. For de har gjort... De har liksom gjort alt da.
Thanks, Romain. Well, with about 42 minutes left in the session, we are seeing a little bit of a deterioration again, although this is clearly a market waiting on more.
Det står US 100. Det stemmer. Nasdaq, Samantha. Største selskapene. Og så har du noe som heter Russell 2000, Samantha. Det de 2000 selskapene som av de mindre. Hvor store Russell egentlig? Der var det 2000... Russell 2000. Så har du... Hvem andre du har? Du har Russell 2000. Hæ?
Jeg tror det UK.
Ja, UK 100. Ja, men det jo UK da. Russell 2000 jo Nasdaq. Og Dow begge tre. Samme som S&P. Sikkert det helt klart.
Ikke og S&P la med der også.
S&P alt liksom. S&P 500 største. Der det både Nvidia og det jo alt mulig dritt der.
Ja.
And I should mention that we did get solid services data this morning from ISM, the headline reading there of 51.6. So a pickup in growth at service providers.
Var det jævla morsomt å få med seg det fallet, ass. Ordentlig. Så har vært med hele veien. Jeg var med I forrige runde, vet du, for en måned siden, når det falt. Da fikk jeg med en del av fallet. Fy faen, det falt. Jeg var ikke med hele veien ned da. Jeg tok gevinst litt for tidlig. Eller alt for tidlig, egentlig. Jeg trodde ikke det skulle falle så mye. Det falt jo så jævlig. Det stoppet jo ikke å falle, vet du.
trading in derivatives markets. CFTC also wants input on offering perpetual futures. It's a type of contract popular outside the U.S. It's also getting traction in digital asset trading. Recently, the
Nå har jo Wall Street ramlet med over 150 poeng her.
joined Bloomberg TV and Reuters to
Gull
tell us
hod.
that 24/7 derivatives trading is appropriate only when there's enough liquidity. So we're going to maybe dig a little bit deeper into that. Here with more on that and to talk about crypto's wild rides, a discussion she's having here at Milken is the acting chair of the CFTC, Caroline Pham. Nice to be talking with you. When we talked last time, it was just coming off the crazy month that was April. We talked about volatility and trends and flows. Here we are a couple of weeks out. Have things settled down even more?
Well, thank you so much for having me back on the show. It's great to see you both and to be here at the Milken Global Conference. Markets have been performing strong. You heard President Trump and you heard Secretary Bessent say this morning, never bet against America because our capital markets are the deepest and most liquid in the world. And so I think it's a
Donald Trump sa never bet against America.
When it comes to crypto, this is a president that ran on being more crypto-friendly. I know he's made a couple of overtures so far with executive orders, but the CFTC...
Han er litt kul da, selv om jeg ikke tåler trynet på han akkurat nå.
So I think what you've seen in this administration is that this is an
Ja,
administration
faen meg er Stein Hankes på.
there is an optimism about our economy,
Høres ut som sånn der film.
optimism about growth and prosperity for all Americans, and there's an
Never
optimism
bet against America.
in markets like crypto assets.
China is crying after deals.
Under the president's executive order that we're going to bring regulatory
Nå kom det fallet. Kan ramle ned til 20 000, tenker jeg, før det bouncer opp igjen på tro, håp og kjærlighet.
assets having tokenization as a new format for traditional financial instruments, and then you can think about
Sitter du fortsatt viking?
as a new asset class. And so
2020.
particularly with the introduction today
Er det planlegging noe mer prating fra sjefen her, eller? Nope. Det er hele poenget hans. Han prater helt uten at det er planlagt. Det er problemet her.
for Americans, but with all of that, it's critically important that we have guardrails in place.
Å fy faen å dra, King Kong. Grattis.
Guardrails also include independence, and we have definitely seen the president
Faen å bra.
some officials at several independent agencies.
King Kong
Short også for på noe. Man blir jo helt kokkelemunka til markedet her nå. Man går lang for man er livredd for å blæste kontoen, så går man short for man vet det skal ned. Og så sitter man der og bare går på, alt går bare feil vei liksom. King Kong, grattis. King Kong fikk med seg hele toppen her på det, det er bra.
Prevent fraud, manipulation, and abuse in our markets. We're here to make sure that our markets are well functioning, and they're well functioning for everybody, for end users, for financial market participants, for banks.
Så går det bare opp på den manipulasjonen. Det er typisk. Bare søk på NAV og så støver nå på eksten.
Independent agencies actually just requires us to engage in cost-benefit analysis, which is already mandated by our statute. And so this cost-benefit analysis
Jeg har tatt et par sånne brølere før. Sånn skikkelig også.
so that the benefits are there without unnecessary costs.
For det var en sånn fyr som drev og bare, ja, du må kjøre hedge hele tiden, for da vil du treffe på den ene og ikke på den andre hele tiden. Jeg skal teste det konseptet ut for et år siden. Det er det verste jeg har gjort, ass. Å kjøre long short over hverandre hele tiden, det er faen meg mareritt, ass.
Trump to sign order to...
Ny melding fra Trump. Hva da?
Trump to sign order to encourage... Ja, vet ikke, jeg skriver det, jeg kopierer det. Ok.
Trump to sign order to encourage domestic drug manufacturing. Ja.
Proud to support Brian Quintenz in his nomination to be the chairman of the CFTC. I look forward to hearing about his confirmation hearing when that gets scheduled and for him to be voted in. In fact, I've been so supportive of him even when he was a commissioner. That's how long I've known Brian. He's going to be a great leader for the CFTC, and I'm very much looking forward to going back to the private sector.
You don't think you would have a role in this White House going forward?
In the White House?
In the administration?
I'm looking forward to going back to the private sector. My daughter is starting freshman year of high school.
Caroline Pham.
Thank you.
CFTC Trading Committee Acting Chairman of the
I think that was a no.
I know.
Just saying.
I mean, I've got to ask.
No, absolutely.
All right, our thanks to Caroline for playing ball there. Of course, she's going to let her get back to it when we come back here. Our special coverage from the Milk and Sage continues. I'm really looking forward to this. Jeff Aronson going to be joining us. Of course, you know him as the co-founder of Centerbridge. If anybody knows anything that's going on right now with regards to market
and I'm thinking about alternative investments and so on and so forth, really seeing such a broad landscape.
Vi ramler med 80 poeng nå.
Dagens kjøttmulighet er der, og så går det akkurat en halvtime, og så blir det solgt ned.
Ja, men du skjønner at man skal liksom skal være forsiktig, altså.
Du kjøper ikke rett før klokka 9, liksom. Nei, rett før klokka 10, altså.
Det er det som er sikkert mange som lurer på trading og sånt. Det her er det som er litt sånn her forskjell på sånn her bingo-trading og litt sånn gjennomført-trading er det at du, sånn som for min del da, som jeg vet hva jeg gjør for noe til enhver tid. Det er ikke alle som gjør det, holdt jeg på å si. Og så er det mange som bare kjøper og selger for det har falt for mye og tror du skal opp og litt sånn ping-pong, men jeg gjør ikke det. Jeg må vite hva jeg driver med. Hater å trade uten å vite hva faen jeg gjør for noe. Jeg vil heller ta feil og vite at jeg tar feil enn å tjene penger på noe som ikke jeg vet hva faen som skjer. For trading er ikke flaks. Hvis det er profitabel, så er det ikke flaks.
Oi, gul flyr opp.
Ja, gul flyr i taket. Det sa vi i stad.
Ja.
Caregivers, children are not having to carry that burden, and so I do think that it will continue
to
be a partisan issue, and it is so important. We cannot close the entire without private.
Nei, for 5 minutter nå så poppa inn
Å, fy faen, nesten 3%, jo.
Ja, det fløy opp.
Nei, alt ligger til rette for du skal tryne til helvete her.
Trust Bloomberg for all the context and clarity you need as the tariff and global economy story evolves.
This year's bear case, very quickly, becoming the base case.
Nobody covers tariffs like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
You have had a number of games overseas in recent years, and in fact, you opened the season going to the opening game in Brazil. So do you expect to do more overseas games, and is that a part of your?
Det er liksom ikke noe volum, vet du. Det er null. Det er bare Mickey Mouse-ordrer.
Bare vent nå. Halvtime, og så får du volum.
Ja, det har vært drittete volum hele dagen også. I hele dag skal som Trump ut og prate med deg. Det er sikkert det, vet du.
The fans go crazy for it.
Ja.
They sold out the tickets in less than 90 minutes. People had a wonderful time. It was the talk of the town. And I think it will be the basis and the sort of the match that lights the excitement and the popularity of the game, as well as what we're doing around the world. So we're very excited by it. It's just one element of that strategy. You need to have television, you need to have activity and participation. And
Jammer litt, jeg tenker.
And football's a big part of that. So all of those factors, I think, are going to be what I.
Har du ikke blitt kjøpt opp hver dag på auction, altså faller etter børs? Det har gjort det siste uka.
Having a team that's based overseas in Mexico City or in London. Listen, we've talked an awful lot about it, and I think there are markets that could, without question, support an NFL franchise.
Earnings season is here.
Earnings season begins. Is corporate America in a good place?
Wall Street is bracing.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We got Delta, Constellation, Brands.
The wave of big tech earnings. We've seen a re-rating of earnings estimates.
I gotta pay special attention to all this.
With the smartest insights.
Given the degree of uncertainty, you haven't really cut earnings estimates that much.
Anyone who says they have.
Jeg synes det er litt rart at det ikke står mer om det i avisa, at de 20 000 som mistet jobben på Starbucks og alt det der, nei, på UPS, jeg synes det har ikke stått noe om det i avisa. Ingenting.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Milken Global Investment Conference here in the lobby of the Beverly Hilton.
A crowded, very crowded. Yes, you are in.
Når er rentemøtet i Norge her på torsdag?
I'm Romain Bostic. That is Carol Masser. And it's been quite a thing. You had a panel earlier today. You had a chance to kind of get really a real vibe of kind of what people want to talk about, and more importantly, I guess what they're actually doing.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of enthusiasm. I kind of asked about Scott Benson and talking about, you know, America, this this is where investors are going to come. Many of them agreed, but they also said there's going to be some dramatic shifts in terms of global real estate. Something like ports, maybe the LA port, because of what we're seeing in terms of tariffs and trade.
Gull går videre oppover. Tikker videre oppover. Gull.
Of course, are looking for investment opportunities of some or another, whether it's private credit, whether it's venture capital, whether it's even public market. And we came into this year and there was a lot of optimism, particularly when it came to
Hva er det Gary sier på nå, Robert, på Nasdaq? Du ser på det.
37.
Hæ?
37 på 500.
37? Det er jo ingenting.
Disrupted, but certainly rethought a little bit, coming off a lot of the chaos that we've seen in Washington. And now we sort of move forward to sort of where the next deals are going to be, where the opportunities are. Centerbridge is really at the center of that. We're talking about a firm that really has their fingers on the pulse based on the amount of money it manages, kind of split evenly between private credit as well as equity itself.
Da har Wall Street gått til rødt også. Dow Jones er rødt.
Great to have you here. Let's start off.
Fy faen, Dachsen var bare rett i taket opp 300 poeng nesten, 272.
And whether there's been any shift given what's transpired over the last 3.5-4 months.
I think allocations to alternatives, they take time because alternatives often are less liquid than publicly traded instruments. So I don't think you see immediate shifts in relation to the environment. Perhaps the exception is some of the discussion regarding university.
Frister litt å kjøpe her da. Men det er jo jævlig risky.
Pairing less liquid holdings like private equity. But that's the only thing that I've seen that perhaps could be related to the current environment.
Is there a sense here that when we talk about allocation, having assets that act to a certain extent as a buffer for other things going on in the world? Private assets, alternative assets, do they provide a buffer in this environment?
I think they do, and it really depends upon the type of alternative investment you're looking for. If you're looking for something that has an equity component, looking for capital appreciation, that's one thing. The other alternative is looking for an alternative that has a yield component to it. And I think these days, particularly with the volatility in markets, that investors are more prone to looking for something with a yield component, some money they can actually put into their pocket as opposed to waiting for a long-term appreciation of something.
So talk to us about the yield component and the pricing of deals right now. Is it a little bit higher? Investors looking for more? Talk to us about how it kind of compares to what we've seen as of late.
A couple things are happening in what I'll call the yield-oriented or even the private credit world. First, there's a lot of capital that has come into the space. A lot of capital looking to be deployed. Usually when that happens, spreads, the premium over a risk-free rate, tend to contract. And that had been happening literally from January through the beginning of last month. And following the administration's announcement on tariffs, you started to see spreads in the private credit lending world started to widen. Whether that will hold, we don't know, but at least for the last month or so, there has been a shift there.
Okay, and I'm curious, in terms of deal flow in that world, tell us about a deal that kind of got you excited as of late.
A deal that got us excited. Our lending business is different than I think many other private credit lenders. Most private credit lending activity is focused on financing sponsored buyouts. And as we all know, and as you've heard here today, as you're going to hear tomorrow, private equity activity largely is a little quieter than people had hoped. That means that private credit activity to finance those buyouts is also somewhat a little slower than people had hoped. Our private credit lending business is focused on middle market businesses that are not owned by sponsors, which if you think about it, that's the vast majority of companies in the United States have nothing to do with the private equity world. Nothing to do. And those companies are still borrowing. They're being cautious because they also read the headlines. They're aware of what's happening in the world. But to the extent that one of those companies wants to build a new plant or by a competitor perhaps, they're still open for business, and those are the type of businesses that we're lending to.
Are they being more selective in that process, though?
You have to be careful. You have to be mindful. So, for example, we have no retail exposure, but by design. And so, as we speak to our borrowers, and we want to work as partners with them, like, are you being impacted by tariffs on a direct basis? And if so, unfortunately, we're not in that position, but I'm sure many lenders are. You have to work with your customer. You have to work with your borrower and help them almost as a partner in addition to a lender. Okay, how are we going to figure this out? How are we going to navigate around this? And that takes time.
But it's not just about the tariffs themselves, meaning the dollar value of the tariffs. It's also just about overall trade policy.
Ja, right, okay.
Direct exposure to tariffs that might have exposure to certain types of technology controls and export controls. How do you navigate that?
Well, I think about it even in a more broader fashion. There are some companies that if there are widespread tariffs and they stick, that companies are going to be directly impacted. If there is, for example, a global tariff war, a trade war, that's going to affect all companies in the United States. If there's a downturn in the economy or worse, a recession, all businesses are going to be impacted, even though they don't have direct impact because they're not importing perhaps from China. We're focused more on the latter and to make sure that our companies that we're lending to have lots of liquidity to be able to manage through that, number one. And number two, that make sure that they don't borrow too much money. They're not over-leveraged.
So it's not a case of extend and pretend kind of thing. I mean, you're doing it because they're solid businesses and you're not worried that by extending them, you're supporting something that maybe shouldn't be supported.
Correct, yeah. I mean, you obviously always want to lend to a good business, and businesses have ups and downs. I mean, you don't lend to a business based upon what you think is going to happen over the next 3 months. You're thinking about what's going to happen over the next 3 years. And you have to take a long-term outlook with all of these borrowers.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Jeff, thank you so much. Jeff Aronson. He is
Det stämmer, Finn.
co-founder and managing principal over at Centerbridge Partners. All right, everybody, let's get another check on markets.
Guldgiver på RSI og Taylor kontra inn. Syns børsen med disse bakene. Det er bra, Markso. Det er det eneste som er riktig å gjøre nå. Kjøpe bonds og så kjøpe gull og stay the fuck away fra Nasdaq I hvert fall, for han er helt ute å kjøre.
The S&P 500 down 0.3%. The Nasdaq 100 also 0.3% lower. So not much improvement there. There are earnings out after the bell that could change things. Big companies like Ford, for example.
Nei, det er ingen nyheter klokka 8 på morgenen.
We also have some electronics companies and some AI
Ikke som påvirker USA I hvert fall.
Nei, men Trump twitterer jo helgen også. Han twitterer jo natt.
It's above 3,337 announced now, up 3%.
Fy faen, hvor kult det hadde vært hvis Kina hadde bare sagt til Trump, fuck you.
1,600, give or take a few dollars. And we have the yield curve steepening as well.
Vi kommer aldri til å si det.
The 10-year yield is up more than 3 basis points now. That's lower than where it was just earlier in the session, but it's still showing a little steepening with the 2-year yield up just more than a basis point. We're also seeing a lot of weight on oil, and that is also not helping oil companies in the S&P 500, for example. It's one of the worst performers in terms of sectors. Oil, after the OPEC Plus meeting, of course, meant that there's going to be more production, more output. WTI trading in the $57 a barrel range. Back to the Milken Institute conference in Beverly Hills, California, and Romaine Bostick.
All right, a great conversation right now live on the Milken stage where we focus on government policy and, more importantly, budgets. We talk about tax collection here in the USA. Those projections are down. Refunds are up, and that's a formula that could dampen government revenue and portend an earlier deadline for Congress to raise the debt ceiling, risk of federal payments to fall. Philip Swagel is the director of the U.S. Congressional Budget Office, and he joins us now here on the Milken stage. Philip, great to have you here. Thanks so much. Let's get right to it. Everyone's talking about this so-called X date. I know it's a squishy date, but when people look at tax receipts, they look at the current situation in Congress right now. Is that date going to move up?
You know, we still have it as late in the summer, you know, into August, into September.
Of course, it's possible that it can come forward depending on the continued revenue, especially in June. But for now, we're comfortable with our later date that Congress has time to act on it.
The revenue you're seeing coming in, at least in the most recent month, you're encouraged by that?
It was tracking reasonably well with our expectation, and this is the projections that we made back in January and February, that the revenues are still in line with that.
One thing I want to ask you in terms of real deficit reduction, because one of the things, I just did a global real estate panel, and the thing that they are most concerned about seemed to be the growing U.S. deficit. What real constructive work are we doing to really reduce the deficit, and what kind of pain might it impose on U.S. citizens?
Yeah, I've seen the Treasury Secretary talk about that. He was here at the Milken conference this morning talking about it. He is writing in the Wall Street Journal about it. And so I know he's focused on it. I know the administration is focused on it. And it's important, it's necessary. It doesn't have to be done immediately, but that, since this should be reassuring to the American people.
Why do you say it doesn't have to be done immediately? Many would have said 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we would have had this conversation and talked about kicking the can down the road, and here we are again. Why is it not an immediate problem?
No, you're exactly right. That in the past, there's been an urgency.
Ray 2K.
And that's part of my message, is that we do as a country have
Hey,
time,
Ray.
because the rest of the world still sees us as a country that's stable, that's secure, that's growing. There's lots of volatility in the U.S. and the policy environment now, and that's a negative. We still have the trust of global investors, and that's what gives us time.
How confident, though, are you right now in your economic projections? The Treasury Secretary was here earlier today. He specifically called out the CBO's GDP projections of 2%-ish or so. He's saying, in his view, that number should be closer to 3%. What's the gap? Why does that gap exist?
Okay, the gap is understandable because what CBO is doing is projecting the economy under current law. And what the Treasury Secretary is doing is completely appropriate. He's saying, with the president's agenda, he says, we, the administration, have a pro-growth agenda. He thinks that will be successful, and of course, all Americans hope it will be, and that will boost economic growth. And if it does, well, then that will be good for everyone. We're just looking at different things. So we're looking at what was the economic trajectory before the president's agenda.
There's a balance, though, as well. So we don't quite know which policies will become law or become real. I know that's going to take some time. But we do know the contours of this administration. A crackdown on immigration, which immigration, of course, to a certain extent has been a net positive, at least on aggregate GDP growth in this country. There's also a lot of issues when it comes to the IRA, which the Trump administration is trying to scale back. When do you factor those impacts in and the potential drag on growth?
You're putting your finger exactly on the important question, is that all of the changes happening, both the executive actions and then the legislation being considered by the Congress, how will those impact the economy? And so the executive action you mentioned on immigration, that affects the labor force, that affects the economy, it affects the federal budget. We are tracking that. It's still a little bit too soon to know what is the long-term impact of that. Is the decline in immigration temporary, or is it a long-term factor? And that's the kind of thing we are tracking.
Det 99 Problems, det Fair Value Gap.
ICT.
Fuck han. Men
det er han som har kommet med det jævla navnet.
Det bare altså hva skal jeg kalle det, imbalanse, eller at du har et gap, der ingenting fylt på en candle som går fort opp. Du har ingen selgere hvis at den går opp, du har ingen kjøpere hvis at den går ned. Så da må den ned der og fylle det gapet før den kan fortsette.
Hente likviditet?
Nei, jeg henter en likviditet, så går den under under forrige high and low.
Men det ICT som kom opp på det navnet, eller det, eller hva?
Han jo balle.
Ja, man hjerneskapet, det greit nok.
Han kan jo ikke noen ting.
Nei, men han har jo faen meg 1,2 millioner følgere på YouTube, da.
Det skjønner jeg ikke.
Nei, han er jo gæren. Han la jo ut en sånn filmklipp hvor han sier at han bipolar. Og griner og var helt altså jeg bare satt og så på jeg bare skjønte ikke at jeg trodde det var kødd det var ikke kødd han helt blåst han helt ute å kjøre
ja FVG I seg selv det jo greit men strategiene hans jeg bruker FVG også, men da basert på mine nivåer.
Jeg elsker strategi til alle som sier kjøp og dipp, det synes jeg morsomt.
Ja, den fin.
Kjøp og dipp, kjøp og dipp, kjøp og dipp. Hvorfor kjøper du noe egentlig? Nei, for det skal opp.
Ja, diamond hands.
Fy faen når det falt da.
Ja. Fin reaction of the gap not for å si det sånn.
Det var veldig behagelig stemmestig når det sånn når du ikke drita, sånn som nå. Veldig behagelig stemme.
Ja, takk skal du ha.
Det så sjeldent at du edru, vet du, så det liksom, det ikke så vanlig.
Nei. Det sant.
Jeg elsker når du mater ungene dine på fangen og drikker sprit. Jeg synes det så jævlig festlig.
Ja. Sitter med sånn baseballcap med øl med sugerør.
Ja. Jeg fikk jo faen meg brandy og mora mi da jeg var liten for å holde kjeft.
Ja, du gjorde det, ja.
Dyppet smokken opp I whisky og sånn.
Ja, ja. Helt fint, det.
Skal man tørre å kjøpe her nå? Nei, jeg tror ikke.
Jeg har som regel bare stekpanna på siden av senga. En liten kake bak hodet, så rett ut.
Du slår ungen I huet med den, eller?
Ja.
Ja, jeg liker det.
Derfor han sovner så fort.
Ja, men det like greit, egentlig. Slår med huet.
Ja. Ja.
Klask dem rett ned.
The S&P 500 is down a full 0.5% now, more than 26 basis points, and we have the Dow Jones Industrial Average also in the red. It is down a tenth.
Faen, jeg så på et nytt dyr jeg kunne godt tenkt meg. Oter. Det faen meg søtt, altså.
Ja, de nydelige.
Har du sett
Vi har masse sånn... Ja, vi har dem utom her. Vi har jo masse sånn... hva faen, røyskatt på jobb.
Har du det? Ja, for de rapper fisk, gjør du ikke det?
Jo, nei, ja, jo det også, men de rapper fiskefôret.
Ok.
De jo så nydelige.
Røyskatt, de bittesmå sånne som ligner på ildre.
Ja, bare enda mindre.
Ja, mink, bare var mindre.
Ja.
Og så de ofte...
Vi har mink I dag, faktisk.
Gjør du det?
Ja.
Har du sett sjøoter før da?
Hva er forskjellen på en sjøoter og en vanlig oter?
Hvis du googler det, så kan du se det. Sea otter. De veldig fine, ass. Hva skjer det her da?
Ja, det kom det sånn der vi har. Katta våre for å leke med en sånn oter.
Sea otter with children. Se på de der. De ligger med dem på... De veldig mye mer pusete eller fluffy da enn norske otere, liksom. Se hvordan de ligger.
Ja.
Se på det.
Ja, men nydelig. Ja.
De sover sånn.
Tar gjerne et par sånne.
Ikke de søtte?
Ja, nydelig.
Og så ligger ungen på magen. Der ligger de.
Jeg prøver jo å fange det her røyskatta, men det faen ikke lett. Så var det ene kollegaen min, han driver og setter ut som feller, så han dreper jo alle sammen.
Kødder du det?
Nei.
Jævla idiot. De så søte.
Ja, de jo innpåsliten. De kommer jo inn I bygget vårt. Sånn.
Ja, men oter kult, vet du. De revene hadde det stinket av helvete, men oter liksom, jeg tror ikke det lukter sånn.
Og spekkhoggere og rett utenfor I dag.
Melding fra... Nei, det var tidlig I dag, Man poster jo hele tiden. Hvert 5. minutt poster han. Oi.
De fine tøfler og de...
Fy faen, se gull flyr av gårde. 3,15% opp nå. Det et eller annet som skjer, altså.
Ja, de skal vel all time high igjen, den.
Ja, men da skal dette markedet krasje. Det skjer jo ikke.
Kom Inge.
Jeg kan bare TTT, jeg tikler tid. Jeg fikk jo få rett på shorten, men ja, det bra. Raser ut nå, sier Joakim. Ja, det faller på greit volum, men det liksom, det fortsatt ikke bra fall. Det skulle falt mye mer I dag. Så vi har ned nå 100 poeng, men det liksom alt for lite. Det skulle falt mye mer. Det skulle brutt gjennom 1900 der.
Ah, jeg skulle holdt shorten min opp der.
Dette fallet skulle egentlig begynt på etter tallene på Tesla på torsdag forrige uke. Da skulle det egentlig falt. Det hadde gått opp med over 2000 poeng, og så kom det basically profit-warning fra Tesla, vil jeg påstå, basically. 20% dårligere revenue, og så har den gått opp faen meg 30% på verste tallene I historien, fordi Trump, nei, fordi Musk skal slutte på Doge, og da sa han at han skulle bruke mer fokus på Tesla, og så gikk Tesla opp på det. Det helt sjukt. Det ingen forvaltere som kjøper her nå, det bare tullinger. Nei, jeg har ikke gjort noen ting I dag. Getson sitter og venter. Sitter rolig.
Har du 3 dager etter 3?
Venter,
GT.
Ja, jeg venter.
GT3. GT3, så det en bil, det ikke? Det.
Or believe that the market reflects the uncertainty. So you don't want excitement, you want boring? No. Or something in between? I rather have a lower price with excitement.
Ethereum, ja.
Well said. Are you looking to do capital raises because you anticipate there's more opportunities to come once things settle down?
So we're pretty good with capital, so we have our catcher's mitt, and also we're pitching some deals.
Venter og så spørsmålstegn. De som vet, de vet. De som følger meg, de vet.
So we want to facilitate that.
I am also curious, we have seen spikes in terms of, credit spreads widening. I think about the last month, the moments of stress here. Do you think that's it for this year? I mean, the volatility has been...
Du har godt vente på fallet, men det jo mulig å trede mellom der, ikke? Jo, men jeg skal si hvorfor jeg get sånn. Fordi jeg har lovt de jeg treder for, å ikke trede med for høy risk. Allerede så har jeg for høy risk. Så hvis jeg trader mer på den kontoen før det kommer litt ned, så bruker jeg opp marginen hans, og da får de ikke med seg fallet, som jeg går og venter på. Så jeg må trade litt sånn forsiktig. Nei, Getson, jeg har tradet siden 2000, jeg profitabel trader, liksom. Ellers hadde jeg ikke gjort dette live. Jeg profitabel, jeg kommer ikke til å snu på noen ting jeg gjør for. Jeg har tradet mer enn de fleste her, antagelig. Og når jeg usikker, så gjør jeg ingenting. For da det en grunn til at jeg usikker. Det vil du skjønne veldig snart. Akkurat som jeg sa at gull kommer til å gå tak I dag. Det har gått rett opp. Akkurat som sier til at antageligvis så vil MPCC gå til over 30 kroner. Samme med Coa, 4,50, Axolution, Storebrand, alt det. Jeg tror Nasdaq skal ned med over 10% til, tror jeg. Jeg tror ikke det skjer over natta, men jeg tror det skal ned over 10% til. Tilbake da i år. Hvis ikke Donald Trump gjør noe helt ellevilt nå. S&P skal mye lenger ned. Har du også vært prisbok på S&P, eller? Eller ser dere ikke på sånn?
Hvorfor får ikke jeg shorten? Jeg har short på nesten toppen.
Hva faen, vi falt jo med 150 poeng nå,
Ja, det ramlet kraftig.
Det var bra nå. Falt på bra volum også. Det lille som der i hvert fall. Dr. Botox solgte ikke Buffett ut av Alta. Jo, det stemmer. Han har solgt ut siden i fjor. Begynte å selge ut i fjor. Det stemmer, han har solgt alt. Ikke alt, nesten alt. Han sitter med noe fortsatt. Han har aldri hatt så mye cash-beholdning som han har hatt nå noen gang. For han går og venter på, enten så venter han på at det skal smelle til helvete, eller så er han lei å handle aksjer. Jeg tror han venter på at det skal smelle. Eller i hvert fall vente til det stabiliserer seg med tanke på tariffutsiktene og rentene. Jeg kan tenke meg at Warren Buffett sitter nå og tenker på det, eller har tenkt da, at inflasjonen stiger i USA nå, og tariffen er veldig sånn ujevn. Og så tenker han at hvis USA fortsetter med den makro-nyhetsbildet som har vært nå siste måneden, så går USA i stagflasjon. Og så driver så driver Trump og så...
Skal akkurat til å se det, sterke Tim.
Tok du en liten reversal her? Falt det så mye nå, da? Var den opp mer enn 3,14%? Jo, det jeg skulle si. Så tror jeg Buffett tenker sånn at for det som er problemet nå er det at han godeste Trump vil ha ned renta, og inflasjonen stiger. Og nå når oljeprisen faller, og gassprisene faller, så vil inflasjonen bli påvirket av det. Og da kommer sikkert han til å presse Fed til å sette ned renta. Men Fed kan ikke sette ned renta. Så blir det mer stimuli, og inflasjonen stiger enda en gang. Og da er det sånn limbo. For de som er interessert i økonomi da. Jeg vet ikke om du synes det er noe kult å høre på det. Vær stille! Ok, ha det. Hvor skal du?
Mulig å fjerne social feed. Ja, det er det. Hva er social feeden?
Hæ? Vero får sånn ny dame som kan ikke trene? Nei. Sånn idiot.
Trene i senga, vi.
Badehetta, ja, du kan stille det.
Åja, på.
Men ikke spør meg hvordan. Nå stengte det vel?
Ja. Market is closed.
Er folk interessert i makro i det hele tatt, eller er det mest sånn trading i går? Eller skal jeg drite og prate om alle jævla nyhetene, hvis folk synes det er kjedelig?
Jones Industrial Average down 0.3%, while the Nasdaq lower by 0.8%. The Russell 2000 also moving lower down by 0.8%. We should point out the VIX relatively elevated, at least from where it was
Ok, da må vi prate.
back around that 23 level, and no real change right now.
Alt ørene deres snakket om.
Jeg blir lei av å høre meg selv prate I perioder også, for jeg faen meg gjentar meg selv hele tiden.
Au. Neida.
Ja, og da prater vi. Men ja, og når jeg trader da, når jeg trader, så må makroen stemme med bevegelsene, og da kan jeg trade. Jeg må ha to ting på plass. Makroen må stemme, og så må bevegelsen stemme på makroen, og så må det tekniske funker alltid. Men makroen må stemme. Så hvis hodet mitt skrudd på alt og nyheter og alt, og jeg sier at det nå skal opp, og det går ned, eller omvendt, da tar jeg et steg tilbake, og så prøver jeg å forstå hva faen jeg tar feil på. Det sånn jeg opererer. Da det ikke noe flaks I mitt hode. Det derfor jeg tjener penger på trading. Jeg går glipp av sikkert mye I sånne perioder som nå, og jeg bare ikke tør å gjøre noe, men det får heller bare være. For jeg hadde skutt meg selv hvis jeg hadde tatt en feil trade basert på en trade som jeg egentlig ikke vil ta. Det mye bedre å ta feil, og vite at du tar feil, at det legger til grunn til at du tar feil, ok, faen. Den misforstår jeg. Å faen, der tok jeg feil. Ok, greit, jeg tar det opp, liksom. Det mye lettere å gjøre det enn å gjøre en trade, og så skjønner du ingenting, og så bare plutselig så hadde du rett allikevel, og så tar du tap, og så skjønner du ikke hvorfor du taper, og så roter du deg helt bort. Litt sånn overtrading som veldig mange gjør I perioder. Så det veldig...
Overtrading uting.
Hva sa du?
Uting. Overtrading uting.
Ja, men det veldig vanskelig å være, så du har jo problemer med
det, det. Ja, ja.
Jeg også har
det
den liksom, du på sånn...
Det en uting.
Ja, for du liksom... Litt av hemmeligheten da, som jeg har lært meg med mange år med trening, det at det lurt også noen ganger bare ikke være for aktiv. Selv om du treffer og gjør det dritbra, så det de dummeste tradene, du kjenner det litt igjen selv, liksom. Den der var kanskje ikke så bra. Og så går den ofte I minus, du kan bare latt være. Den vanskeligste traden den traden du ikke tar, det den vanskeligste. Det letteste bare å kjøre en trade, det jo dritlett.
Ja.
Men den vanskeligste traden den du holder igjen. Og det ofte den som redder deg på sikt. Sånn som jeg shorta på Tesla etter børs her forleden, ikke sant? Når dere sa til meg, Jones, ikke gjør det. Ikke trade over natta. Jeg gjorde det, trade det. Bare det skulle til helvete. Jeg fikk en rett I trynet. Selv om jeg hadde rett på makroen, hadde jeg bare holdt meg til regelen, så hadde jo ikke det skjedd. For den gikk jo opp faen meg 500 poeng dagen etterpå på en Trump-meldingen. Så,
ja.
Sånn det med den saken.
Nei, det som vanskelig. Også når du har fått en 5, 10, 15, 20 trader på rad som grønn,
ja.
Da tar den her hva det heter?
Overtrading, ja.
Konge. Ja, men kongen kommer fram. Du udødelig.
Ja. Den har alle kjent på tre.
Hvis du klarer å gi deg mens leken god, det da du på, da du opp og nikke.
Ja, det det som også passe på marginene. Det liksom, jeg vil påstå det faen meg
Trump crypto deals provoke Senate backlash and calls for investigation.
Endelig ble etterforsket.
Trump bans federal funding for gain of function research seen as dangerous.
Det som meldinger på alle måneder, jeg blir helt svimmel. Vi kan snakke litt mer om trading da. For det som litt av hemmeligheten med å være god på trading som sagt vite når du skal gi deg. Og så det å ikke gjøre en trade. Altså har man alle forskjellige strategier. Og jeg tror det viktigste at man tro mot sin strategi. Alle strategier det masse forskjellige. Du må finne noe som passer for deg. Og så må du holde deg til det liksom, sånn at du liksom har en plan med det du gjør. Jeg tror det viktigste med trading at du har en plan. Hvis du trader helt uten å vite hva faen du driver med, så kommer du aldri til å tjene penger på sikt. Du kan trade, du kan gjøre bra, du har flaks noen dager, og du treffer liksom, for det går opp, eller det går ned, eller du liksom, det noe på momentumet da. Ikke sant? Så alle sier, så go with the flow. Det riktig. Men hvis ikke du vet hvorfor det en flow rundt det, så taper du de pengene like fort igjen, liksom. Så det jo viktig å ha en sånn strategi når du lærer å trade at, ok, nå gir vi oss, selv om jeg kanskje tjener mer penger etterpå, og nå gir vi oss, nå tar vi det pent, liksom. Så jeg tror det veldig viktig å ha en plan. Og så det jævlig viktig også å ha nok marginer på kontoen. Passe på det. Jeg driter meg på det så mange ganger. Fy faen, jeg driter meg på det. Det var en periode jeg satt alltid i stopplåser på natta. Det gjør jeg aldri mer, for å si det sånn. Det det verste jeg har gjort noen gang.
Ja, du må ha en tradingplan, Samantha. Du må vite når før du går inn, så må du vite hvor du skal hen, og hvor du kan gå. Hvor det kan dette ned.
Og det ikke tilfeldig. Trading ikke tilfeldig. Selvfølgelig så kan du aldri predikere helt eksakt, men hvis du på en måte gjør dette nok ganger og bruker lang nok tid, så tjener du penger på det. Og du vil være minus i perioder. Men så lenge du har en strategi, så det basically, så jobber du deg nesten alltid ut av det igjen da. Du kommer... Alle de beste gutta i minus i perioder, og du kommer til å tape, og det gjelder bare ikke... Og det hemmeligheten med marginer, for hvis du blåser bort hele marginene dine, så kommer det ikke opp igjen. Du må alltid sørge for å ha kontroll på marginene. Og det jævlig lett å bygge en posisjon som går feil vei, og bare fortsette og fortsette og fortsette og fortsette og fortsette. Og så til slutt så sitter jeg med alt for stor posisjon i forhold til kontoen, og selv om du fikk rett til slutt, så får du ikke vært med på bevegelsen. Det sånn, det jo mange ganger. Så jævlig mange ganger. På både oppturer og nedturer. Så det gjelder å ha en sånn liten plan med hva faen du driver med.
Ja, man må vite, før man går på, så må man vite hvordan vei det skal, hvordan retning skal vi i dag. Og det ikke alltid like lett heller.
Nei, og hvert fall ikke nå når Trump prater. Det har aldri vært så vanskelig som nå, selv om det bare gått opp. Så har jeg aldri vært borte dette her. Jeg synes det var litt tullete med han Biden og Fed pratet, men de pratet bare en gang i uka da. Trump prater 10 ganger om dagen, det forskjell. Du gjør det, Stig.
Nei, ikke på grafen. Jeg bruker ingen indikatorer på grafen. Hennes at jeg bruker, altså på selve grafen. Jeg bruker litt RSI, stokastisk og MACD, men mest ren graf. Ikke moving average og alt det opplegget.
Siste droppet gjorde dagen min hakket dårligere, dårlig riskmoment om meg. Men det sånn du lærer da. Jeg håper du overlever sånn. Risk management noe vi skal jobbe med. Det noe vi skal lære bort, alle må jobbe med det. For det så lett og dritsagt. Og de som copytrader meg også må passe på risken. Må passe på marginene sine. For jeg vet ikke hvilke marginer dere har. Det må dere passe på.
Ja, det kan ikke du ta hensyn til.
Nei, det en som sendte meg den harde meldingen. Fy faen, jeg hører ut og så han tok en tap selv. For han har ikke vært med på...
Da det synd for deg. Altså synd for han.
Ja, jeg kan ikke ta hensyn til det.
Der har du grafen, Samantha. Det altså 99 problems. Jeg bruker som regel 4 timer for å sjekke nivåene. Jeg bruker 4 timer. Og deilig. Av og til ukelig, og sjelden ganger blant månedlig graf.
Samantha da ser liksom lengre perspektiv. Da kan han se litt nivåer på sikt. Bruke litt lengre grafer da. 1 minuttchart forteller hva som skjer her og nå. Du får liksom ikke hele bildet.
Det er mer som noise, altså bråk, statisk eller...
Ja, kjapt.
Ja.
Og det der jeg bruker mye makro og nyheter og sånn. Som jeg ser på, ikke sant? Ja, jeg fikk en skikkelig stygg mail fra en fyr her, altså. Som krevde etterforskning.
Enklere å skylde på deg, vet du, når de gjør feil selv, og så taper en på grunn av at de også følger copy-tradinga.
Jo, så kan du banne på at den er pluss, så får jeg kjeft for det også, for de tok tak for tidlig eller et eller annet. Det er jo et eller annet. Det er sånn alltid. Sånn er det.
Nei, når man gjør det, så sitter man med et ansvar selv.
Ja, men jeg tenker at man må se på, I hvert fall min trening da, så man må se på det på litt mer sikt enn en uke. Du må se på det, og det en grunn til at jeg ikke tør trene nå. Det ikke fordi jeg har lyst, jeg har veldig lyst, men det en grunn til at det ramlet nå, liksom. På mye volum, på close. Det drittnervøs marked. Du skal aldri vært der oppe. Du var kun der oppe når Trump pratet. Det mange som ikke skjønner det. Folk vil ikke sitte over natta nå. Gull stiger som av faen, kopper stiger, sølv stiger, rentene stiger. Dette forteller at markedet pissnervøst. De som på en måte følger med, forvaltere nå da, de sitter nå og venter på at de skal dette.
Dere kan jo fortelle litt hvordan man endrer og passer på marginene også.
Jo, det bare så fylle på, du følger med på marginene på, du må være, jeg vil påstå at du skal være sikker på sånn trening som vi driver med da, for vi driver med 200 giring. Så vil jeg sørge for at man har I hvert fall 500% margin, for det svinger så jævlig på Nasdaq nå, at bare se nå på Nasdaq nå, den gikk opp, den gikk ned med 220 poeng, så gikk den opp med 250 nesten, og så gikk den ned igjen nå med 170 poeng. Og for å være med på de bevegelsene her, så må du sitte med såpass bra marginer. Disse bevegelsene her var ikke før. Jeg helt enig, Sonning. Det ikke så jævla kult å være meg heller, da. Selv om jeg går I pluss, så det ikke noe kult å sitte I sånne urealisert. Jeg prøver å forklare mitt syn, jeg prøver å forklare hvorfor ting skjer som det skjer, jeg prøver å forklare hva jeg gjør for noe, for at folk skal føle seg komfortabel med å vite, ok, hvorfor gjør den det nå? Jeg prøver helt å forklare hva jeg gjør. For skjønner man liksom, hvorfor ikke han long nå, hvorfor ikke han short nå, hva han hørte på nå, hva skjedde nå? Da det mye lettere å akseptere at man sitter I minus, da det mye lettere å akseptere at man tar gevinst. Føler jeg da, det sånn jeg opererer I hvert fall. Jeg får innbylle meg det lettere for folk også å roe seg ned da, hvis de vet hva som skjer I markedet. Tror jeg da. Det hadde I hvert fall jeg likt å vite. Samme som jeg drev også å prate om PGS I fjor, ikke sant? Du hadde jo DNB Market som nedgraderte PGS 2 ganger. Sa at det kommer til å gå konkurs. Og den ramlet jo som faen, og så går jeg ut stikk motsatt av DNB og stikk motsatt av Finansavisen, stikk motsatt av alle. Tok hodet mitt oppå, hva heter det for noe? Oppå den der, hva heter det for noe? Galgen holdt jeg på å si. Og bare nei, jeg tror nok, her tar vi feil, tallene til PGS, det ble sånn og sånn og sånn, marginene ble sånn og sånn og sånn, aktiviteter der og der og der og der. Det og det og det skjer, sånn og sånn og sånn og sånn, makrobilder sånn og sånn og sånn og sånn, bla 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 bla, akkurat som jeg holdt på med Nasdaq. Og så gikk det jo faen ikke opp, og så bare bam, gikk den faen meg flere 100% opp. Og så ble han fusjonert med TGS. Ja, hoggestaven da.
Yeah, we feel comfortable. There's orbital debris mitigation rules that are in place. We license all the satellites at the end of the day. We feel very comfortable that we can still get thousands of more satellites out there. And again, the new trend is direct to people's cell phone. And that's something that's
US crude oil closes at lowest level since 2021. Vet dere forskjell på VTI og crude da? Det brent? Noen som vet det? Det ingen som tenker sånn heller. Du skrev det... Jeg visste ikke det når jeg jobbet som megler. Jeg visste ikke forskjellen på... Vet dere forskjell?
Forskjell på hva?
Crude og brent. Eller VTI da.
Crude og brent en av samme alvor.
VTI?
VTI er den øyne.
Ja, vet du forskjellen på det?
Ikke å si lightbasert olje.
Vil du si light, sweet, crude?
Ja, det blir jo en annen type olje det som kommer.
Båndslam den ene.
onshore.
Ja, ikke rent. Men det smaken på olje.
Ja, det smaker sikkert det.
Maten til fatteren smaker olje.
Men den olja som tas opp utenfor kysten her, sånn, det ikke brent.
Ja, her står det her. VTI-oljen lettere, renere, tynnere. Så brent, altså, ja. Lavere svovelinnhold, for den lettere og tynnere, skjønner du. Men det på grunn av svovelinnholdet, det visste ikke jeg. Mens brenten da står her i hvert fall, egner seg mer til drivstoff til skip, for den tykkere og ikke så fin da. Det litt interessant greiene her, synes du ikke det? Jeg synes sånt interessant. Jeg husker også når jeg jobbet som megler, jeg kunne ikke en dritt når jeg jobbet som megler. Da jeg begynte som megler, jeg kunne ingenting. Jeg løy meg til å jobbe og sånn. Så husker jeg at en ting som fascinerte meg helt jævlig. Det visste jeg ikke, Stig. Nå vet jo alle det. Men jeg visste ikke det. Jeg lærte at, og jeg husker jeg var så fascinert av olje, for dere har pratet om olje, vi var oljebørs, ikke sant? Olje, bare hva faen? Bruker ikke bare olje til bensin og sånn, tenkte jeg, ikke det olje liksom da? Og så, jeg bomte det. Ja, og så husker jeg han ene min mentor da, som heter Wilhelm Stam, som jeg snakker med til dags dato. Han jobber med Corporate Finance i dag og equities og sånn. Husker han lærte meg Jones. Vet du hva du lager mest av olje? Så bare, nei, bensin, diesel? Nei. Så plastikk? Jeg bare, hæ? Kan du lage plastikkolje? Og da begynte verden min å bli litt sånn, å fy faen, det var interessant, så begynte jeg, det var sånn, jeg begynte å få liksom sånn der, litt sånn sansen for sånn økonomi og maker og sånn, for jeg har aldri tenkt på det før, liksom. Plastikk? Og så sa han, ja, hvis du tenner på plastikkposer, hva skjer da? Da renner jo, da drypper det som olje, ikke sant? Det drypper jo. Ja, faen, det var jo interessant. Så husker jeg, siden jeg ikke kunne seg mye, akkurat som sånn der da, så husker jeg at jeg dreit meg helt jævlig ut. Jeg ringte en av Norges rikeste, og så skulle jeg selge et case til han fyren da. Og så sier gutta til meg på kontoret, Jones, da så ringer han for å plassere pengene sine i Norske Skog. Så bare, Norske Skog, hva skjer da? Jo. Så jeg må si noe til, jeg kan ikke bare si kjøp Norske Skog, jeg må vite hvorfor jeg skal kjøpe Norske Skog. Jeg kunne ikke noe, ikke sant? Så sier gutta til meg at, ja, du må si det at det jævla mange kinesere nå, de bruker jævla mye doruller. Så du må si til dem at det masse høy dorullforbruk. Du vet at Norske Skog, de sager trær, og tre jo dassrull. Hva dassrull? Så husker jeg ringte han der steinrike jæveren, Lorsen. Han bare, hva faen du sier til meg nå? Jeg bare satt der og bare, helvete, hva jeg gjør nå? Fytte faen. Men han ble min største kunde da, han kameraten, så han bare lo det da. Men han skjønner ikke, jeg kunne ikke en dritt, ikke sant? For du lager papir av tre, ikke sant? Og i mitt hode så stemte det med det gutta sa, at du bruker dorull, ikke sant? På tre, Norske Skog, kinesere. Det ga liksom mening for meg, men det var bare piss, ikke sant? Nei, fytte det. Det var det flaueste noen har gjort. Kjøp Norske Skog for kinesere og bruker mer dasspapir. Det dumt, liksom. Ja, det 160 poeng da.
Ja, den ramlet jo bra. Men sitter jo og rangler på at man ikke har holdt den jævla shorten oppe på toppen der.
Jeg tror ikke du skal tenke sånn, jeg tror du bare skal være glad for det.
Nei, jeg gjør jo egentlig ikke det, men jeg gjør jo det da.
Jeg tror det viktigste bare at man overlevde dagen. Jeg tror det det viktigste du kan be om også.
Jeg kom ut I profit, altså.
Ja, det faen meg bra.
Spiller ingen rolle, sånn sett, men story of my life jo det at man skulle holdt lenger på de fleste tradene.
Ja, men det sånn alt da. Fy faen. Det sånn alt. Jeg tror det at det viktigste var å få vært med på dem, liksom. Hvis du klarer å ta det I midten, så du fornøyd. Du klarer aldri å ta endene. Det går alltid høyere opp enn det man tror, og lenger ned enn det man tror. Alltid. Uten sidestykker, liksom. 19th century prospectors would taste and smell small quantities of oil to determine its quality. Jeg kan stemme det. Så hvis du ser en film om olje som kanskje høres dritkjell ut, så den der Black. Han og kameraten som spiller I... Han må du se. Det en film som du må se. Han som spiller The Last Mohican, hva heter han for deg? Jeg tror han heter Black Gold, tror jeg det heter. Jeg tror han heter Black Gold. Den filmen her må du se. Hvis du skal lære litt om olje og sånn da. Det ikke...
Ja, King Kong, man må aldri springe etter den. Da går det til helvete. Aldri spring etter en trade. Går det inn, så går det inn.
Det jævla lett å løpe til en dårlig trade.
Ja, det.
Hva faen heter den?
En ny en.
Last Mohican. Daniel Wu. Oi, hva heter han? Hva heter han? Related. Daniel Lewis. Han jævla bra skuespiller. There will be blood, ikke den. For the United States, it's now that same situation Britain was in the 1930s when its debt was very large, but its international... Jeg skal finne film til dere. Det må dere se. Dere som vil lære litt om oljehistorie og sånn. Russia, Iran, North Korea. It's very hard for you to cut defense. So what are you going to cut? You can't cut social security. There will be blood. You can't cut Medicare. So you might try to go Medicaid. Den jævla... Den handler om... What are you going to cut? So let's go there. Like, so tough times call for tough solutions. What does this administration, every administration that's been kicking the can down the road, what does this administration then really need to do to make a difference? Because we're talking about spending a lot on defense and some other things. And there's another problem which Secretary Besson alluded to this morning. There's a great big beautiful tax bill coming which is going to extend the tax. Det handler om oljeindustrien. Har du sett den, Stig?
Nei.
Det litt så
kult hvis du...
Hæ?
Den ser gammel ut.
Ja, den gammel, men det med Daniel Lewis. Han liksom en verdens beste skuespiller da. Han jævla flink. Det litt sånn noe historie om olje og hvordan det var før I tiden og... Ja, det litt sånn... Litt interessant da, hvis du vil lære litt sånn historie rundt olje og hvordan det fungerer. En annen bra historie også, som jeg burde se. Du burde se dokumentaren på JP Morgan.
Billions, må du se.
JP Morgan. Skal du se altså... Skal du se historien til JP Morgan? Det en av de sykeste... Altså, han mannen der, han bygde USA, liksom. Og lånte penger til staten for å funde sin egen business, altså railway, altså tog og sånn. Helt syk, han kameraten her, altså. Botox, vet du hvorfor Esso heter Esso? Var det på med han med den filmen han nettopp så? Med han Daniel Lewis?
Jeg vil bygge det opp.
Jeg husker ikke hvorfor Esso heter Esso. Da har du sett filmen nå. Filmen jævla bra da. Har du filmen som handler om den som ble rike på GameStop?
Ja, den ligger på... Tekst skal du se, den ligger på Netflix.
GameStop-filmen?
Ja.
Det en annen film også som ganske kul. Du har The Big Short, og så har du den der kryptodokumentaren med de gutta som heter Bitcoin. Den er også jævla fett. Den dritbra.
Serien Billions synes jeg bra.
Og hva handler det om?
Nei, det tradere. Hedgefund-tradere.
Som, det?
Ja.
Jeg skal si dere en kul ting. Når jeg var aksjemegler og drev og tradet som en gærning, da satt jeg og hørte det der på øret. Wall Street Warriors, hørte du det før?
Wall Street Warriors, ja.
Har du hørt om det før? Det her burde du se på. Det her ekte tradere i USA. Og du blir kjent med dem. Forvaltere, daytradere, hedgefond managers, steinrike mennesker, oppturer, nedturer, alt sammen. Og det blir filmet mens de trader, mens de taper penger, de får sparken, de skal gjøre eksamen for å bli hedgefondforvaltere. Du har en russer, hun kjæringen at det er russer. Så har du en sånn der trading-geni som sitter hjemme og trader som av faen, som blir plukket opp til å bli hedgefondforvalter. Han bare sitter hjemme og leser grafer, skjønner ikke en dritt. Det er han der, tror jeg. Så det her en serie, hvis dere har lyst til å bli ordentlig sånn, litt sånn, så har lyst til å bli litt sånn inspirert, så kan dere se på noe som heter Wall Street Warriors. Det er ekte, det er jævla kult, det er litt gammelt nå da, men jeg satt og så på det alltid når jeg også tradet, altså. Det er litt sånn kult da. Sjekk ut oljefondet på NRK, sikkert fått hjertet for en uke. Oljefondet har tatt så mye penger nå at det er ikke klokt. Det filmen ser ut som heter Standard Oil. So, S-S-O-S-O. Var du kryptus nå? Jeg skjønner ikke en dritt da. Holder seg under den gule linjen, da kan den falle videre, og så kan den gå videre opp. Jeg tror da at det er oppsvingen Donald Trump prater, Teknisk skulle du falt til helvete på torsdag. Men det er lov å håpe.
Linjene der er jo bare sånne hjelpelinjer, ikke en fasit.
Lurer på om jeg tar noe mat.
Ingen av indikatorene fasit. Kun hjelpelinjer.
Tror du MPC som kommer til å fortsette med høytbyttet sitt? Jeg tror du kan kanskje bli redusert noe nå da, når du ser på temperaturen av markedet, men MPC er veldig aksjonærvennlig. Det er veldig mange som kjøper MPC, altså bare for noe utbytte. Så de skal drive med sånn reversal på utbyttepolitikken sin, tror jeg ikke noe på. Så ja, jeg tror at de kommer til å fortsette å ha et ganske høyt utbytte. Kanskje ikke så høyt som de har hatt hele veien, men i hvert fall bra størrelse på dem. Ellers så mister de masse aksjonærer. Jeg logger an meg, så går jeg på klokka 11:15, får med meg Asia. Jeg sier igjen, jeg beklager ikke jeg trader nå, jeg sitter og følger med. Håper at folk kan respektere det, selv om jeg vet at folk vil se meg trade, men jeg må være komfortabel med det jeg driver med. Jeg må bare si det helt. Mitt syn er veldig negativt. Så da snakkes vi etterpå. Tusen takk for alle som følger meg. Så er jeg på klokken 11:15.
Vi snakkes.
Ha det.
Achieve their goals and help companies get the capital that they need. Is the environment right now when you do that, or do you wait for a little bit more stability? So we have a range of capital. We have liquid, performing, private,